early odds when we were talking about chess a lot with Grishuk, and he was telling me that like whenever somebody played a6 against him, just played the knight off against him, he felt okay, this game I won, let's start preparing for the next one. And we've progressed from that point to a 6a3 as a reply. In the first 2 rounds of the first strong tournament of the year, we have 6a3 played by the 2 perhaps biggest figures of 2016. Yeah, very curious.
All he has to do is to play the move rook to d2, continue with the same plan of going knight d3 and rook f2 check. So natural. And even after rook g1, which is Wesley's idea, you can just take that off and play knight d3 again. And all you need to do is land a queen over to the g file and it's mate.
But we felt that the most interesting game and the most action-packed game was actually a game that ended in a draw. And I'll be taking a look at the game Wei Yi played with white pieces against Carlson-Giri. So let's go there.
Hello everybody, welcome to round number 7 of the Wijk aan Zee Super Tournament. I'm Jan Gustafsson. This is super commentator Peter Svidler, and it's his last day with us today. So people are in mourning here in the offices and in the chat. Before we descend into anarchy, Peter, what do you have for us today?
Well, the Carlson-Giri, of course, is the most important event of the day. If you don't count the what's that movie called? The Last Ride of somebody. There's a I'm struggling to remember what it's called. It is somewhat sad that this is the last day I will be doing of this show. It's been fun. So perhaps we can concentrate on that event throughout the day. But as for chess content, Carlson-Giri obviously.
What are you talking about? I'm sorry. The last ride of what?
I think there's a movie called The Last Ride of Chad will inform us today.
It's coming out today, or why is
No, it's just a classical something. I have these snippets of non-confirmed info in my head. Doesn't matter. Carlson-Giri and Soilianov must be the two central games of the day. Carlson-Giri for obvious personal reasons for both of them, and Soilianov is a game between two of the people in the top three.
Magnus Carlsen finally broke the spell against Anish Giri in last year's Bilbao tournament. It was well documented that Anish had a plus score, +1, never lost to Magnus. That changed. Now they have an equal score, and knowing Magnus, he's gonna be quite eager to change that situation to a plus score for him.
I think so as well. Yeah, I think it probably is very important for Magnus to get into the black properly against Danish now that he has finally won a game.
Jon Christensen 98478 says, "Talk chess, Jan, please." That's a dangerous thing to tell me like 2 minutes into the show. I'm not very good with such instructions. Sometimes it can make the show descend into anarchy, even while Peter's here. So don't do that.
Yeah, that's wildly counterproductive. Don't do that. Yeah, exactly.
Don't feed the troll, especially when the troll has the microphone.
Yeah.
Sergei Kayakin is facing Levon Aronian. Levon has a good score against Sergei Kayakin.
Yeah, that is. I've never seen this stat, and that is a stunningly good score, I think, for people who have been playing a great deal against each other. I was not aware of this level of dominance there.
Did I say it the wrong way around?
No,
Aronian has a good score against
No,
Sergei.
Lev is crushing in their head-to-head meetings. I mean, 9-3 with 17 draws is as close as you get to total domination in head-to-head these days. I mean, there are some personal scores of like +15 equals something.
Carlson Nakamura is a well-known example.
Kasparov Shirov is the one I was looking for.
The older one.
Yeah, the old one, because Carlson Nakamura has also not even doubt, but there were some developments in that rivalry. Alexei Shirov, despite having a number of completely winning positions against Kasparov, never actually managed to win a game, which was very surprising. They played a ton, and Alexei has a very aggressive style, and as mentioned, had plenty of opportunities.
What was it, +14 for Kasparov, something like that?
Yeah, I think it's either 14 or 15. Yeah, it was an incredibly crushing score.
Wesley
for whatever reason.
Against Pavel Elyanov, 3 draws so far.
Yeah, they haven't played all that much, and both
3 games.
Yeah, both very solid, very correct chess players. Yeah. I'll give you that. Wesley is white today, and he in this tournament has been very threatening with the white pieces. But Pavel has a very solid repertoire. Has had a bit of a setback losing with white to Levon Aronian. He was leading before that game happened.
Let's jump into the action. We'll do our preview as we move along. Magnus Carlsen played one of the...
That's my opening.
Lesser known openings out there. He played 3e3, which we've seen in the match, but thereafter e6, bishop d3, c5. He chose b3. In a game he actually lost to Sergei Kayakin. This time around, big improvement in store. c3, tending knight bd2, followed by castles.
Yeah, I probably still remember most of my analysis. Because it's not very deep, and it mainly ends at around move 12 with the evaluation. Black is completely fine. But I played this non-stop between the ages of, I want to say 9 and 15, maybe 14, with very good results, because I was not playing a tremendously high level of opposition, and people don't really know what they're doing here. One very important line I learned early on is that knight c6, knight bg2, bishop d6, castles e5 doesn't quite work, because you go d5, knight e5, knight e5, bishop e5, and e4 here. And if black castles, you go f4 and e5, of course. And the trick, which I think even won me a full game, at least one game, is d4, knight e4, knight e4, queen a4 check. And this is almost lost for black already because you lose the b7 pawn for no compensation.
Secrets of Grandmaster preparation,
Secrets of Pioneer House preparation for 10-year-old children. Yeah, I still remember all these lines somehow. But there's it's just a Maron with a tempo up, which means you're probably not worse because of the extra tempo, but you're also not better.
Not really. And also the knight has not been committed to c6 yet, so you can make a case for setups with knight bd7, b6, bishop b7.
I think we discussed it at one point, and the line that made me completely give up the opening is actually exactly that. Something like bishop e7, or maybe even b6 first. I mean, it's not outlawed here. And bishop b7, knight bd2, knight bd7, queen e2, bishop e7. You are kind of committed to playing e4, and black just takes and goes castle. Take on e4. I don't think you need to take on d4 yet. This position is just, there's nothing here for white. And once people started doing this against me on a regular basis, I just said to myself, yeah, I have to look for other openings and switch to 1e4.
Yeah, that's the thing with playing a black opening a tempo up. Like if you're black here, well, first of all, you don't mind the equal position, but you also don't mind whatever stuff like this. Rook c1 or queen e2, and you're willing to meet e4 with takes and equalizing with some careful moves. But from the white side, it looks insane.
It just feels very, very sad to be doing that. And I mean, the one thing maybe you could consider, especially against the move order with b6 and bishop b7 first, is something like knight e5 and f4. And b6 actually is what Anish played after not a particularly long thing. And
Anish is amazingly good at opening nuances, move orders, subtleties.
Sure. So I mean, the one way you might try to avoid the position I just described, which really is totally dead in terms of white's advantage, is maybe play knight bg2, bishop b7, knight e5, and f4. But with the bishop on c1, that's these days is not supposed to be promising at all.
Magnus is a Stonewall player, however. This thought will certainly cross his mind.
Of course, yeah, maybe even immediately, but I think you throw in knight bg2 generally.
Let's go through the other games, even though, of course, this is our game of the day. In Kayakin Aronian, we have a Joko, not that piano. Does it count as a Joko piano after d5?
There's a lot of, there's a much piano or Joko further down the list. But this one actually is a sharp line. Black goes d5, which I think against 6h3 is not really supposed to be all that great. Although maybe the move that really discourages it is 6a4. I think they start with 6a4.
They mainly go a4 when d5, there's some issues.
I think, this is how they try to prevent 6d5 in this position, and I've done this myself. And here, it's supposed to be slightly better for white compared to the normal lines. But in the game, Karakin Aronian, they reach this position, and left blitzes out bishop e6, which is not a move I have seen before, but the tactical justification remains the same. That always is why you do not take on e5 twice. Bishop e6, I mean, it's a useful move, and black, now that the bishop is on e6, black might even consider playing f6 next move. Like knight bd2.
Is this a move, or do I just go back and say?
No, go back is well, risky-ish. Knight c3 maybe. Knight takes c3, queen h5. No, I guess the idea is to play maybe even something like h6 and say that I am very well developed and you are not developed at all, sir, and you also have to waste the tempo on protecting f2. Now, if you have to play bishop e3, black is, I think, extremely happy.
Queen h4.
Yeah, I would also consider taking with the knight even, because the bishop on c5. If we somehow break through here, like queen g5, queen e2, e4, followed by knight f5, knight f3. If we break through, we just give mate here. And the pawn on e6 is completely irrelevant to anything. So I think my first instinct is that knight g5 just is met by h6, and it's very strong. And Sergei probably agrees because he played c3. And that also supports, I think, my theory that black may have wanted to play f6, because c3 is aimed at stopping exactly that. Black needed one tempo here to play bishop f7, and he would maybe even start thinking he's slightly better. But with the bishop on e6, this is not a move you would want to play.
So what does Black do?
No.
C3 also implies at least that you might want to.
I think you could maybe waste a tempo on a5 here.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I have time for this.
I think you might. You have to have
Sometimes you get weird stuff like bishop b5.
Yeah, we're reading each other's minds so far. I was about to ask if you have a reply to bishop b5 here.
Well, sometimes
maybe
knight a7.
Knight a7, even knight e7 might not be a no. Although no, that doesn't work. Knight a7 might be a move though.
All right, subtleties in Italianish positions. Levon, of course, huge specialist on anything e4, e5. Sergei did not touch the Italian during the match, but of course he must have done
not with white,
with both colors.
Yeah, not with white, but obviously a lot of work with black, and a much more modern way of looking at the opening in the game. So Ilyanov some directly below. Yeah, this is a very topical line of the Giocopiano as well. The early a4 knight a3 knight c2. This is what they've been doing a lot in the I think 2015 and early 2016 before moving on to other things.
There's tons of subtleties already in these first couple moves. Like even 2 years ago, everybody was playing c3, knight f6, d3 here on autopilot, but now they started like worrying a bit about early d5s for black, as we just saw in the last game. That's why people try to avoid playing c3 so early, and they do different things. Like in this game, we see starting with castles, knight f6, d3, and black has a choice if he wants to keep this d5 option open. But he's also giving up a little something by castling so early. Like we've seen all kinds of bishop g5s.
Yeah, and that's always a consideration for black if he wants to allow this pin, because he might have to commit to h6 and g5 later, which is not to everybody's taste.
My recipe and the recipe some people have has always been go d6, a6, bishop a7 against anything white throws at you, and then have a look around. But of course they started coming up with this reasonably new idea of going a4 and knight to a3. After a4, once again, many possible moves. h6 a move, castle's a move, bishop a7 is a move as played. Knight a3, it's important to wait for bishop a7 actually with this. Because if you, let's say, castles here, knight a3, there were games I think Carlson did this, takes and bishop e6, and black is pretty much fine. So after bishop a7, knight a3 is a move. Once again, black faces the eternal decision if you castle here and you allow bishop to g5, or if you go h6. Waste half a tempo and stop that. When white typically goes for slower play, knight c2, bishop e3.
Bishop e3 or sometimes knight e3, but once again, knight e3 will allow the same plan of giving up your dark square bishop if black wants to. Yeah, well, this is a much slower Italian, and it will, I think, develop in that fashion for a while. They both are in a lot less of a hurry compared to Karek and Aronian.
Wesley, gotta give him credit. I think he's a bit of a pioneer of this a4 knight a3 maneuver.
He was
not sure if he played it first, but I've seen it first in his games at least.
Yeah, I think maybe he was the one who introduced it. It was, I mean, in the candidates, it was already an accepted part of everybody's thinking process, and there were a number of games there played by various people. Vishy won an important game against Levon Aronian, doing something very similar, maybe exactly that. But some people started doing it before the Moscow candidates, and Wesley was one of them.
And we have to go to the game. Andreikin Hari Krishna. Well, not terribly relevant for the standings. I don't even know. They're both on 50%, maybe?
c3?
But in the chat, Pramod, just a warning for you. Today is no longer Be Nice to Pramod Day. Pramod said c3 and f3 are considered the worst two moves to start a chess game. Really, Pramod?
No.
c3 is worse than knight to h3, then g4, then h4,
No, C3,
then a4?
C3 is
Really?
C3 is really not in the same class as f3. C3 is just I pass, make your move, and I will have a useful half a tempo.
c3 will lead to theoretical positions normally. The problem is black can choose a line that is supposed to be fine. And what Hari does here after e5, d4
He's playing
takes
this
d5.
caro a tempo down, and it's a bit of a strange choice. But on the other hand, like you can view it from two sides. It's either e takes d5, c takes d5 caro-can, in which white has an extra tempo compared to what caro-can.
I don't see it that way at all. I see it
or
as
it's a Carlsbad.
this position where you played cd5 one move too early.
Sure. I, I think that is actually more relevant because you generally don't take on d5 here as early as this, and it's supposed to give black a very comfortable position, despite the fact that the knight is not on f6 yet.
No, especially because the knight is not on f6 yet. After knight c3, you're not supposed to go knight f6, but you go c6, then bishop d6, often knight e7. And the key in all these positions is, when it comes to equalizing, you want your bishop out on f5. And white is not in time here to stop that, really. I've done all these things. I've played bishop f4 here. Normally, not much there. And that's exactly the position they get.
Yeah, bishop f4, bishop d6, and yeah, black is playing a very, very comfortable version of all these Carlsbad structures. And in particular now, because Andreikin decided not to take on d6 and forced black to take with the queen, black played knight f5, and after bishop takes d6, I expect the knight actually to appear on d6. It's arguably the best square on the board for at least one of black knights.
That's what you learn in the Pioneers Balance. The knight belongs on d6 in these structures.
Yeah,
you could still make a case for going bishop f5.
Sure, but I think the chance will come later to do that as well. And an idea to immediately land the knight on d6, I think, is very attractive because it makes the main reason why this square is so good is that it fights against both the expansion in the center with f3 and e4 for later on, and also it makes the minority attack almost unplayable because you can just meet b4 with b5 and land your knight on c4 and just completely kill off the queen side.
Minority attacks are dead. I slightly disagree that fights against f3 and e4. I feel that sometimes against this plan it could stand in the way a little bit.
Yeah, it could get in the way, but it could also, it depends on how fast you are. And of course it also continues supporting bishop f5, so after bishop d3 I can play bishop f5 more or less at any point. But yeah, the minority attack with the knight on d6 is just
this is out of the question.
Non-existent. Yeah, b4 is met by b5, the knight is tremendously strong on c4.
Yeah, so Andreikin with the c3, I'm sure there was a thought process behind it. Maybe he got Harry out of his repertoire, but you kind of give up a big part of your opening advantage chances. Yeah. Where shall we go?
Let's
next?
continue the round. Yeah, there's a.
Maybe this.
Yeah, we should be extremely happy about this as spectators because this is Wei Yi against Van Veli, and it already is promising to be a wild ride. Also, I don't quite understand what Wei Yi is doing, but that's immaterial because I'm not supposed to understand it. I think he needs to understand it.
Wei Yi very consistently plays bishop g5 against the Najdorf, and Luke very consistently goes for these sharp battles. I'm sure he's prepared something. He favors knight bd7 these days, when I thought the fashion had shifted towards queen e2.
I think they play queen e2 these days, but bishop c4 is still very much a move people were serious about for a long time. Queen b6 castles, queen c5. I'm not sure if I've seen this before, but it's an obvious idea because you want white to start giving up his bishops.
I've seen it, I believe. They play queen a5 here as well.
Now, queen a5, queen d2, I believe, is what players have been aiming for with white in these types of positions. I think Wróblewski was one of the pioneers of doing this, and he's had good results there. But this idea of queen b6, sort of faking an attack on b2, but you don't really want to waste two tempi just picking up one pawn. Getting one of the bishops is a lot more important. But the question is, the game continued, queen c5, bishop d5. And what is the plan after e6?
I don't know. Should we 3?
Yeah, well, I can't. Yeah, knight gb5, I guess. Yeah.
Jump somewhere over here, fe.
Now here I can go queen a5.
Oh, queen a5.
I thought. Although their b4 also is quite strong. No, queen c4. Queen c4 is good because you don't have the support for the c3 knight, and you cannot play b3.
That's a problem.
Yeah, but knight gb5 probably is pretty decent. Because here black does end up having to give up his queen for light pieces.
Here with the knight coming to b5, you might not be in time to develop materialistically.
If you could get the king to g8 and not lose a ton of material in the process, you'd be perfectly fine. But it doesn't feel like you will be able to. I think I'd prefer to take with the queen on b5, frankly. Of those two positions, I would. Okay, and also rook e1 apparently is very strong after e6.
That's a nice move. I'm not sure very strong, but yeah, Colin says this is the computer's move. Typical-ish Sicilian sacrifice.
Should have considered that. Yeah, that is probably just lost after knight f5. You can play king g8, but those positions are I don't know, knight.
Either takes or takes.
I would take on
something.
e7. I would take on e7 and maybe go bishop b3 followed by 4 or knight e4. Yeah, there's a lot of ideas here for white.
Not the position I would enjoy against Juanita.
Exactly. And also remains to be seen how much Luque actually knows about this, because he blitzed everything out up to queen c5, but after bishop d5 he is currently seemingly somewhat in the tank. And if you don't know anything about this position, this is not a nice position to play against a supremely strong attacking player.
It's not a nice position to be in after 9 moves when your opponent's blitzing against
Yeah.
most people, but having Wei Yi
Yeah.
and having his pieces all up in your grill already is not ideal.
No.
Even though objectively it might be fine. I don't have a clue.
Yeah, it could very possibly be completely playable for black, but yeah, you risk a ton. Like if you play
What are
bishop
you doing?
e7 here,
Bishop
I think
E7?
after bishop e3 you might be in a great deal of trouble already.
The thing is, you can't get back to normal Sicilian because you will get crushed.
You have to start accepting this piece sacrifice here, but after ed5, knight f5, it really does feel like this will just collapse. This looks horrible.
Yeah, I'm not enough of a specialist to know how relevant this is, but Wei Yi clearly has done a ton of work on all these bishop g5 knight offs, and you have to play it every game especially. You need to be armed
Yes.
to the teeth.
To the teeth. Exactly.
Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on fait?
Nepomniachtchi rapport is
C'est vrai.
lots of Italians and Italian related things today. This is a Hungarian, I believe. I believe this is what it's called.
He is Hungarian indeed.
I meant the opening, but
Okay.
I think the positions with the bishop on e7, or at least in my childhood, were for some reason called the Hungarian system.
I don't know, we don't have a name for this move. But Rapport, playing maybe after his recent adventures haven't gone well for him. We just did our high levies on the Wei Yi game, and of course the Wesley So game must have stung. He's sticking to a pretty normal opening. Like in general, with black, of course, it's a bit harder to take liberties anyway.
No, I think he's a lot wilder with white because there's a lot more leeway for it.
And he's played this before in the tournament, right? Against who was it? I can't remember.
He has, yeah, he struggled
Andreikin,
against
maybe?
Andreikin. He struggled against Andreikin.
They're
for a
following
while.
that game. A3, bishop e6, knight d5. Didn't he take and
I
play
think
knight
maybe,
d4?
I think he just did that in that game. And
He has a novelty, a5. I'm not 100% sure. I have a feeling something else was included in that game. It was a bishop on g5. But a5, ignoring this knight for now.
And Jan blitzes out knight g5, or so it appears on our screen that he played this move very fast.
This, once again, is similar to this kayaking Carlson game.
But that actually, the knight on g5 is a very useful piece because you don't have to sidestep knight d4, and you can now play something like c3 f4 maybe, and try to play against the somewhat awkward knight on f5. Although it actually, if it continues the journey, if you take here, maybe you have to take with the rook, because bishop f4, knight h4, you probably think black has survived the initial problems. Yeah, but here even rook takes f5 needs to be considered. Gf, queen f3, queen d7, d4, bishop d3 maybe even. I understand that after h6 I will have to go back for a bit, but bishop d3 is a very serious threat for the future. It could very easily be.
So bad for me? Maybe.
I don't know. No, it's playable. Yeah, it's playable. Maybe d4 was slightly hasty. Maybe I had to play slightly slower for a bit. But it's at least an option for white. And you could also maybe make an argument for playing f4 immediately after knight d4 to try and prevent it from reaching f5 altogether. And Magnus does exactly what you've described. This is very curious because this really does feel like you're trying to equalize with white. Why would he do that?
Well, maybe that's his approach. At some point he said, against Kramnik I always try to equalize with both colors in the opening. And maybe he has Giri in the same class of opening specialist. But yeah, it's not trying to refute d4, knight f6.
No, not at all, yeah. And it is...
And also, it has to be said that against Kayakin, where he played this b3, they got kind of this position. Don't quote me on the details, but you wouldn't
DC5.
think of c3 in this position.
he played dc5, c4, which is a lot more logical here. I think with maybe with a knight steal on b1, maybe I think it was on d2 already. not sure. But yeah, it basically is game 8 where he played c2, c3 voluntarily. And it's not a choice you'd expect. This really is. If we're saying Andreikin's 1c3 is a bit of a give up on opening advantage, this really is a complete give up on opening advantage, especially if you consider that Giri is a very serious Marin specialist, or at least he used to be. So he will know all the intricacies of this. He will know what to play against, what to aim for. This position will not be confusing for him.
Yeah, then again, the Marin on the bishop normally is here, like with colors reversed. But okay, black is not worse.
Yeah.
That's how Magnus often plays for a win, though, by admitting, I know you're not worse, but I also know you haven't studied this position because c3 is not a move you would look at. So let's play chess. Then again, it's not that hard to make moves.
Yeah, knight bd7 has already been played by Anish, and yeah. If you don't try very hard with black to become better, you're just completely safe.
Also, you have the urge to play c3, c4 to equalize already, right?
Yeah, it does feel like you have to, but then you feel very, very silly for not having played b3 earlier.
With colors reversed, you typically play these 3 moves, or you put the rooks on e1 and d1, and then you prepare yourself for either c5 or e5 or
endless dray of games on the subject. Yeah. Not only his, obviously, but for me, somehow this position is very, very firmly associated. I mean, with colors reversed, of course, very firmly associated with Alexei Dreyev and the tons and tons of games he played on the black side of it.
But he typically has a bishop here and plays h6.
That as well, yeah. But the whole point of just playing extremely slowly, b6, c6, bishop b7, then all those mysterious rook moves, not really aiming for either of the pawn breaks for a very, very long time, allowing the knight to land on, well, e5 in those positions, e4 here. Yeah, very Dreyevish to my mind, but I'm not really a Marin player.
Rapport played very rapportish, went back to b8 with the knight.
Well, you can understand it because, as we mentioned, knight on d4 could very easily become stuck simply after f4. It may not have reached its destination at all. So, knight b8, and once again, structurally black is probably okay, and white needs to be reasonably fast here. But with the knight on b8 so far away from action, even d3, d4 is not completely unreasonable to. And Jan plays f4. I think f4, in particular, considering the fact how poorly, well, both of them, but since we're discussing White's decisions, how poorly Jan has been doing in the tournament. He's a lot more interested in opening the files on the king side, I feel, because he wants to give mate.
Well, he's also blitzing, so he's probably had a look at this. This is not a giant surprise after Rapport did it against Andreikin. Like a5, I'm not sure if this is a computer move or if this is some well-known theory.
No, I don't think anything is...
Blitz out knight g5 and f4.
Yeah. And knight d7 is an immediate reply from Richer, but that you do expect because knight b8 is played with the express purpose of the knight rejoining the fight via d7.
Some mixed opinions on the Wei Yi Van Wely game. Ben Feingold in the chat believes that Wei Yi will win in 27 moves. Pramod believes that Luke Van Wely will win in 37 moves.
No,
Who are you siding with?
I think out of those two possibilities, I would take Wei Yi winning this game. I'm not sure about the 27 move figure, but...
sounds a bit high.
You think he will win faster? I'm not sure.
Nah.
No, I don't think he will win faster, but I think... Apologies. Now that Luki seemingly consistently is spending time on every single decision, this is a very unpleasant situation.
And Rookie won, as pointed out by Colin and the computer, blitzed out by Wei Yi.
Yeah.
Black did spend 2 moves to get his queen here, so there is some method to it. The bishop also did not have to go to b3, but went here immediately. I don't have a clue. I know I would lose quickly with black.
But the thing is, as you pointed out, there possibly is just no way back to normalcy here for Luki. Luki will have to either accept a very poor position. For instance, he can play knight e5 here, but after bishop gf, bishop f6, gf, bishop b3, I assume, you're just not going to be enjoying this very much. The queen probably lands on h5 because you have to spend somewhat MP on things. Well, maybe I can play h5 here.
So this is still hanging.
Yeah, this is still hanging. This might not be such a horrible rouser.
Get the feeling where he is.
Yeah, I was about to say that bishop takes f6 is maybe a bit too timid, considering who is actually in charge of the white pieces today. But if you don't want to accept any immediate sacrifices, knight e5 might be a reasonable halfway house for.
Makes a lot of sense after rook e1.
Yeah.
But look, also he's not a rouser player. I don't think he's happy along bishop.
No, but he probably isn't very happy about the prospect of taking on d5 with the pawn and potentially losing by force. Because if he doesn't really know what's happening, it's very easy to assume that the person blitzing all this out with white will have a forced win if you take on d5. So you start looking for alternatives. And the one that jumps out at me, considering how dangerous bishop e7 is knight e5.
Sure.
Because bishop f6 gf, it does really feel like the bishop will have to retreat. And then, yeah, you can play h5. You can also play b5 maybe to gain some space on the other side. But I like h5 because I think it's very important to prevent the queen from ever appearing on that square. This is how you lose the rousers. If you allow queen h5, there will be just too much pressure on your center and the queen side. And here, bishop d7, h4, bishop h6. It might not be bad at all for black.
This looks great for black.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know
mean,
what white is doing.
In my understanding of the rouser, and I abandoned the opening a long time ago, but I used to play it seriously. This is a very, very serviceable position.
So we need to do better after knight e5. Is this illegal?
Yeah, let's try and calculate. And I know we don't like to, but I'm even wondering if I can play bishop e7 here.
What? Where? When? Why? What?
Well, I mean, I understand bishop e3 is a move, but I thought I can take and go queen c7 and just claim that this now is a very, very normal-looking Sicilian, especially with the rook on e1. It really shouldn't be on e1 in these structures. b5.
I'm going this next one.
Yeah, I understand, but I mean, let's say a castle simply. No, this is like a very decent.
Tricks.
No, I don't think I want to do that. Just knight d7, b5, bishop e7.
Why don't you want to do it? EF or rook d4?
EF rook d4. Yeah, fe is kind of a problem. Yeah, sure. No, but this is very close to like a classical Sozin. Only your rook is not on f1; it's on e1, and you don't really need it on e1.
Fair enough.
Bishop
yeah.
c5. No, this is how they play these things, and b5 here.
Looks like
Basically, you are obliged to give mate in the next 5 moves, or you will be much worse with white here, because the bishop on b3 is truly horrible. This is the Sozin life, so to speak. You are committed to making something work on the king side straight away, or and here knight e4 might actually deliver that mate for all I know.
Where you could have taken and pinned me.
Ah, yeah, that probably was a decent idea, followed by f5 maybe on rook e4 knight f6 is a nice little variation.
Let's touch.
Yeah. So yeah, my first instinct here with black would be, I mean, if I don't know what's happening after e5, I'm not touching that bishop, and then I'm looking for moves which allow me to minimize the amount of variations I need to calculate where I'm getting mated by force. So knight e5 is my overwhelming first idea here.
Have we? I feel we have not covered all the games
there's
yet.
yeah.
Wojciech Adiban. Oh, this is how I used to play in the golden 90s with white, when people were still playing weird schemes against Queen C2 themselves. The good old days. It wasn't a Queen C2 Nemzo.
No, it was something.
Like one.
Yeah, it was something offbeat, but
Adiban is trying to give Rapport and Jobava a run for their money when it comes to
yeah, it does appear that way.
openings.
It does appear that way, but yeah, I'll hand it over to you and your chess culture in these structures.
Chess culture.
Yeah.
Well, this opening has been around for a long time. Objectively, the best move has always been considered to play e4, bishop b7, bishop d3. The thing is, if you're unprepared for this, you have to remember some details after.
Yeah, check. No, this they no longer do. But check and knight h6, I think, is nothing.
That's the one line. There's also this stuff. Knight f6
yeah, knight
is
f6,
the main move here.
c5.
When f takes e or c5.
I think it's supposed to win by force, but not anymore. I think there was a moment in the development of this line where this was supposed to win by force if you've done your homework, but no one has, which is why Black continued playing this. But maybe there were some updates.
No, you get some plus 060 positions
Really?
where White has a
Only?
king on f1, maybe plus 080, but well, Grisha played this recently against Gelfand, won an important game in the World Blitz Championship 2015. Sometimes people do this as a surprise weapon. People do it as a surprise weapon. But it's not supposed to be entirely correct. Therefore, there's alternatives here, like whatever.
Bishop D3.
Sometimes after Bishop D3, they give a check. Sometimes they play Knight C6.
Yeah, this is what Nigel has been doing
Time
for
to go
ages.
here.
Knight E2, Knight B4, Knight BC3, take on D3, play D6, G6, Bishop G7, Knight E7, Queen D7. He occasionally gets very good positions, and I think he's beaten some very strong players doing this, but objectively this shouldn't equalize, I suppose.
No, you give up too much space, but you also avoid a lot of theory. So e4 doesn't win, and if you're not prepared with White, you typically don't go e4, but you choose between either a3, Bishop b7, Knight c3, when the main line is f5. White's main move is d5. I've played Knight h3, f3 a bunch of times, but this is not supposed to be much. Or you just say, okay, show me that you can do better than a Nimzo where you've committed to b6 and play Knight c3 as Radek does here.
Yeah.
Bishop b4, Queen c2, Bishop to b7, a3, takes. Knight f6 is more or less a transposition to the Nimzo, where White, however, has not committed to Bishop g5 yet, so I would guess f3 is a move here. Therefore, Adiban decides to play f5, which is sometimes useful, but of course is also double-edged, fighting for this e4 square. Here, big plus for White is he hasn't played Knight f3
Yeah,
yet.
that is very useful.
You can go for this setup, which is a much more effective setup against these two pieces.
And yeah, the game proceeded castle e3, knight h5, bishop e2, queen h4, check, knight f2, d6, b3, knight d7, bishop b2, and e5 and d5 were added to the position in the time that we were discussing it. I'm somewhat curious why Radek played d5 so quickly, but it also makes sense because the bishop on b7 is kind of killed off, and you have play on both flanks. You can try for b4, c5 breaks, but also f3, f4 will be very dangerous if White manages to play it later in the game, right?
I'd be absolutely thrilled here with White. This is the structure you want, and Black has to justify what he's done with some very quick play. Maybe playing f4.
I think f4 needs to be played because I'm really worried about allowing f4.
If you give me time to play castle, let's say rook a1, g3, I understand you would take, but in general, and f4, then I'm strategically almost winning. At some point you have to close the position with e4, and I'll break through with either g4 or on the queen side with b4, a4, c5. This, is how many Grandmaster versus non-Grandmaster games go in open tournaments. So Black has to justify what he's been doing, and I'm curious how anyone will do it.
Very interesting developments, strange developments, I would say, in Andreikin, Hare Krishna, so maybe we can revisit that. After bishop d3, in the position that we were actually talking about, Hari played bishop f5, which is very logical and exactly what people do here, takes, and here Andreikin plays queen g6, g4, queen g4, g6, e4. And this is... I mean, it's consistent with what he's been doing because you don't really have anything, but I'm wondering if he can be worse. Probably not. d4, queen d4 check is on the board. If you play queen e7, I will castle long, knight f3, rook he1. Yeah, you are not. White does have an isolating, but it will get to d5, so should be very close to complete equality here.
Can
Rook
White
h.
ask any questions?
I'm not
Rook
sure.
d8 or-
Rook d8, knight f3, knight a6 or something, and go to f8 when checked.
Yeah, normally it's just nothing.
Yeah, especially since I can meet d5 with c5 if I want, with a knight on f5 returning to d6. Yeah, looks like there will be a ton of trades very early on in this game with Black. Well, not better, but definitely not worse.
Agreed. Let's go back to the mysterious ways of the world champion Magnus Carlsen. But okay, so far nothing dramatic has happened. He's going to play queen e2, put his rook somewhere on e1 and d1, or d1 and c1. Try to keep the tension as long as you can. And Anish I'm not sure how Anish wants to arrange his pieces here. Everything's fine. You can go rook c8, you can go queen c7, rook e8, rook d8. What would you do?
Something weird apparently is happening in Karaki and Aronian, so let's have a look at that. Chat is being very agitated.
Good old chat. Here we are.
c4, c5 wins a piece.
Huh?
That is...
Blunder?
That is... oh dear.
It's not all that complicated either. It's just a piece.
Oh dear.
Wow, he missed it. Wow.
That really is not something you see every day. People of Lev's caliber blundering seemingly a full piece on move 10.
Wow.
c4 hasn't been played yet.
No, but that. He's just double checking. Wow. I'm just trying to check if Levon blitzed out f6 or if it was a finger filler. That is insane.
Yeah, that is...
13 minutes for f6.
No, I'm a bit lost for words. This really isn't something that happens.
This is not...
I understand that c4 is a very ugly move to contemplate, but if when it wins a piece, you kind of do.
Yeah, that's just odd. Very out of character for Levon. And this is the worst feeling in chess. You play f6, you press the clock, and you realize within 3 milliseconds what you've
Pretty
done.
much, yeah.
Like, pretty much all the time.
Yeah, that's...
Then you stand up and pretend like nothing bad has
Yeah,
happened.
and you walk around waiting for your opponent to finally believe his eyes and collect the piece. And yeah, that's not very nice.
Let's be clear. You go c4 here, this knight has to move, let's say to e7, and then
To
c5.
any square. And unfortunately, b6 is hanging, e6 is hanging, and if you take on b3, white recaptures with a check, and then the bishop on b6 falls.
And you resign.
It really isn't a very difficult tactics. Well, there's just a mental block. I think why this happened is there's a very large mental block against white playing c3, c4 here, because if not for the move c5, after knight gb4, black is just winning. You've completely destroyed your position, and maybe even the pawn on d3 falls next move. But once again, a piece is a very important piece. Yeah, that sentence is not very well constructed, but you understand what I mean. Now this will be
What he's been calculating is f6 d4.
Yeah.
That's the move you think about first.
Sure.
With this bishop.
And I guess he found some way to deal with
He has
this.
some idea whatever. Queen d7,
I expect
d,
bishop f7, I guess, because here c4 and d5 is actually a threat. So I guess you sidestep, you force white to take. You take with a knight.
Still not sure why this is not good, but
I have the a5 squares.
yeah.
Knight g7, maybe simply c5, bishop a5. And yeah, if you force white to take on e5, the bishop on b6 once again becomes a monster. And knight e5, knight e5, fe, and you feel reasonably confident about your life here. Queen h4, c6, bishop g6.
None of this matters because c4 wins on the spot, but that's what Levon spent his 13 minutes on, and he just forgot about a little detail, which is fairly shocking.
It is shocking, and I'm somewhat like it would be an interesting experiment. Chat told us that something happened. If we just came to this position, how long would it have taken us to realize something has gone wrong?
Hard to say with hindsight, but it's not a difficult tactic. Like I'd be upset if we missed it at least. Or if we missed it.
I'd be very upset. But it's just it really it's an honest question because it's such an ugly move that it would definitely not take us 2 seconds. We would need some time to adjust to the idea that this move exists, I think.
It's possible, especially if you like whatever alternative you're thinking about. But no, you still spot it. It's not a complicated tactic.
No, I mean, I'm not saying it's hard. It's just that the optics of it are so ugly that Levon has missed it. You know, once again, it's not a hard tactics, but
that's
but,
why we're shocked.
Like,
this happens once every 200 games.
Sure, and also, I mean, there are famous cases of mutual chess blindness, and you know, if you can bluff it confidently enough, white could autopilot knight bg2 or whatever it is that white autopilots in this position. And you take a long breath, you know.
I feel like you're free rolling. This is the most beautiful thing in chess. Normally you don't lose after your opponent misses something like that.
In particular, if you make sure he realizes what he missed. And the game that comes to
you
mind
give
in
him some
particular.
very surprised looks.
Yeah, in particular, the game 6 of the match in Sochi comes to mind,
Sure.
where Magnus immediately blitzed out King E1 after Vichy had not taken the pawn in the center. And once this reaction comes straight away, you start asking yourself, why is he so happy to move the king away? And you realize what you've missed, and you just want to, do things to yourself.
We'll see. Not the most pleasant moments for Levon, because I'm 100% convinced that he's seen it. And
See?
Kayakin has missed it. Wow.
That's what
Wow.
that's what I was talking about. It's an ugly move.
Still winning a piece. This
It
is
is.
shocking.
It is winning a piece. Yes.
Wow. Levon is the happiest man in Vaikanze right now. Because, as I was going to say, I'm 100% sure he's seen that. Because you have this uneasy feeling. You leave this bishop unprotected, you get up.
And bishop f7, 3 seconds he spent on
Well,
that.
that's what he was calculating earlier, though. D4, bishop f7. But yeah, he dodged a bullet there. Not sure Luke Van Velde dodged a bullet. Because Wei Yi, to nobody's surprise, has sacrificed a piece on
Yeah,
e6.
and this is the issue with bishop e7, because you knew this was coming. You knew the bishop is not returning to b3. And queen a5 is of course a lot stronger than queen c7 that you were suggesting, because at least the knight on e6 is not hitting the queen, so you're not losing the g7 pawn by force. I have a feeling I've seen this position. King f7 and white does something smart here. I have a feeling knight d5 is somehow playable, but I can't work out how. That probably isn't really possible. Yeah, I can't really justify it.
Wow, this was shocking, the Kayakin Levon thing.
Yeah, that's a really weird sequence, I have to say. And I was very, very serious about it being possible to miss it for both of them. I wasn't joking or anything, but I'm still very, very surprised.
How often? Yeah, it doesn't happen. It's a two-move tactic, c4, c5. I understand, if the move doesn't enter your head, it doesn't enter your head, but still. Loose pieces drop off. c4, c5. Three sides. Anyway, Wei Yi versus Luke Van Velde. It's also unpleasant for Lukey boy that we know Luke is out of book and we know Wei Yi is not. Not ideal. After king f7, something will get blitzed out.
I guess 95 is the way to go here.
And then you're sitting there again, calculating all kinds of very sharp lines against arguably one of the best calculators in these sharp open positions. I don't think his rating reflects his strength in such a position.
Yeah, this is what he was put on this earth to do, so to speak. And we've seen a number of examples already in his short career of outstanding attacking games.
Yeah, and many times in the Sicilian, violence in the Sicilian is his second name. While Luke Van Velde getting checkmated in the Najdorf is not his second name, but I'm in ongoing talks about Luke and his game, that's why I can mention this, about him doing a series about his worst losses in the Sicilian. Maybe he felt he didn't quite have enough material, even though I disagree, and he wants to. I don't know. I shouldn't jinx him. It's an unclear position, but my money's not on Luke here.
No, you don't take Luke here. In particular, if you consider that White probably has more time than he started with, and we are almost 50 minutes into the round, and all of them will have been spent by Luke here. It's the wrong round.
Well aware.
Somehow. White has exactly the time he started with, and Black is down to an hour and 6 from his hour and 40.
Yeah, the time where Yi has spent is not so much about thinking, but more walking around, coming back to the game, writing the move down.
Staring at the Karyakin-Aronian game and thinking, why can't I show them this tactic? And
why are these guys higher rated than me?
Yeah, all these things do take time.
Maybe, if you're, maybe not Wei Yi, but if you're Luke and you're well, the players don't really talk to each other anymore. But in the old days, it's not impossible that during the game one of your colleagues might ask you, why not f6, c4, right? Like these things have happened.
Most people know better. I mean, people still actually talk. I mean, it's not allowed, but I know because I'm one of them. People still occasionally still talk about the game, and they generally don't discuss chess. They discuss, I don't know, the evening plans or something that happened yesterday.
During the game, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, even it's really frowned upon, but like in the presence of the arbiter, you can actually, I don't know, discuss food. They will probably shush you anyway, but yeah, people frankly know better than say something that is relevant to other players' games. Not because it's a hint, but because you know you will just completely destroy that person's ability to continue if you point out to him that he could have won a piece on the previous move. I mean, that
No,
really,
I was wondering if you're slightly evil. Like,
yeah,
what do you
exactly.
tell Kayaki, why
It's
not
not. It's
c4?
not. Yeah, it's not slightly. I mean, that is an extremely evil thing to do. About as evil as they get in terms of chess etiquette.
Maybe Levon can write like 11 c4 exclaim down on his score sheet or something. Yeah. Anyway, this is, yeah, a very weird sequence. In the top game of the day, Magnus Carlsen versus Carlson-Giri, the structure has clarified and Anish played bishop d6, which makes sense, preparing e5. And Magnus decided, you know what, now that you've given me this tempo, I feel slightly less embarrassed playing c3, c4, which I have to do sooner or later anyway. And we get this, which is a more normal structure. I still think black is perfectly fine.
Yeah, but now Tempi have completely equalized because black had taken to place the bishop on d6, and this probably is a position that exists with colors reversed. Maybe not a mainline position, but I'm pretty sure we could find games.
Not just with colors reversed, like how do you get here? Okay, it's not so easy to get here actually. I'm thinking about lines like no, I won't make it.
It won't be that easy. Yeah, like,
No, it's
yeah,
not so
via you mean via the Rubinstein? Like if you start with
for
b3,
example.
yeah, you could maybe get there somehow.
Okay, it doesn't really matter. We do have the typical hanging pawns thing where black normally carries the key to this lock when you want to go DC, because white never wants to go CT.
Yeah, cd5 is not a move you ever make. And it's somewhat interesting that Heinrich placed the queen on e7 and not c7.
I thought he went queen c7. I thought it was weird because of rook c1.
No, he played queen e7,
Yeah.
but yeah, maybe queen c7, rook a1
c1,
was just
yeah.
very awkward. But I'm not sure if black even wants to go bishop a3, because in some structures queen e7 is played with the explicit idea of trading these bishops off. But here the bishop on d6 feels like it maybe is slightly more comfortable than the bishop on b2. So I'm not at all sure if your idea is to trade them.
Then again, trades normally favor black in the structure long term, softening up d4. I don't know. Well, a3 is always double-edged. We also
but
discussed this in the other Magnus Kayakin game, because now you're always stuck defending their pawn. You can't go rook a1.
No, if you play an yeah, I think rook somewhere followed by bishop a1, yeah, is the normal reply here. Do you really want to put it on e1? Maybe you do. Knight e5, f4.
Looks like at least white has some play now, while earlier his position just looked sad. So I'm not sure. Well, not sad as in worse, but sad as in what are you doing? Not sure you have to go bishop d6.
Yeah, something like rook c8 to begin with, and
Or if you're gonna put the bishop here, why not put it there immediately? It's another
yeah,
valid question.
that also is a very valid question here. Yeah.
Start with knight b7.
Yeah, in particular, if you start with knight b7 and white doesn't do something like knight e5, yeah, you just play bishop d6 automatically here, and you're extremely happy, because you're very, very likely to get one of those positions that you were describing, which in the Meran they do equalize somewhere around move 35 by accurate defense, but you're white. You don't really want to subject yourself to. the task of equalizing by move 35 by carefully trading every single piece off.
Yeah, now Magnus got what he normally opts for, an equal position with 30 fighting units still on the board. That is non-standard enough that it's not like you can blitz on moves.
No, I think he should be reasonably happy right now, actually. Yeah. This is a reasonable Rubinstein. I'm not sure this is the ideal setup for Black even to play against the future hanging pawns. The plan is probably very similar to what Karekin had been doing in that game. I think Rook FD8, Knight F8, Knight G6 is a logical follow-up here, because Black's biggest issue here is what to do with the Knight on D7. All of his other pieces are very well positioned, but the Knight on D7 has no future whatsoever. So you bring it over to G6. It aims at landing on F4, which would of course be quite useful, and it's also a useful barrier against getting mated on the king side if White starts something immediately.
I'm remembering how I would normally get that position. It's in lines like this, which are quite standard play. Oops, sorry. But the tempi don't fully even out here, do they?
Here, White is ahead compared.
Right.
Yeah, full tempo ahead.
Because this is a theoretical position. I've played this position, but you don't typically go bishop d6. You go rook e8, bishop f8, g6, bishop g7 here. Anyway, doesn't really matter. But yeah, Magnus got a play position. A pomnishi against Rapport.
Yeah, there was a lot of developments there. After knight bd7, Jan played a somewhat slower move, bishop a2, but maybe he felt he needed to, in order to sidestep potential knight b6 issues. Maybe not immediately, but they do feature in the calculations here. So he played bishop a2. Rapport improved his structure further by playing a4. Well, arguably improved his structure, because in the position we will see when we get to the current state of the board, there will be a topic of discussion. King h1, White just continues preparing something. c6 takes, fe, Black had taken with a knight, d4, knight g6, c3, d5, bishop b1, bishop d6. All of these moves, once Black plays c6, I think are quite logical. Black is well, locking the bishop on a2 out of the game mainly, because it is, once you play c6, you really want to follow it up with d5. And Black is a lot better on the king side right now. Black, if he manages to play h6 and knight e4, for instance, in some favorable circumstances, Black will have a very, very nice situation on the king side. But
h6 will be met with knight f7.
Yeah, probably let's somehow show this. There's a number of problems with this move, but I think the most stark one is this variation, which, using the pin on the f file, just wins the knight on g6. And this is what I wanted to discuss. After bishop c2, your restricting pawn on a4 is actually a serious problem you need to think about. Although, once again, if you make some useful, I don't know, semi-useful waiting move, I don't know which one to make. I wanted to play rook a7, rook e7, but then the pawn on c6 is hanging. But my point is, if I just give you this pawn for now and destruct the bishop, I can now achieve my ideal setup and then play f5 and pretend I have a mating attack. The thing is, rook a7 is not a good example, because here I think White can just safely take this second pawn and there's still no mate anywhere in sight. Although, yeah, but that doesn't work, and we should probably stop discussing this completely fabricated position. But it does feel like, in particular because it's Richard, after bishop c2, the pawn on a4 will not be defended. I don't really expect him to play queen a5 at all. That's the only move that physically protects the pawn. And for instance, it allows the immediate rook f6, knight h7, which I think currently is only a perpetual. I think, no, this probably bishop h6 is a lot stronger, right? So king g8, takes, king h8. And probably here White has nothing better than giving a perpetual, because his pieces are too far away from the king side. But queen a5 is just, I think, not in Richard's nature. Why would you protect a pawn that doesn't need protection? You're not sure it needs protection.
So what other passes do we have?
Yeah, Queen D7. Queen D7 is
also sensible. Not sure if this is a threat.
Yeah, Queen somewhere followed by Rook A8 maybe, and wait for White to take on A4, and then you start spreading your wings on the king side. Bishop H2 might be a threat in some positions, very, very possibly. Yeah, some move like that is what I would expect Richard to opt for. And apart from Bishop C2,
Also
there's...
not clear if Jan wants this plan.
Well, you still need to connect the rooks, so I think the bishop from B1 has to go somewhere. And Bishop C2, even if you are not planning to take on A4, just reminding Black that this pawn exists, and you have to at least, you know, remember to calculate the variations where it gets dropped is useful.
What if I don't connect anything? If I just play caveman style?
Queen C7, H6. No, I probably blundered something. This I'm not that unhappy about, frankly. But FE.
Maybe this.
And maybe this I'm also not that unhappy about. FG, 96, 94. No, but you have Bishop B3. Or maybe takes, Bishop B3 is even stronger. Going for full value. Or that, yeah. Okay, so C7 maybe is not the ideal square. Let me put it on a better square. I mean, it's a bit awkward, but let's play Queen E7.
No, at least I have a dream of going Rook E1.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't think you're fast enough. I actually will play H6 next move, and your dream will be... Don't let our dreams be memes.
Wouldn't be the first time my dreams don't come true.
You can play Bishop G2, H6, Rook E1, but I will just play Queen D7 and feel...
Yeah, but I want that Rook.
I understand, but the other one is not getting to E1 in time.
Nah.
Can we try? Bishop D2?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about, but that's 94.
No, you take on G5 first.
Oh, you want to take it, okay.
You need to pin this. But Queen E6, I guess, followed by 94. Yeah, that's never gonna work. Oh, that might work. Very exciting position suddenly. We are very, very free with other people's pieces today. Rook A8, I guess, is just the simplest. Or this, but Rook A8 feels very logical just to stop Rook E1 sort of physically.
Yeah, this is not quite enough, even though it's exciting. We'll leave it to Nepo to Jan to figure something out. Kayaking around Jan. I mean, it's hard to discuss this game.
Yeah,
any longer.
It's a very surreal feeling that, you know, they are now playing a perfectly reasonable position, and there's things to say about that position, but they shouldn't be playing anymore. They should be home with very, very contrasting feelings about things. G5, 95, 95. No, he started with bishop takes D5 here.
Black took. He gave the two bishops.
Well, the other one will get traded.
Will it?
Yeah, black is completely fine. Yeah, I'm not sure about C5. C5 is maybe a bit too rash. No, just take C6, go Queen G5.
It's just equally a white in time to...
Yeah, white is in time to get the knight over to whatever square you prefer. G4, E4, F3, one of those. I guess E4.
Yeah,
Knight F3, you can maybe play Queen F6 and claim it's a poor square, but black has, white has Queen E2 there. No, I meant start with...
Yeah.
But even here, maybe Queen E2 first. Knight F3 is not even forced. I don't like that square. I want it on E4. Actually, if white completely consolidates here, if I don't blunder, you've set a trap for me, but I'm trying. Yeah, it's a double tarp. Queen C4 check here, and the tarpy
becomes the tarper.
Yeah.
The other way around.
Yeah, I mean, if I land knight E4 followed by F3, I will claim I'm slightly better. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not without justification even.
No. So that's what Kayakin is hoping, but it looks like black should be in time to do something about it.
Bishop C6 maybe, but that kind of transposes. But maybe
it's...
take. Yes. Probably is a drawn rook endgame.
Sure.
Though, right? Queen G8, Rook G8, F. You think?
Oh, come
Okay, rook a2, rook d1, rook b1, rook e5. It's very, very passive though, and f2 is not hanging. I'm not sure you've made the correct choice there.
Sometimes I don't.
Let's try the other rook. I think the other rook is more attractive. Because here f2 is hanging. Here you might actually be somewhat better with black. Rook a7, rook b2 is not very nice. You have to play king g3 or f3 or something, and I want to go a6, rook e5 and some move. Yeah, probably just a draw.
Draw.
Yeah, to be a fly on the wall when they get informed about...
Levon knows. I'm sure Levon knows. Kayakin is unclear. Probably not, because you don't really revisit that point unless you get some.
No, Karekin feels like he's playing a very logical game where he was faced with some newish idea in the form of bishop b6, f6, and you are responding to it naturally, and yeah.
Do you think he's seen bishop a2?
That actually is possible to miss as well. It's not an obvious tactic. It doesn't exist in very many positions.
Also doesn't work, like rook d3.
Oh, okay. Queen f6.
Bishop b3 doesn't work, so queen f6.
But probably not enough. You need light pieces for this to work. No, king h.
King h1, there's a check, but then.
Well, we can. Yeah, then we can play king h2.
Okay, anyway, we will get this check.
Might be half playable because rook g3 you are somewhat reluctant to make a move like this, but black is also not fast enough to explore this spin. So yeah, like rook a d8, maybe even queen b3 check followed by rook a4 or queen g4. Yeah, queen g4 is a lot more natural. Yeah, a lot stronger.
Yeah, maybe. The beautiful bishop a2 does not quite cut it. That'd be sad.
That is very sad. I like that tactic.
That would mean, yeah, more standard measures should be taken, like c6.
c6, so, frankly, I think bishop c6 might not be a stupid idea. I like it there, and then I might have some use for the d file later in the game. White still plays knight d2. I think nothing changes from the white side, but maybe you can find something cleverer here. And, the fact that you have rook d8 as a move once you move the queen, I think, is kind of useful. Queen d5, knight e4, I think, is a good reply there.
Yeah.
No, I think white just stabilizes, and yeah, black should be fine. Like takes rook d8
to
here.
lose even this, I guess, but
start with rook d8. Yeah, black is just completely fine here.
We'll see what Levon decides on, but now draw is a heavy favorite in this game. Wesley So Ilyanov we haven't talked about much. They're following along the lines of many great predecessors, some of them themselves, especially in Wesley's case. These positions look very harmless because a lot of pieces get exchanged, but white is trying to be the first to get in d4 or get his knights to active post. Sometimes there's some small edge to be had here.
Yeah, d4 has been played, knight e7. A curious looking move, knight d2 instead of something normal like rook e1.
More standard.
But yeah, knight d2, I understand that perhaps he is hinting he might want to play f4 later in the game, and this is a more flexible setup that he's aiming for.
Jay Karpan is saying Jan Kayakin missed a tactic on move 11 in Kayakin game. Am I correct in assuming that you were not watching the show on move 11 in Kayakin game? No, we've covered that plenty, and we will go back to it many a time.
At some point, yeah, but I think there's not a lot to be said apart from what we've already said there.
One problem black always has is, yeah, you need some time to bring this rook back. But here, queen e2, g3 doesn't look like refuting.
No, white is never really aiming to refute anything when he plays these lines. He's aiming to get a position which is ever so slightly better. Rook fe8 played by Pavel, also saying, you want to play f4, be my guest.
I don't think he does.
No, not at the moment. Maybe in some distant future where his pieces are a lot better positioned. Currently, he needs to do something about the knight on c2. And I suspect he is not really in favor of playing d5, which would be, a one drastic measure, which would immediately allow you to play knight e3 next move. Because right now, knight e3 loses a central pawn.
Well, fe8 tempts you a little more, because normally
it does.
You would think with this rook on f8, you don't even consider it because of knight h7, f5. But even this, I always have a very hard time believing white can be better at the structure with just two horses.
especially with only the horses on the board. Like something like c6, c4, a5 or something, and it should be very very level. Harry found a way to keep pieces on the board, which is very commendable. After queen takes e4, he played knight e7, a move I did not very seriously consider.
H4?
Yeah, no, Andreikin, he's not doing this to make a draw. He is doing this to get a position nobody knows anything about and then just play. And H4 is very logical because black more or less declared he will castle kingside here. So he is immediately preparing to meet it by threatening to open up the H file and give a mate of some kind. Castles H5, 95.
Rook E8, 92, there's nothing.
Well, you can do it at any point. So he felt that
Position,
starting with 95, I guess he felt was more precise. And also after 92, if he really feels daredevilish, he can play knight f6, knight takes h5, but that's never going to be very likely. Rook e8 played by Harry. Where does the queen go? f3 is the most natural square. Queen g5 maybe, because you kind of want to stop the white from engaging his king over to c1.
You can also take at queen e7, but then king f1, I guess.
Yeah, I think here king f1 is a lot more comfortable.
Still this position, if I don't get mated, why should I be so worried?
That is a question that has the answer within itself.
I'm not that worried.
Fair enough. Won't argue with that.
No, it feels to me like, I don't know, is this a stretch that Andreikin should be slightly more worried than Hare Krishna?
There's also queen f6 in this position, if you want. Which probably leads to some kind of equality after takes, hg, long castles, and white probably will be able to play d5 later.
After Harry spent 2 tempi earlier to avoid the exchange.
I think it's a slightly better version.
No, of course.
It's a slightly better version, so it's not ridiculous. And queen f3 is on the board, so it's not ridiculous to play queen f6 here, but there probably are more adventurous options.
Queen g5.
Yeah, I quite like queen g5. But once again, king f1. I think it's just safe on f1. And the knight on b8 is just too far away from good squares. You want to develop it to a lot better squares than d7. Although, I mean, it's not that black is worse here. Yeah.
No. Alright, Hare Krishna is fine. We'll see if he ends up being more than fine. And Adiban has settled for this closed structure. This is another one of that I struggled understanding, because when I first came across this, I thought black has to be perfectly fine, because it's like a King's Indian structure where we don't have our bad bishop. But things aren't that easy in practice. First of all, this bad bishop is often extremely useful should the position ever open up with after g3, let's say, or even after black goes for this. And secondly, white does control more space, and this bishop does not really have a role except for supporting g5, g4.
I think it's very likely to get transferred to d7 very soon, where it will be a lot more useful, or at least somewhat more useful, both in attack and in defense. But yeah, it's more of a question how white reacts to all these things, because I don't think you particularly...
You dare to castle is one big question.
I don't think you want to castle kingside here. I think your initiative on the queen side is not has not progressed far enough yet for you to be entirely.
Oops.
Yeah, these things happen, and I noticed that. I mean, I only noticed because you noticed, but our en passant bug is back. Yeah.
Yeah. I've also put it in the last video.
Yeah, the highlights video for round 6, which feature the return of the perennial favorite, the en passant play the move later.
Does it still work? I'm not sure if it works all the time.
I think you need to take on c6 first. You need to show that
to get the idea.
Yeah, you need to get the idea planted in the program's head, and after you do that, you might be able to do it here. Also, maybe
always work.
Actually, I think maybe you need to have the engine running as well. I think we can actually reconstruct it. You play c5 with the engine running. You take on c6 here, then you go back, and you play castles. Black plays a move, and you try taking again, and it doesn't work. It's mysterious. It works sometimes, and it doesn't work most of the other times. So,
Anyway, c5 would be a horrible move because we're allowing it. So,
yeah, no, nobody ever plays c5 in this position. We just got sidetracked by this.
a5 also a bit more double-edged than it looks. It looks very natural, but it's always tricky to move pawns on the side where you're weaker. And in the future, I'm not sure if Radek will dare to go for this. But you could regret something like this because all of a sudden this is going to be very unpleasant.
No, I don't think a5 has played with the idea of taking on before. It's just. But actually, if you're never planning to take, why do you even waste the tempo on this? Yeah.
But still, here, Black does have his own ideas.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
This will get sharp, which Adiman probably is happy with. Radek is a very classical player. He's probably happy with his long-term prospects, but you need to find a square for this king. And you can't just put it here, which you would like doing.
Yeah, if you could castle queenside right now, that move would already have been played.
If you can do this and this, you're thrilled. Or this and knight g4.
Even knight any square.
Anything that doesn't lose the knight. Where do we go from here?
Luki is still thinking.
Why don't you blitz out king f7, Luke? What else are you going to do?
It really is the only move in the position. Everything else is just absolutely horrible. Yeah, it's a bit mysterious why he does these things to himself, and he is a very, very experienced player, and I'm sure he knows that when there's really the only option available to you, you have to put it on the board.
What else could you even consider? Rook g8,
no, all these moves
doesn't look very tempting.
Yeah, no, you immediately feel like you will never ever get out of this alive. And every minute he spends on debating what happens after king f7, he will need later.
That's one of the big points the late Mark Dvoretsky kept explaining to me. If you have one legal move, or one move that doesn't lose, make it, and then worry about what happens after it later. And it's trivial advice, but not always easy to follow, or a lot of people don't follow it.
And I think Luki is probably down to something like 45 minutes now.
Well, he's been doing a lot of thinking. 38. He's thought for 38 minutes in this position, which, is strange. Because even if you can't calculate all the intricacies of king f7, if it's the only move, you just play it, then after knight g5, king g8, or king f8,
you choose a square, yeah.
Well, you start thinking here at the very least.
Yeah. No, it's just wrong to be doing it this way, and I think he's very likely to lose this game later, simply because he will run out of time.
Even if he plays perfectly, time travel blunder move 32 is very likely.
No, that's really looming extremely large on the horizon, and that game is continuing exactly along the lines that we were discussing. They are here, and queen d3 is actually a very decent move as well.
Yeah, Levon didn't exchange here, which gives him some more options.
Yeah, queen d3 is
a good move.
Queen d3 is a good move, fighting for the g file once again. But yeah, I don't really want to pin myself like this, although it might be playable. Who knows? But generally, I think we still think that black is just fine, and it doesn't matter a great deal what he plays here. What's happening in Carlson's game?
He's going for the attack. He allowed this bishop a3 idea, which I'm slightly surprised by, because this d4 pawn is weak. But Carlson is saying it's more important to get started quickly on the king side. And he went for this bishop a3. This, at first sight, might look strange, because this, quote-unquote, is our good bishop, and this is, quote-unquote, the bad white bishop. But it's more important to generate more space for the black pieces, exchanges favor black, and to weaken this d4 pawn. So this is a very standard idea.
Sure, but it does. You do it at the cost of a number of tempi, because like 5 moves ago the bishop was on e7 and the queen was on d8. So black pretty much spent his next 5 moves putting this plan in motion and executing it, while white played c4, knight e5, and f4, all very important moves in the context of what he is trying to do here. Strategically, black is very, very sound, but there will be something happening on the king side. You have to pay attention.
Just to be clear, this bishop a3 idea becomes much more of an idea if white has already played c4, because even if this pawn was on c3, then you would say, I'm not so sure my bishop on b7 is bad. and d4 is never really weak. But here this bishop on b7 can never be too bad, because you can always go dc4. But if you get checkmated, all of this does not really matter. What do you think?
Rook e8 is a move, but I'm not sure which rook. You might also want to return with the queen to some better squares. Like queen d6 might force white to play knight. Well, force is strong, but you might get the e4 square available to you, because all these moves allow knight e4, and that probably is something black would like to happen. But there's queen e3. The move I'm not here, on the previous one. The move I'm uncomfortable about is queen e3, which still keeps everything under control. The d4 pawn is protected, and there's still no knight e4 available to black. And then rook g8, rook ag1, and in these types of positions, white occasionally feels safe enough in the center to even maybe contemplate g4, g5. Although with the bishop on b7, that really is asking for it. Yeah, maybe that was an overstatement. But
you can. Okay, it's not so easy to improve, because knight f3 is always knight e4, queen h3.
Yeah, but maybe it's better with the queen on e3, because maybe you will have some additional ideas connected with c4, c5 in some positions. Who knows?
We'll find out. For now, I would argue the balance has not been disturbed, but it's much more of a game.
Probably not, yeah, but we should be very happy about these developments, because I think due largely in part to Anish's decisions somewhere on move 10, the setups he chose. This is now a very lively position with plenty of promise.
Someone says queen b2 played. I'm not sure if here, but I actually thought about this, and I thought, no, this is silly. White just goes queen e3. What's the point?
People are saying there's some perpetual here, but I'm not exactly...
you take a knight g4. Oh, I missed that.
How is that a perpetual?
I don't know. Bishop h7, queen h3.
No, just queen f4. Why is this? I don't really understand this. But maybe dc4 followed by rook d8 or something.
dc knight c4.
Queen takes g2 mate is a strong.
That's important.
That's a strong move you can maybe make in this position. Yeah. We'll wait for confirmation, because queen b2 is an extremely weird move to even consider. Well, I mean, if it doesn't work, you've placed your queen in a situation where it might not return. It might not return home.
Yeah, but if it works, then you probably go home. While a full-fledged battle against Magnus is not plus EV, even for Anish, even though it's worked great in the past. So
Sure.
he's calculated his way home here. I don't blame
So
him.
let's try this again. Knight e5. There's also d5, but
Sure.
black can actually do pretty much exactly the same. I think knight g4, because it's more or less a fight.
Now that I know this, you can also consider dc4 all the time.
Yes. Yeah, ef cd3 probably is very comfortable for black. Yeah, looks excellent for black. And bishop takes e4. Yeah, rook f1, knight g4, bishop h7. And I think this is why you start with knight g4, because rook fb1 might be awkward. So you go knight g4 here, queen h3, queen d4 check, knight f2 check. But that actually loses, because in this position I get mated, though I lose my queen. But queen d4 check, king h1, maybe I can play h5. Queen d3.
Yeah, this doesn't work.
No, with the queen on d3, there's never any mate. And now queen takes a1, for instance, maybe is a threat even. Although that probably loses the queen takes h5. No, it does become very sharp. And I think maybe queen b2 has been played, because we don't have the auto update checked. And knight ef3 blitzed out by Magnus in reply. So Magnus actually worked all of this out and assumed it's not good. But knight ef3 you can take on c4 and take on f3 and force white to trade the queens off.
Which is what will happen. Probably white's not worse, but it's hard to believe.
Well, this is very comfortable for black. Yeah, rook g8, rook c8, knight goes to that's a good maneuver. Yeah, also knight e8, knight d6 is sometimes a very useful maneuver for black as well.
So easy to play.
Yeah, queen b2 is very impressive bit of calculation from Anish, because it really isn't that obvious that these tactics work, and you have to consider queen b2 to begin with. That I think is maybe the most challenging thing, just to convince yourself this is a candidate you should be calculating.
DCBC has appeared. Bishop f3 will also be played.
Yeah.
Even though, well, maybe he can think if he can wait for one move, but I don't think he's gonna gamble on this.
Yeah, allowing something like queen e3, you might once again get. Yeah, but
still ideas.
Yeah. Maybe you could spend the tempo on rook c8 or rook d8, whichever one you prefer. Rook fd8 maybe. Yeah.
We'll find out, but bishop f3 at the very least gives black pleasant enough endgame. I don't think you win this, but you certainly.
No, I think white runs in with a4, a5 very fast and feels quite. What is going on? Ah, okay, with the bishop on f5, it's no longer. I was about to say,
you go a5 here, right?
Yeah, probably, but then it will be a lot harder to get the knight from d7 anywhere. And
no, it looks equal.
Yeah, I thought Ricci blundered knight f7, but with the bishop on f5, this is no longer a tactic that exists. Black is much better, no? Because if you have to go back, even knight h4, knight takes f5 is just like... Black is strategically close to winning, I think, after the knight h3, knight h4.
So no violence.
Well, I can't find the follow-up because, yeah, once again, just to point out, queen h5, knight takes h5, which was previously not a move you could make, is currently a bit strong. And knight h4 is still a threat. Knight e6, rook e6 is another thing that sometimes works but doesn't here. And you end up being down a ton of material.
Yes, doesn't work at all. So if you have to go back, which would be very sad.
No, knight h3, knight h4, queen d3. And I can even start with knight e4. You can also take on f5, queen f5 and make some kind of a move, rook e6 maybe.
This, once again, doesn't feel like it's enough, does it?
Yeah, we were discussing this in a similar situation and we didn't believe it then, and we probably don't believe it here because there's currently not a shred of a threat anywhere. Like I can play a move of some description, rook e4 maybe. Bishop e7 is an ugly move to make, but it might be very effective. Just get your pieces out of the way.
It is pretty hard to believe.
Yeah.
It's also pretty hard to believe that Luke just refuses to make a move here. This is a sign of, well, being a bit punch-drunk and also not being used to this level of competition. Because I've been there myself. If you're a bit out of shape and you're running into preparation by a very dangerous opponent, you just sit there, try to calculate forever. But this is a weird position to start doing it. Because you blitz out this, and now, even if you thought here for half an hour, then I'd find a lot more.
This I could justify because all three moves appear possible, and you do have an important choice in front of you. But yeah, thinking in the position they have on the board is just, I think, criminal.
I believe we will go on a brief break now that the first fireworks are out of the way and that Magnus Carlsen's queen has disappeared from the board, and then we'll come back to tell you all about the action. We might even visit the challengers, but that's not a guarantee. Thank you for staying with us so far. We'll be back shortly.
Early odds when we were talking about chess a lot with Grishuk, and he was telling me that like whenever somebody played a6 against him, just played the knight off against him, he felt okay, this game I won, let's start preparing for the next one. And we've progressed from that point to a 6a3 as a reply. In the first two rounds of the first strong tournament of the year, we have 6a3 played by the two perhaps biggest figures of 2016. very curious.
All he has to do is to play the move rook to d2, continue with the same plan of going knight d3 and rook f2 check. So natural. And even after rook g1, which is Wesley's idea, you can just take that off and play knight d3 again. And all you need to do is land a queen over to the g file and it's mate.
Welcome back, everybody. We've made it past the opening phase of round number 7 in the Tata Steel chess tournament, the Masters, with a series of unfortunate events happening, especially, well, I'm not sure if unfortunate, depending on which side you're rooting for, but shocking events in the game. Kayakin, Aronian, f6 was played, and white to move can win a piece here.
Yeah, we've shown the solution, and also I guess there was plenty. Knight d7 is insane by every standard. Knight b4 doesn't change anything at all. Yeah, c5, and I was trying to even imagine the scenario in which you don't resign here. It's very difficult to even make moves. I'm not sure one would have continued. You can play some positions where you have quote unquote positional compensation for the piece, but yeah, just horrible. If you're very lucky, maybe you can get 2 pawns for the piece and continue bishop b3, queen b3, queen d5, and
I think you'll resign.
But in general, I think in most cases you just resign out of shame here because you just feel so horrible about this.
Anyway, that's one very dramatic event of the round so far. Slightly less dramatic, but still bad news for Van Velde fans is what happened in the Wei Yi Van Velde game, where Wei Yi got one of his trademark sharp, very direct bishop g5 Sicilians, and Luke was not all that well prepared for the opening. Apparently they've been following some well-known games, or some games at least. This has all been played before.
Yeah, I had a feeling I've seen this position before.
And here Luke, after thinking for almost an hour, made a serious mistake by playing knight c5.
We only see the 2 lines on our screen, and we'll switch them off as well in a second. But I have a feeling that if you increase the number of lines here, the first 4 will be hugely in favor of white. This really doesn't look like a very good move.
Knight takes g7 is good for white, no surprise there. And there's also the equally strong b4, queen b4, knight c7 check, followed by knight d5. Which is not a surprise, the king has to go here or here.
Yeah, regardless of where it goes, you go knight 3 d5, knight takes d5, and then you include the e-pawn in the attack, or queen g4 check as the case may be, depending on where the king is. And another thing to say about this is that Wei Yi is exactly the kind of player who will see this in an instant. Even if he doesn't know what the answer to knight c5 is, this will not be something that will tax him necessarily.
He doesn't make mistakes here. He's spending time because he's trying to decide which is more clear cut. Because this apparently is also extremely strong on knight d5.
Yeah.
How does this work? Takes
bishop d4 check just crushes.
h5 check.
Even stronger, yeah. I had a feeling even queen d4 check was quite strong. I mean, so queen d5 check was probably also very good. Here it's mate, but yeah, the other move was probably also reasonably decent. Yeah. Plus 21 right now on our screens.
Yeah, this looks like it should end.
And yeah, that switches to my mate in 13. That's not going to end well. Both choices are extremely strong for Wei Yi. And the thing about knight c5, and the thing why I'm so confused is that, let's say we go knight g7, king f7, and simply knight f5. You've given up a third pawn. And yeah, this is now playable for black. It's worse for black, but sort of playable. But compared to the positions you would have gotten after king f7, having the g7 pawn still alive is extremely important here.
Yeah, it's strange.
Luki is just not playing particularly well in this event, and then it's a difficult event to play in,
For sure.
frankly.
I didn't think I would have to go on this rant, but I was reading the chat a bit during the break, and people are asking, what is Van Velde doing in this tournament? Which I don't understand. He's 2-6-95, but even if he wasn't, he's like, I don't know, a 7-time Dutch champion. You're having a 14-player event in the Netherlands, and you don't want Luke playing? Why?
No, it's...
I don't understand.
Yeah, we've been on this topic every day, and Luke is a friend.
Normally we're defending Anish. Like, why do I have to defend Luke now?
No. Luke is obviously a friend of us both, but he isn't even necessarily outrated by all that much in this event, and he is...
He's outrated by 11 points in this game.
Yeah, It's no, it's just a very strange topic to even begin discussing. I very much support the idea of organizers inviting local players, and I understand that there are youngsters which maybe could have been more interesting to see in terms of future development, but they're all playing in the big group.
Yeah.
And they will eventually get the chance to play in the Masters if they become good enough.
There's that, and also if you have Luke around, you normally get exciting games. Not very often at his expense, because he's not like he doesn't try to equalize and force draws against the world's best. But we are talking about this game.
Yeah.
We're not talking that much about Nepomniachtchi Rapport. Nepomniachtchi, another guy who's not in great shape so far in this event, right? He got in trouble here. Rapport.
And
I saw the machine running, and it gives knight f7 as the best move here. King f7, queen h3. What's that?
I have no idea. And also I think maybe it wasn't deep enough. Maybe bishop c2. Bishop c2 I could understand slightly better. Or bishop d3 or something, with the idea of queen h5. But that also after knight f8 doesn't seem to be doing nearly enough. No, but the problem is, and the reason the machine even is suggesting knight takes f7 is that after knight h3, knight h4, white's position is just incredibly unpleasant from a simply strategic viewpoint. Rook e6 is quite strong here, and what Richard has done, white can take on h6. White can take on h6, but even there, even with a full extra pawn, black probably gets. There could be immediate things that are wrong with bishop h6, but even if black just plays positionally, the queen side is just the structure is so much in black's favor that I think even endgames a pawn down might be better for black. And Jan already decided not to do this. I assume because of takes and rook e2.
He's also bad at bishop takes h6s. He missed it yesterday against Giri. Maybe he missed it today.
Yeah, he didn't miss it here. He just didn't like takes rook e2, where it becomes very awkward for him. But his choice, I also feel like, well, yeah, the knight lands on c4, and then black starts using the pawn majority on the king side, and the pawn on b2 is eternally weak. This is a horrible position.
This looks strategically lost.
Yeah, I would not disagree with that at all.
Bishop f4 played. It's important to keep this bishop alive, because if you take and allow this knight to get here.
If you trade it, you're still better, but nowhere near by the same. Yeah, you never trade this pair of bishops off. Yeah. Also g5, king g7, king g6, f5 is a very simple plan. The knight on h3. I mean, you can transfer it over to d3, but it's not doing very much there as well. And yeah,
even that might not be so easy, because you also have to deal with too many enemy.
Yeah, you have to start. There's a number of problems with white position here. Yeah.
One thing I was surprised in during my computer-infused break, the computer was very happy with Magnus's position here. Like, I thought, okay, maybe black is not better, but it wouldn't have crossed my mind that white is much better. You can argue about Anish's moves here. a5 might be an option and so on.
Knight b8 c6 immediately may have been a smart thing to attempt, because yeah, I'm very surprised he's taken with a knight. That one I am.
But even before, after ab, I would still consider this position to be roughly equal, but computer says white is seriously better.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah, the one they have on the board right now.
This is odd. You're allowing
Rook f c1, he played knight c8, and I guess he's saying, I will land this knight on f5, no matter what you do, and then you will be so tied up with the protection of the d4 pawn that I will have enough counterplay.
He's playing a dangerous game. Also, will this knight always land on f5? Okay, can go bishop d3.
You go knight e7 and you threaten both knight f5 and knight c6, and no, it might not be all that horrible. You pick white here, especially now that the c-pawn is an actual passer, but it might not be as horrible as all that.
Okay, let's continue the Van Vele discussion. So you think they should have picked Van Foreest instead of Van Vele? And I'm sure these discussions are held on a yearly basis over there. But even if we just look at ratings, Van Vele is 2695, Van Foreest is 2610. that is 90 rating points. Like, you're arguing Luke shouldn't play in the tournament because he's outrated, outmatched, right? It is still a major difference. And they've had varying numbers of Dutch players in the tournament. Lamy played. I was there twice as a second to Jan Smeets in the A group in Wijk aan Zee. So I actually find it very enjoyable the way, or very good for Dutch chess in particular, the way Wijk aan Zee organizers are handling this. They are making sure to give the locals a chance against the very best, and also to have the youngsters play an interesting tournament as well in the Challengers group, because we haven't talked about it much today, but they have 14 young, very strong players in the Challengers group from where you can qualify to the Masters.
Yeah, 14 is maybe an overstatement, but there's a lot of them there.
Well, there are 14 players, not all of them are young.
Yeah, that was my point. And we also got proven completely wrong by Ajiban. Let's go there for a second. Well, we said that the C pawn will not be touched by black at any moment in time. First, G3. G3 we did not really...
I did not see that move. Probably a strong move. Yeah, obviously F3, H3 I did. Just didn't see that move. Tactical.
But Queen G5, at least originally, the machine says takes and Queen G5 was playable and decent there. But Adiban decides not to get involved with any of this.
But now he's just worse. If the king side is closed, you have to do something else.
Yeah, now I understand why he played C6. Yeah, because with the closed king side, you need to create counterplay from somewhere, and he does play C6 here.
Because if you wait, White will just, in the distant future, play b4 and then torture you for 1,000 moves, preparing c5 or other breakthroughs on the queen.
You don't play knight d3 immediately because you don't want to trade it for the knight on c5. But
I meant in the very
yeah, exactly. Once you establish b4, then the knight comes to c3, and actually stopping c5 might not be such an easy thing. And yeah, c6 happened, takes, and Radek felt obliged to play b4 immediately, which is slightly surprising because I think with a pawn on g4 you can afford to castle kingside already.
Sure. Nothing wrong with it. Maybe he wants to stop knight c5. Knight
maybe, yeah. But the reason I'm mentioning it is that by doing this, he's forced to recapture on a1 with a bishop, which is slightly, well, not slightly, which is seriously worse for white compared to recapturing with the rook.
I have a feeling he might have been happy to, or, well, of course it's worse, but he might have been happy to induce that, provoke this action anyway. No, there's play on the queen side. Who knows?
Yeah, and the position has become a lot sharper, I think, because there is still some potential for counterplay on the king side for black. There is something happening in the center, which probably favors white here, but still something is happening. And yeah, I probably still like this with white, but he will have to be careful to control all the possible sources of counterplay Adiban might have here.
Yeah, it's a mess. I'd still take white. Bishops. You go rook a1. You don't get checkmated.
Yeah.
But yeah, it can get very messy, for sure. What's our boy Dmitry Andreikin? Not sure if he's our boy, but what is he doing?
I think he's doing reasonably well right now because you can just castle here.
Queen f6 was played, and Andreikin refused to exchange queens.
Yeah, you just castle queenside here. Black, I guess, plays something like knight a6. And I guess you take on d5 and go knight c3 and... yeah, knight c3... Everybody's fine here, I have a feeling.
This.
Possibly, but... No, black is untroubled, but... Unless we blunder this pawn, which would be... This probably doesn't work. This is just one check. I think you're overstating the attack here.
Yeah, just making
rook e7, and yeah, things will start going back. It seems like a fairly balanced position what they have on the board right now. You could also maybe make an argument for castles long knight d7 to bring it over to f6 and to make sure that nothing happens on the king side. Aim it at the e4 square. Should be around equal. Black is fine. Not sure if black is better.
Wesley So has done what we were debating. Well, maybe there was just nothing better for him to do. He's closed the position after, well, waiting for one more move. A5, rook, ac8. Not sure what that's about. d5 and knight e3. He's saying you don't really have any fast counterplay on the king side. After a5, you're unlikely to go c6 because my knight will land here.
Yeah, in particular the way pieces are positioned. Yeah, c4 you have to calculate now any knight to c4, to c6. Sorry, I keep on mispronouncing squares. Really do need to get my head checked.
Head check? Do they have doctors that like look into your psyche?
Possibly. There could be full, like, separate, what's the word? No. It's disappeared. I need to get my head checked. It reinforces our previous point.
I would totally get a shrink, and I'm not even kidding, because first of all, I'm slightly worried about going mad. Not so much today, but in the long run. I'm also not kidding about this, but I'm too cheap. That is really the main reason I don't have a shrink. You think it would be a good investment to get one? I have a feeling they're expensive. I haven't actually looked into it, but I would love to go talk to a shrink.
Yeah, I have sort of literary slash TV reasons to feel this might not be such a great idea.
Sopranos?
In Treatment more than Sopranos.
Yeah, that's frustrating stuff.
Yeah. In Treatment is one of the saddest things I've ever watched. One of the best things I've ever watched as well. But that show, show me someone who will not get depressed after watching In Treatment, like binge watching In Treatment for about a week. And
maybe if you have a tendency to binge watch In Treatment, you do need a shrink.
Yeah, that quite obviously is true. But
anyway, I think it's a good idea. And I think we need to take the stigma out of getting mental help. It's just as normal.
I don't think it is stigmatized all that much.
Not so much anymore, right?
Not so much anymore, I think. Yeah, I think it's...
In Europe, it's still a lot more unusual than in the States, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody personally that in Europe that at least has told me that they're getting...
No, I know somebody.
Attending a shrink. Well, I know quite a few in the US.
No, I know some Europeans, but yeah, it's not nearly as widespread.
I would tell you guys, but I have a feeling it costs money. Back to... I don't know, this is a premium show, even this costs money. Back to Wei Yi's...
So we opted for
demolition.
For one of the two lines which seemingly were crushing, unsurprising, and yeah, Luke is not going to get out of this alive. Queen a5 looks like the only move you can make, and then e5 just crashes through.
What are we missing in the chat?
People are still debating the inclusion of the local players, I think.
Yeah, no, it's two different discussions. Like, about including local players, I don't even feel like it's worth having a discussion, especially if there's enough spots in the tournament. And about which local players to include, you can have this discussion, and I'm sure they're having it every year. And like, there's normally also financial considerations involved in all these things.
And also, it's in Vike they're less obsessive about this, but what you mentioned about Luke outrating Van Ferres, for instance, by almost 100 points, it's not only that Van Ferres quite possibly would have been also very outmatched in this tournament. They have to consider the average rating of the tournament.
Yeah, in Vike I don't think that's, as you said, it's a consideration, but your normal super tournament, it is prestigious to have an average rating of 2770, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, Vike is, I guess, the most relaxed about this, but they still care to a degree. And, 90 points is a lot to sacrifice just in order to appease some Lukey haters.
Yeah, and there is also... No, I'm not sure that's the point. No. Anyway, Luke is in real big trouble. Let's look at some
people in chat are saying he is still a piece up. Yes, he is still a piece up, but that really isn't a very relevant part of the assessment here, because he is completely discoordinated, and I would say he is only a piece up. If he was...
How do you keep the piece?
Well, you can make moves which this knight b6, knight a8 just wins on the spot. No, it's either a3 or a5, I think. Well, you can play queen b5, but that also allows rook b1.
I'm curious about this here. I'm not sure if this is
I think e5 just crashes through, frankly.
Yeah, Wei Yi's not gonna be worried about winning back material. He's gonna be.
I think e5 is just. I mean, you play bishop e6 and you hope the best white has is knight e7, queen d6, and bishop c5. After which you're
Which is
completely.
not terrible.
Yeah, it's not a horrible choice, but you play rook h8 here and you continue the game.
Yeah, kind of true.
Yeah. And actually, you will draw maybe 2 out of 10 here.
Two pawns down.
Yeah, you don't draw 2 out of 10 here. You draw 1 out of 10 here because your bishop is actually now somewhat nicer than the white bishop. Sorry, but there probably is a way to just continue going for mate here, which just wins. Very, very possibly. Like, no, that doesn't work. I thought I had it, but
We're not Wei Yi.
we're not way. But after queen a5, let's look at other options for white as well. Something like, even if you play something slow like rook b1, I'm not at all sure black just gets out of the corner. But that does feel a bit too slow. Bishop e6, I take on e7, I take on c5, and I take on b7. I pick white here as well.
Yeah,
But maybe that's not
Black
fast
still
enough.
picks
King
up.
f8, I guess, and I don't have mate because I have queen e5 there in the end. I thought I was just crashing through even here. But yeah, something will be found. At the very least, while white will have this option of playing e5, knight e7, queen d6. I don't think black can fight against that. But there could be something even stronger.
Another thing with this ongoing discussion about people that deserve spots in the Masters, because I'm reading some names like Ivanchuk now in the chat, it takes 2 to play in this Masters. It takes the organizers to invite the player and the player to accept. And I'm not 100% sure, we can name other names, Caruana, Nakamura, Kramnik, Anand, that none of these players were invited.
Yeah.
It's not like the organizers decide we have this field and people are obliged to play. You need to agree on stuff.
Well, we don't know which ones of them were invited.
No, I don't know anything.
Yeah,
but mentioning.
But I think it's a very safe bet that some of them, if not all of them, were asked if they wanted to play, and you don't see them in the field. So, yeah, I think in Luki's game, in particular, the combination of the position on the board and the time situation is,
Let me just briefly cheat and switch on Mr. Program. Yeah, e5 bishop e6.
Yeah, but then
now we
bishop-
got the main line, right?
Yeah,
but ed is also winning here.
yeah, EG is winning, and also in the position we were discussing, apparently knight e7, rook to king e7, EG is stronger than queen d6 even.
Sorry?
You can take on e7 and then take EG, and even that apparently is winning for some reason.
This is coming.
Yeah, some queen h5 stuff that works even there, which shows you just how much margin white has in these positions.
Wei Yi is taking, actually he's not taking his time because Luke is once again thinking here after knight d5. Luke is down to 18 minutes, Wei Yi has an hour 20. It looks bad for Luke. He's going to lose this game 97% of the time.
Yeah, and Vike and Jib always clash. Thisbe. They're both reasonably long tournaments, and January is just not. You can't stretch January not to clash these two things. I mean, if Vike started on the 3rd or something, but that's not a workable solution. There are vacations and things. And in the top game of the day, Anish did manage to transfer the knight from c8 to c6, and you feel that
Let's go back here.
yeah, he probably isn't doing all that horribly here. I mean, Vice still has some pressure, but I think you generally defend these positions.
This is a nice square. No, he should hold.
Well, I mean, after c5, it's still not going to be a ton of fun. Like bishop b5 is an idea. If you play knight d5, I have knight d5 as an idea. And
Feels like this pawn is too weak to get into too much.
yeah,
trouble.
I mean, the issue for black is that the blockading square on c6 is a light square. Therefore, the bishop on e2 will actually participate quite actively in trying to dismantle that blockade.
But if you put this bishop on f2, black is playing
black
forward.
is better. Yeah, black is a lot better there. But yeah, we'll see. You pick white, but draw should be favored. And in Nepomniachtchi Rapport, yeah, that is an incredibly unpleasant endgame.
Well, we've talked about this. Knight b6.
Yeah, knight b6 is fine. Also,
Or you
also,
plan
yeah,
to perhaps
the expansion on the king side also makes perfect sense. And Luke played queen a3. I don't think it makes, frankly, a blind bit of difference, and might even be somewhat worse compared.
Yeah.
Yeah, because now the machine immediately points out that the idea of putting the queen on f3 and creating a threat of knight e7 and bishop g5 winning the queen on a3 is crushing. White basically just wins the bishop on a7 for nothing here. Black cannot avoid it. Yeah, no, this is just horrible. This is just horrible and somewhat painful to watch because Luke has done it to himself, frankly.
That's how he does it.
Not by playing the Najdorf, but by not really checking what people have been doing in these lines and going for the sharpest possible reply.
That's one thing, but I also have, like, for 15 years, I'm having the conversation with Luke that he's a very strong technical player, but he lacks a sense of danger when it comes to his own king being checkmated. And that's a bad thing if you play the Najdorf. So if Luke played the Berlin or the Marshall or whatever, wherever your king is safe, I think he'd be a stronger player. But he's enjoying himself too much in these Najdorfs.
Yeah, he feels it's part of who he is, playing the Najdorf consistently against the best in the world. And he does occasionally beat these guys with black even, but
not often. His score is pretty bad with the Najdorf.
No, but you do have to factor in the level of opposition he is facing. He is
but his rating performance is bad with the Najdorf, given his rating.
Sure, no argument, and I agree with your original statement as well that he would have done quite well with something a lot drier. But yeah, he is not gonna because he's not doing this for the sake of the rating.
A leopard cannot change his spots. And also, Luke plays a lot of chess, and he's mainly playing open tournaments where it's a big advantage to be able to play the Najdorf or sharp Sicilians compared to my boring e4, e5 positions trying to win the Scottish 4 knights every game. It's not as much fun. So it goes both ways.
Yeah, that is a very fair point. And in the position they have on the board, both e5 and queen f3 are game over. Yeah, this also just completely destroys the black position, and it's not surprising, because apart from arguably the rook on a1, it's only one move away from a very good square. Every single white piece is in the attack, and black really you need to have a lot more material to return, to be able to return to defend positions like this. A piece for a pawn is never going to be enough here with the king on d8.
Things are not looking good. In Kayakin Aronian, play has developed along the lines which you mentioned earlier, stabilizing for white. But if you manage, you have a tiny edge, right?
Not really, because he is one tempo short once again.
We can take it.
Yeah, he needs the rook on e2, and then he would be a bit better. But I think it's time to just snap everything off. And I think maybe he thinks this rook ending is a bit better for him. I mean, Sergei, but king g6 I think is the... Rook f4, rook e4, rook e2 maybe is also good. But yeah, this is the simplest and the most practical solution. Just go king g6, rook f7.
Yeah, even king f6,
rook f2 is very strong. But I do think it's time to take on e4, because allowing rook d2 I think would be a bit careless.
Yeah, at one point down the stretch, this knight would move, and this would become really...
Yeah, or even perhaps even knight f2 next move without the preparation of rook d2 might be a problem for black. Yeah.
Does it happen to you that nonsensical lines like this enter your head? Because
they do, but as a kind of a curia, it's h5 is not really a move you even necessarily want to make.
I'm aware of that. It's still there.
No, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, you do get these mind worms, and it's surprisingly difficult to shake them off sometimes.
Especially without the help of a shrink.
Yes.
Rook a3 played by Wesley. He's hinting at rook b3. Sometimes this becomes a target after you fixed it on b7. Pawn won't get lost, but he's also preparing for black opening the king side when he wants to keep him a little busy.
Yeah, rook b3 and also even c4, rook e3 or rook f3 later if black does push f5. So. Yeah.
Still, the usual Gioco piano action, where things move a little more slowly than in the knight of bishop g5.
Yeah, that I think is a very safe bet.
Pramod NVS is saying, I feel Adiban will crash through against Radek, so that probably means Radek is slightly better. Let's have a look. You never know.
No, there's a forced variation right now which appears to lead to some kind of a... Yeah, I wanted to say...
Strong, eh?
It is very unpleasant. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, that because Radek, at least for the time being, was forced to abandon the A file, there are now all these variations you need to calculate, which, I mean, the rook should not have been allowed anywhere near the A2 square. The fact that the rook is on A2 is...
Rook E2, rook C6 is fine, but there's this move, which is sort of a double attack, right?
Yeah, but here you have rook D6, rook E2, G5, and the variation continues. Probably is a draw of some sort, but it gets very, very sharp suddenly.
Well, yeah, this, of course, Adiban, another expert calculator. This, well, you start looking at this move before you look at rook D8.
Of course, yeah.
And he probably will go there.
No, I think it's the... Most people would just blitz out rook A2 here. You don't want to be playing rook D8 in positions like this.
Yeah, all you really need to calculate is... Well, the line I just showed. You need to see bishop D7, I believe, because here this is probably just bad.
Well, even this might be okay, because after HG4 you get a ton of counterplay on the king side, but yeah. Bishop D7 is not a difficult move to find.
And Schachpirat CH is saying, congrats, Peter. Anish is playing the line you just showed. High praise. I was 5 on the board.
Yeah, we were discussing, a very logical continuation from that position. I mean, it's not that stunning that we managed to get some of these moves right. They are very, very natural. Knight G7, Knight C7. I'm not sure which one is better.
The computer keeps saying that Magnus is significantly better here, which I still find surprising.
Yeah, it is a bit mystifying why it likes White's position so much. So let's just switch it off and not
go away.
Yeah, and I'm a bit, but once again, this is Richard Rapport we're talking about. He made a decision I would not have made, I think, under any circumstances.
Whoa, he went rook E4?
Yeah, why would you give White targets to actually create counterplay against?
He wants a sharper game. He wants it to be a race. 4 versus 2 against 4 versus 2. But you didn't have to.
Well, his 4 versus 2 is a lot better, obviously, because of the pawn on A4, which kills off the A3 B2 structure. It's more that he created this pawn on A4, which he now will have to defend.
Okay, you want F5?
G4?
Then yeah, G6.
Takes knight G1.
This is all of a sudden awkward, yeah.
Yeah, takes knight G1. Maybe you're on time. Maybe you can play king f7, king e6, rook a5, and claim that you're perfectly fine. And well, if those pawns don't drop, you are very happy. But let's say go c4 here. Even, I mean, seriously, c4 followed by d5 check. You could also just lose these pawns in some. I mean, here I think after c4 white is just better, because knight f6 I even have bishop c7 to consider, or bishop e5. Suddenly there is counterplay where there was none, and there was no prospect for any counterplay. And Wei Yi chose a third move, which we did not really consider, which is, it's always slightly surprising when he just doesn't blitz out the absolute perfect line in any position, but this probably also wins.
Not in any position, but in very sharp.
Yeah, no, yeah, I mean in these positions. I guess his idea is to just play knight c4, knight takes d6 against anything. Yeah, that's also perfectly serviceable. But yeah, both e5 and queen f3 were winning on the spot.
This is not terrible.
No. No.
Wei Yi's gonna win.
Yeah, not meant as a criticism, just as an expression of admiration-based surprise is what I'm going for here. He generally just plays as a very strong engine in sharp positions all by himself. There's no implication there of any hanky-panky. He is just a fantastic calculator.
He's good at this.
Yeah.
Thisbe is asking, there is a difference, maybe it's not a question, there's a difference between a therapist and a psychiatrist. Yes, there is.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't need a psychiatrist just yet, but a therapist might not be the worst idea in the world. I think that's the...
that's the implication.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Psychotherapist? Therapist.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I go with shrink, it's less defined.
Okay. not gonna argue that definition with you.
I don't know it. I wish I could argue. But yeah. What have we got today? Let's do a summary. Magnus Carlsen played a weird opening where, yes, c3 doesn't really fit in. Then however, since Anish put his bishop on e7 and not on d6 directly, which I'm still curious why he didn't, he got his tempo back to play c4, which should be roughly equal. Anish later on went for a very direct queen b2, forcing simplifications apparently. They got this endgame, which going in here, we thought only black could be better, which maybe was a bit of a stretch, or I thought so. This was done. The computer really likes white. We believe Anish should hold. Nepomniachtchi, bad day. Rapport just took a curious decision with rook e4. But still looks like black is in charge, even though it got a lot more double-edged after rook e4. Wei Yi is gonna break through against Luke, who was not familiar with the opening intricacies, spent way too much time, and no pun intended, and then went knight c5, where king f7 was the only move.
The most remarkable game of the day, I think, still is this one, where both players failed to notice that c3, c4 on move 11 would have essentially just finished the game, because this wins a full piece. Well, not a full piece, black does get a pawn for it, but yeah, resignation would not have been completely out of order in this position. And yeah, instead white played d4, and a somewhat normal position arises, which they've been playing for a while. And Lev has just taken a decision we were somewhat critical of, because this does allow, even the immediate knight f2 once again needs to be calculated, because, well, I guess he wants to play queen g5, and if you play rook d2 there, rook takes f3 might be winning. So he feels that he is still in, no, bishop, I think rook takes queen g3 was my point. Or queen f4 check if you play something like knight e4. Seems to work, but obviously white is not obliged to blunder this tactic, and also white could arguably start with rook d2 in the current position, making sure everything is completely under control, and only playing knight f2 after, for instance, rook e3, making sure nothing ever hangs.
Maybe he played king h8 to prepare my great plan of h5, h4.
Possibly, yeah. And you play h5, h4, and then the knight lands on g4, and you cry. Somewhat curious decision, because I think it would imply that Lev thinks he is pushing here, because bishop takes e4. I'm pretty sure he knew bishop takes e4 was a draw. And I'm not sure why he would think he is better in this position.
Yeah, it's very hard to believe black could be better.
Yeah, there are really no active plans. Even if, let's say, you push h5, h4, and white just passes for the next 15 moves, there are no ways to improve. You can take on e4 and give me one check on g3, but it will always only be one check. Yeah, very, very confusing. No, not as confusing as what happened before in that game, but still somewhat confusing. In the Andreikin Hare Krishna game, a lot of pieces came off in the first 10 moves, but now the position is about as sharp as it could get from that line.
Is white maybe better?
I'm not sure. It depends on how easily he can stabilize on the queen side, because b3, rook ac8, you feel kind of awkward, because maybe you can play king b1, because king b2 you give the f2 pawn check. Sorry, f2 pawn with check. So you probably play king b1, and you will be slightly better if black panics for some reason and plays queen f5 check, but I don't think black needs to. Yeah, that is...
This is serious.
Yeah, that is not very pleasant, in particular because knight on b6 is so stupid. But I guess after king b1 you can just play, well, rook c6 or something like that, and claim that you don't really understand why you should be worse. Rook d3, f3, but if I'm really, really worried about this, I can play rook f6 in this position. Ask you to play f3, and then this plan will no longer be a part of the conversation. No, I think black is fine.
Right. Adiban is still contemplating rook to a2. If he finds it, he seems to be at least fine, and it will be Wojtaszek who has to be careful. So something was a
Maybe
little
he's
off
worried
last
about
time,
c5, bishop c4, but I don't think he should be.
Interesting.
Doesn't feel like the kind of position in which this will be horribly strong, but could be the reason why the move hasn't been played yet.
How do you react?
I'm not sure. I spotted the idea exists and I wanted to mention it because as white you would very much like to have some play. All the variations we were discussing earlier were really one-way traffic. Let's take with the d pawn, bishop c4 I assume. Yeah, I don't know, maybe it's not that stupid.
Is this possible? b5.
b5 was worrying me. But maybe even d takes c4 followed by 3.
This could go either way. Maybe it goes black's way.
No, I think it generally goes black's way, yeah. But d5, maybe I can just take on d5, take on b6 and claim that. But then probably, no, knight takes bishop c4, I'm probably quite happy about that. You do have some exchange sacrifices, but they don't seem like I should be worried. And here I will take on b6. But
Are you happy?
yeah, knight g4, knight g5, all these moves. Maybe c5, d5 is quite strong. Yeah, I like your solution.
Wesley So against Elyanov. Still, yeah, this is a nuisance, but this is also a bit of a nuisance. It feels equal to me.
Yeah, generally I think these positions are close to equality, if not just equal, because I think white will eventually have to plant a knight on e4, it will get traded off for the knight on h7, and we will have some 4-rook position in which, yeah, b7 is a bit weak, but how do you exploit it?
I do agree. Lordy24 is saying, way like Caruana, good calculator. I thought he misspelled and he meant we like Caruana, but he says way he is like Caruana, good calculator. Well, Caruana is a bit more complete, which the rating shows. Caruana is 2-8-20. Way is still 100 points behind, but in positions like the one on the board, I don't disagree. There's not a lot of people you would choose over Wei Yi in this situation.
Yeah. Well, he'd be very near the top of the list, in specifically in these Sicilians where you should be very ready to sacrifice pieces. And yeah,
Absolutely.
knight before, I mean queen before played, he will take on d6, and you get the feeling white at the very least will win his material back with dividends. And there's also the clock situation to consider.
How much time does Luke have? Well, queen b4 probably didn't take him much time. It's down to 10 minutes.
Yeah, move 20, he's down to 10 minutes, and he played knight d3.
Knight d3. Whoa.
Yeah, looky.
Tactics.
Let's try and refute this, and then we can maybe be done with this game.
Can't be that hard.
Yeah, shouldn't be. The point, of course, is that knight c8, black plays queen takes c1, which is...
Any knight move.
Yeah.
Except check. Like, you think this is winning, but this is legal.
After queen d3, black has to take with the queen, and
Here maybe just somewhere, but
yeah, it feels like maybe this is the beginning of the solution, but I'm not 100% sure.
you can go here.
Yeah, queen f6 I thought was the only move.
Let's say here. Because bishop f6, e5 wins, right?
Yeah, I assume so.
Well, at the very least, we
Bishop
can
g5
win.
here is completely
Ah,
winning.
bishop g5.
Yeah, bishop g5 is just GG. Bishop 6 rook a1. Geometry.
This, how does this continue?
Queen either e6 or g6. You need to pick a light square to somehow survive.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the cleanest
No.
way anymore.
That's why I was so surprised that he didn't go for either e5 or queen f3. In particular, queen f3. Queen f3 was a very, very appealing solution on move 18.
But there has to be some simple win here, which is just not as simple. Well, we can grab the rook if we
Yeah, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure we're so happy about this. You really have to be very, very convinced it gets out. Like bishop b6.
Doesn't actually look like it gets out.
No, I don't know who's better. a2 is very weak. I mean, even if black only picks up the a pawn, I'm not sure who's better. And the knight is still stuck. Oh, we can just take on d3 and take on d6, but once again, game will continue.
Oh yeah, that's important. No. Oh, cute.
Yeah, rook d1, king wherever, rook d6. But I think we lose the a2 pawn. And yeah, bishop e5, and of course you win. And also you are incredibly sad because now you will have to play this endgame for another 25 moves because black will not give up with the outside passer available to him.
But he actually went with a 4 against
Yeah,
1.
no, you are definitely winning this. Yes. Rook g8
You also
a3.
went more slowly. But
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think this one is completely resignable, and the other one black can pretend for a while, because here there's just no rooks come off, you still lose. So there's no way you draw this position. So I guess there's the prosaic option for white: just take on d3, take on d6, go rook d1, take on d6.
this is out of the question
for
various reasons.
Yeah, that is the simplest one. Yeah. No, you always take with the queen, and we suspect that maybe some quiet moves win as well. But there's
we can do this.
Yeah, that's an improvement. Yeah, that's an improvement. King c7, rook d6 takes. Yeah, bishop f4, bishop takes c6. Yeah, sorry, bishop b8. Yeah, and then you stabilize for about 3 moves. But, yeah.
That's two extra pawns.
Yeah, with 2 pawns, you never ever get anywhere close here with black. Yeah, rook e1 e7, yes, as Jan correctly indicated. Just once the g7 pawn falls or is traded off for anything, you just resign.
He has probably seen this and is looking for something better because he doesn't want the endgame, but it does look good. Is there some direct win? Checking what the chat says. Chat forward. Okay, we'll find out. Knight f7 apparently is best, but I haven't really figured out why. King e8, what's the point?
Yeah, I'm also... Maybe you can play c takes d3 or something and queen h5. No, but that doesn't really look at all promising. Yeah, I'm confused. If knight f7 is a solution, I have...
Maybe computer just wins some line with bishop d2. No, who knows? But
yeah, but once again, yeah, I really don't want to lock my knight in on h8.
Yeah, we don't get it. I don't. Adiban fans are happy that he has played rook a2 after thinking for a while. When yeah, Radek has to decide. Maybe he's gonna consider this idea you mentioned, the c5, but d5 looked okay, and after queen d6, only black can be better.
Yeah,
because here the key move was rook e6, bishop d7. Even this looked.
Yeah, rook a2 probably is fine, but after bishop d7, you have to be careful with white. Like here, yeah, after g5,
some madness, right?
Both knight g4 and bishop g4 makes sense, and I think they might even lead to the same positions. And the cold-blooded machine says that you can take on g4 twice, just take on b6, and you are not losing. But that's not an obvious thing to decide on, because black has a great number of very dangerous-looking pawns on the king side. But I mean, the c pawn does run very fast.
We'll keep an eye on it. We will also keep an eye on Magnus Carlsen trying to make something happen against Carlson-Giri. Because with Magnus, even though we said we believe Anish will hold this, the game ain't over until it's over, especially when he has an endgame where he can press a bit. He's certainly going to continue. And Giri decided after rook cc4 to simplify by taking and then playing f6.
Yeah, that's not a very nice decision from a strategic viewpoint, but taking pieces and pawns off the board is of course very much part of how black holds these types of positions. Bishop f3 played here, and even e5 is not entirely out of the question, I think.
Depends what the question is.
Once again, not a move you like on aesthetic grounds, but limits the amount of material available. opens some files for potential future trades.
This feels like you must suffer.
But I think you must suffer already. I think there's no way for black not to suffer here. Like rook dc8 in the position you had on the board there. No, there with the
Sure.
rook dc8 and hope to actually just swap everything off. Get some slightly grovelly 2 against 1 on the king side and hold it.
Yeah, not fun. Starting to think if we have to go for this, I'm not so sure.
No, but we could also pass. I don't know how white makes a ton of progress, but
He's gonna try bring the king to take turns.
sure. I mean, rook a6, I go rook d7 and ask you, do you want to play c6?
Probably want to go rook takes
No, I mean, king f7 is a start of most waiting plans here will start with me going king f7. White is also in no hurry. You can go king f2, king e2, king d3, king c3 to make sure the d4 pawn is very well protected. But there will be some e5 counterplay once it crosses the d file.
Yeah. I'm starting to think that Carlson has some winning chances in this game, which would be bad news for Giri after successful opening on this queen b2. To me, it looked like all his problems were solved. Maybe they weren't. The Pomnashi rapport made it weird.
Yeah, he made it, I feel, unnecessarily weird, but the structure is still very much in black's favor, so... I mean, the fact that he needed to play knight f6 instead of f5 is an indication of how awkward his position suddenly became, that he has to take such choices, because f5, g4, he'll probably have to sacrifice something. But yeah, after knight f6, even c4 is not completely idiotic, yeah? With the idea of bishop d2, c3, maybe gentrify your position a little bit.
Gentrify.
Yes. But also with a knight on f6, how do you actually connect? Like if white plays slowly,
king goes here. It's not.
let's say I go g4, king g2, h3, even with a pawn on c3, and I claim that it will be extremely difficult for you to make any progress. Or g3, because this allows bishop g6, bishop f4, which might be a plan. If I keep the pawn on a more modest square, you will have to go for the king g7, g6, f5 plan, which is pretty slow.
Yes, rook e4 is a surprising decision because it just
Any move.
Changes
g5
the
is fine,
structure
knight
so much.
b6 fine, yeah. Very, very weird that he allowed this.
And now this knight also has to do this humble job of defending the pawn instead of doing this prideful job of torturing the white pawns. Yeah, no longer clear. I'm no longer sure. Rapport is even better, actually. And Wei Yi is still lost in thought after knight d3.
Pavel is seemingly offering a pawn sacrifice to take on e3 and spoil the structure like this. And I guess after queen f3, knight f6, knight g4, I guess is what he wants. So maybe e4 first, but I like knight g4. Knight g4, rook f2, suddenly plenty of counterplay for black. I don't think queen takes h5 is all that attractive.
So where do you go?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. Wesley played queen g4, frankly. Maybe you can do this. But knight e3 once again, you probably have to play queen g5, knight d5, and black is very happy about that development because suddenly his position feels a lot freer. I think maybe he either missed or underestimated h5 here.
Very possible. Queen a3, it's an ugly move anyway. Maybe even g6.
Knight g5.
Preparing to jump.
Yeah, but g6 knight e4 though. You do get to stabilize for at least one move. There's queen f7. Even that is very far from clear. I think you're right. g6 is also very, very playable.
We'll find out what they settle on, but it's possible that Wesley did not really expect this to happen. And Drakenari Krishna, I have a feeling it's gonna somehow end peacefully after all these adventures. Still ongoing though.
Yeah, very possible. Just rook a8. You can also take on e3 if you want to. I guess you're not particularly bothered by the no, but rook e3, queen e3, you give up the e file. I don't really see why you would need to do that. Rook e8. Yeah, this is maybe but even this, of course, is not a lot, but it's a file you could try and use. Queen f7, rook e1, b3, f3. Then you would be quite. If white gets all of these moves in a row, he will be slightly better. But of course, black probably has something to say about that.
That's all there is. Let's go to the challengers.
Let's go have a look at the challengers. Yeah.
Which game would you like to see?
There's a number of games where one side is very, very seriously better. One of them is a game of the tournament leader, or at least one of the tournament leaders, right? Because the standings right now, let me briefly check. The standings before this round were Gawain Jones and Marcus Ragger on 4.5 out of 6, and two people chasing them was 4 out of 6, Elias Mirin and Lu Shanglei. And it feels like Marcus will win today. He is playing against Sopiko, who really is not having the nicest time of it.
And they're also onto her. They know that Sopiko is well prepared in neither of main lines. She's married to Carlson-Giri. But they have been torturing her with all kinds of slow bishop b5 check, c3 setups. This is not exactly a winning line for white, but people think they can get these slow.
This is the absolute maximum you can get, and after bishop e2,
this is much more popular than bishop d7 here too.
Yeah, and I think this is what was played against me in a Bundesliga game recently, and I didn't get very much. I did win the game eventually, but I didn't get very much out of the opening at all. And also there's obviously bishop e2, knight bd7, bishop e2, bishop d7, all these moves which don't actually allow white to get this very pleasant structure. But Sopiko just played the most logical moves, so to speak, but they do lead to the structure where white has perhaps not a very large one, but a very safe advantage. And you get the feeling that maybe she did not play it in the most precise way from here. I think a4, b4, allowing all this.
This is already bad.
Yeah, this position you already dislike quite seriously, and locking your own bishop on g7 is...
a5 is also not a pretty move to make. Nah, she's a bit outmatched, which is natural. She's a 2350. This is not... Somewhere in that neighborhood is her rating, and Rager is 2700. No one has a lot of fun on a consistent basis.
And in the h6 is also, but it's very difficult to make moves. We don't want to be criticizing these decisions because this is frankly a very, very unpleasant position already. And now after queen c6, I think next move is e6. She played rook a2, which I think is correct. She needs to at least try and create some counterplay. But after e6, it's just...
This doesn't look horrible.
Yeah, but... Yeah, that probably improves the e6 threat as well. Rook b2, e6, you force black to take. Queen e6, king h7, and not pleasant.
Something's gonna give.
Not pleasant. Although black does have knight f8 against most things you can try, so you're not winning on the spot. But Marcus is, of course, a very large favorite to convert from here. It is a very, very good position for him. And also, in the game between Arjan Tari and Niels Grandelius, there were some issues for the white queen. It started really, really slowly. Well, very quiet variation here.
Well, in the book, they started doing this a bit. I was always surprised by people's willingness to part with his bishop.
Yeah,
black is very solid, apparently.
Yeah, it always felt to me like you're allowing too much. Why would you choose this against knight f3, queen a4 check? But the results seem to indicate that this is just perfectly fine for black.
First time I saw this was Elyanov playing it against Nakamura, making a draw with no problems whatsoever.
Yeah.
And since black has a little less space, like this, he has space for all his pieces.
Yeah, but it very soon, the structure changed in a very drastic way. Here Arjan felt that he already has to make some concessions, I guess, and the decision to play g4 I would probably endorse, if not for the fact that it just doesn't work tactically. c4, b3, and knight b4 was, I guess, a bit of a bolt from the blue, so to speak, and cd5 doesn't even help here because your queen goes well anywhere. d6, f6, g6. I don't know. Pick a square. And yeah, Aryan felt he. I mean, I guess a5 is the only move. And here even a6, I think queen b6, queen d7. My phone screen was informing me this is very strong. But yeah, what Niels has chosen, cb3, rook c8, queen c8, a b also looks incredibly dangerous for white, because the b pawn, white's bishops are just not pretty here. Rook c1, b2, for instance, indicates just, you know, how little connection the bishops have with the events on the board. This pawn just queens. Yeah, it looks like white could potentially be just completely lost here.
Yeah, Niels is a very nasty tactician, so here if you give him chances like that.
Yeah, he's not gonna miss this idea of d4, c4, and knight b4. But I think he already was very comfortable, even before all this started happening. So yeah, Niels probably
before d4, c4, you mean?
Exactly. That's exactly what I was shooting for in that sentence. I guess instead of it, you can play queen b3, return the queen back home. But black goes bishop f6 and says, I have a very solid center which you cannot challenge. I can put the bishop on d4. I can play knight b4. There's all kinds of moves I can make to improve my position, and you don't really have any plans.
How's Jordan doing? Jordan not having a stellar tournament so far. After queen f4, queen e7. Gawain Jones, I believe, had a good tournament, right? I can never remember standings for more.
He lost a
second.
He lost a crushing game to Marcus Ragger.
Gawain Jones? Didn't he beat Marcus Ragger?
No, sorry. Yeah, he lost. He did lose a poor game against someone, I feel. But yeah, he beat Marcus yesterday. Yeah, maybe Smear.
He lost to Smear.
Yeah, but he did beat Ragger yesterday in a hugely important game, because it's like for double the points between the two direct competitors. And they are tied for first, and I think he probably is better with black here as well, because it's difficult to stop 95.
It's very annoying.
Yeah, and then white has all kinds of problems. He has very little space left, and also the king side might come under the direct attack if the rook, let's say, goes to g6 next.
Jordan struggling a bit. We'll revisit this, but we're told, no, this is still what we had on board. Someone told us Giri is collapsing, but no, this is still
Giri is not
unpleasant, but still ongoing. So we can.
Yeah, and way after some consideration, he finally did go for that endgame.
Look, put the king on e6, not c6.
That's actually very smart, because he will actually win the c pawn, I think. No, rook c8, followed by bishop a4. Maybe not. Maybe rook c1 actually still holds.
You don't want this.
Even
maybe
this,
you're winning, but it feels.
f4 bishop c6, and it does feel like you're asking for some kind of trouble here.
Yeah.
No, I think where you will be very disappointed with. I mean, normally you're not disappointed when you get an endgame where you're two pawns up, but
also now we're out of Wei Yi territory and we're entering Fanvili territory. Like, understanding this position and what to do, Luke is actually better than Wei Yi. I understand that Wei Yi's position is better because of all the pawns, but here, yeah, this is the worst possible outcome for Wei Yi. And I earlier said 97% Wei Yi is going to win this. No longer 97%.
No, he is still, of course, hugely favored, because, for instance, I think if he manages to give up the c pawn but trade the rooks off, this probably is completely winning.
Why do you have to give up the c pawn?
Rook c1, rook c4, f3, rook a4. No, it really isn't completely trivial anymore.
No.
Rook c1 played, and Luki will just, I think, blitz out rook c4, rook a4 here. Because if you allow c3, white will stabilize. If you allow c3, bishop d4, you once again probably just resign, because there's just not going to be enough counterplay for you. But
Luke is going to be enjoying himself here. He's already lost the game in a way, but now no longer does he have to calculate crazy tactics against one of the best calculators out there. Now he can just cruise on class, and these are not complicated tactics.
Yeah.
Anyway, Wei Yi is still a favorite, so don't get us wrong. Yeah, status quo unchanged here. Kayakin a bit better. Let's go back to the challengers. See what else went down?
Ilya Smirin is playing again somewhat further up. Ilya Smirin is playing against Benjamin Bok. Ilya, despite losing yesterday with white to Ariantari, he is still very much in the running for qualification, and his opening choices, I think, also indicate that he is.
Wants blunder.
Yeah, well, he wants complicated positions, and he got a complicated position today. I'm not sure how good this position is, though.
This is what they call the 150 attack.
Do they?
I played this with white, but I read it in some repertoire book like 20 years ago, where I think it was called the 150 attack. The plan is normally to go bishop h6, e5, h4, h5, and checkmate.
Yeah, it did not happen.
You want this knight here, but against competent black players, often it doesn't happen. Knight c6, e5 is a good plan.
And if you look at the position on the board right now, let's just briefly get to it. These are typical plans for both sides here, and
Looks like black is doing alright, doesn't it?
well, you need to protect the d pawn somehow. Now that white protected the f pawn, and I'm actually wondering about rook e8 because I guess if you play something like bishop e6 or a5, white can maybe go. Yeah, this is the important but easy tactic. But the bigger question is, what happens if I play a5, for instance, or bishop e6, a5 in particular, queen e6, queen f2. Queen e5, rook e8. Yeah, I was curious, but maybe knight h5 is very, very nice. That is a very, very convincing explanation for why this did not happen and why Smirin felt he needed to protect the e5 pawn. But now after rook e8, Benjamin played rook f1, and once again the pawn on d6 is hanging, and it really isn't all that trivial to protect it. I'm not sure there is a move that protects it in this position because, yeah.
I'm not sure if this works actually.
It's knight e4. But yeah, just knight g5 as well. I mean, it's very, very cute, but you could also just play knight g5 and pick it up.
Yeah, no need.
Black probably gets some compensation if he only gives up the d6 pawn and the e5 pawn doesn't fall, because a5, a4 is a very quick plan. But not with the queens off. With the queens off, you definitely pick white here. White will be able to stop the attack when the queens come off.
Yeah, well,
Interesting.
I don't see a convincing way to keep the queens on.
No, yeah, not anymore. Not anymore. Not after a5 anyway. But a5 is the most logical move of all the moves that sacrifice the pawn. Yeah, I was trying to do this, but after e4, yeah, okay, a5 maybe.
Still somewhat double-edged, isn't it? These knights, they're spectators when it comes to queenside action.
Yeah. And rook e1, black just ignores, continues with his plan of giving mate. Yeah. Could be a very, very decent idea, actually.
We found out it's very double-edged. Markus Rager played e6 as you predicted. F takes e on the board. Queen e6 will most likely be played as well.
King h7. And in this position you feel
Here
like...
you start thinking.
Even moves like bishop takes h6 start occurring.
Oh,
yeah, it might not work, but I'm curious. Oh, this definitely would work, but yeah, queen f7, king h8, queen g6 maybe.
Looks pretty good.
Good. I mean, bishop takes c1 is my issue. I'm a full rook down suddenly, but even rook takes c1. It will be difficult for black to bring...
Pretty serious threat.
Yeah, knight f8, and I also have options to bring the rook in, but also queen h5, for instance, followed by knight e5. Oh.
Not sure Marcus wants to sacrifice a rook here and hope he checkmates, but maybe you do checkmate.
Yeah. He doesn't need to, but it does exist as an option. Queen a6 has been played for the time being, and he will consider all these things. And if he decides not to, he, as you correctly pointed out, just playing b2, b3 here, you probably strategically completely win.
That's what I feel like. These pawns are
knight f7,
quite weak.
Knight f7, knight f8, queen f7, and black will find it very difficult to even smoke this queen out. Yeah,
there's too many targets.
Yeah, looks really horrible. Yeah.
What else do we have? Jeffrey Zhong, the junior world champion from the USA, is playing against experienced Russian grandmaster. I'm saying this having no idea if Dobrov is Russian or a grandmaster or experienced, but I'm assuming all these things.
Yeah, I think most of them are correct. Yeah, H6 maybe. Would you play H6? Yeah.
It's the first thing that
Yeah,
crosses your
96.
mind, right? Even though I thought the queen was on
Yeah.
D1 and queen H5 was legal,
96 was
so
my
I have
idea.
to reconsider.
96 with the idea of knight f5 at some point. I don't know. Also b5. White probably is very, very seriously better. There's also...
Looks like another one of these positions you don't want to have against a young calculating monster.
Yeah. There's also rook takes d5 in the starting position, but maybe black just takes on d5 and on h4 gives back the exchange on a8. Because I think if you allow knight f5, you might just get mated. Like this looks truly horrible.
Right?
But yeah, bishop d5, gh would worry me a great deal. Because it feels like I traded two pairs of minor pieces for really not very much, and not a good pair for me either.
No, it's true.
But yeah, h6 looks very logical, and we assume black is better. And Le Changlet is black against Erwin Lamy, and
Erwin had a bad tournament so far as well, right? Erwin, nowadays working a lot as a second and as a trainer as well, worked, I think still works with Anish. But of course, a very strong player in his own right.
yeah, black is a little bit better, but probably draw his favor. You can take on b3, and I guess you take with the pawn, because rook b3, queen a2, you really will suffer.
Queen b2, you'd suffer less.
On queen a2, queen d6, queen b3, queen a6, but it's not a draw. So
You do this, and you suffer a little, but you might hold.
Yeah, this should be closer to a draw. I think that probably concludes our roundup of the challengers. We can go back to
The
this.
trials and tribulations of Mr. Giri. Knight coming here.
Probably. Rook a5 has been played, so we can analyze something concrete. There's also knight d6 and with the idea of e4, but I guess bishop d5 check can be included at any point, so that it doesn't really make that much sense. Also, rook g4 check wins a pawn, so that probably is completely impossible. On the previous move, I mean, not here. Rook g4 followed simply by rook takes e5, so knight d6 is not an option for black. Knight d4 is an option though. But we play bishop e4, and once again we ask black, how do you protect the pawn on e5, which you just created for yourself as a major source of headaches?
I do believe that this is gonna be extremely hard to keep together against Magnus, who's normally quite persistent.
Yeah, you play rook e8 and you claim that for the moment you have things under control, and
Which is true.
you're only one pawn trade away from feeling quite confident about drawing this. But
How do you achieve that portrait?
exactly.
I don't know, even just doing something.
King g2 h3 or king f2 e3
Yeah,
or
maybe
something.
this way as well. This looks horribly unpleasant.
We actually found a way to calculate, and yeah, that's very cute. Rook a4, rook a1.
Ah,
C4,
c3 here. Ah, yeah, that's nice.
No, Wei is he's not going to miss those small details. And yeah, look, he played b5.
Then it's two pawns, yeah?
Yeah, a3, a5.
Once bishop d4, b4.
But probably even this
Even
is
this looks
this
pretty bad.
probably lost, because yeah, bishop g7. No,
b3.
you can include rook a6 check as well to start with, but then you maybe don't win the g7 pawn. I don't know.
There's also no law that you gotta go bishop d4.
There's
here.
no pressing need for bishop d4 here.
This
Yeah.
looks quite strong.
Yeah, bishop
actually.
d6 actually is probably
This ends the game, right?
rook a4.
No. What do you ever want?
Yeah, that is very, very efficient. I like this.
Because now b4 I can always take twice. And
Yeah, 4
it's
against
4 against 2. It's
four
just
against-
winning.
yeah.
Doesn't matter. Then there's opposite colored bishops. Nah, this is a game over.
Yeah, c3 was an important thing to find. So,
Wait.
and look probably is also down to about a minute. So,
Yeah, but it doesn't matter here.
not a lot, sure.
Who's better in the Pomnishi rapport?
Yeah, it's the fact that we are even asking the question is stunning. That's the thing, that should not be a topic of discussion. I don't know, I'd probably still pick black, but... And Wei does find bishop b6, unsurprisingly so.
People in the chat are discussing emoticons for future chess annotations. Keep them coming. We do have, I don't know how to use them, but we do have emoticons on the site, right? On Chess24.
Yeah.
You can use for discussing stuff. So who was better? Sorry.
I picked black because I think that I'm not even sure. Like I play h5. I quite like h5 as a move, but h3 in reply. Bishop c3 first.
Phrase this guy said.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to allow me to play e3. I'm not sure if it's a strong move immediately, but just h3, somewhat hinting at g4. I'm not sure I will play g4 in the immediate future, but I want to have the option. And yeah, it's very difficult for black to move. This is very, very mysterious that he allowed this. And people in chat are informing us that the supercomputer that stalks Magnus's games, Sissy, yeah, is very close to assessing this as completely winning for white.
Not surprised. Does not look defendable.
Yeah, I guess you play bishop b4 simply because knight b3, rook e5 is
such a tremendous positional edge. Ah, sorry. This check is also
bishop
quite
d5.
good.
Yeah, bishop d5 is somewhat stronger than this. Yeah. No, it does feel like things will start dropping off, and then you really are struggling. And the pawn on e5, it's important on its own, but it also is the only means of support for this knight. So if you lose the pawn on e5 and white continues improving, like if the king comes to e3, the knight on d4 will have nowhere to go really.
Yeah, it looks nice on d4, but it's not really participating that much in the action. This bishop dominates it quite well.
Yeah.
I think it's bad news for Anish. One game that was a bit interesting, which we haven't spent much time on, is Wesley So, the tournament leader and the victor of 2 super tournaments in 2016, playing against Pavel Elyanov. And after h5, Wesley took.
And Pavel somewhat surprisingly decided
here.
not to play knight f6 here. Yeah, he played rook f5, to which Wesley, after some thought, played queen h4. I guess knight g5, knight h3 felt like a very, very serious threat that needed to be parried.
What do you do next? Here?
I was, wondering if I can still play rook bf8, even though b7 is hanging, whether there will be enough play here.
It's time to go for the attack.
There should be, I guess, yeah.
Feels like, no?
Yeah, with the queen on h4, it does feel like this could just be mate. Rook f2, knight g5 at an opportune moment, maybe not immediately, but at some point. Yeah, queen takes d5.
You might even have time to improve your position further. I don't know, this looks dangerous.
Yeah, very difficult to stop rook f2. And I mean, that's the thing about placing your rook on b3. If at some point black just suddenly decides he no longer cares about whether the b7 pawn leaves or dies, it's not such an impressive piece.
It's like King's Indian, it's only a pawn, it's not checkmate.
And Pavel goes knight g5, which I also considered, but I felt maybe it gave white an out, because now you can play e4. And
I didn't get this.
But once again, you go knight f3 check, and I guess you say your rook on b3 is still on b3. And I have the f file, which is a lot more important. Makes sense to me, actually.
Okay.
Seriously, if you put knight f3, rook f3 on the board, and you start looking at how many moves white actually has here, this could be, I mean, this is somewhat actually reminiscent of the game Wesley should have lost to Richard Rapport, where at some point he got all these pieces which were, they looked nice. You are naming all the moves you can make.
Yeah, but I named c4, which drops a rook, so I should probably take that back, because I was trying to name only...
But seriously, it does feel to me like this could be just mate.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
My next 3 moves are rook f8, queen f7, and
rook f1?
Yeah, rook f1 is if allowed. It probably will not be allowed, but I will find something else to do.
Rook f2.
Yeah, rook f2.
f3.
The thing is queen f7, it allows queen h3, queen h6, so perhaps this is the... Like, it has to be the absolute final move I make.
Final problem. And normally it doesn't help to exchange pieces if it leaves us with our
Queen f7 is
crappy pieces.
Queen f7 is extremely strong here. I think maybe winning. That's what I thought. Because queen h3, rook bf8 here, you will not be able to play queen h6. And if you take and play queen h6, the king escapes via g6. Oh, come on.
I find this a bit unfair. I would like to play king f1 because it takes a long time to take my king, and I can take your king on g8 and move my king out of the way in the meantime. That's not how it works.
That's
apparently.
kung fu chess. Yeah.
That is Tempest chess, they call it now. Kung fu chess. A lost art. Ancient Chinese art of kung fu chess. It's probably not true though. Yeah, this is checkmate, right?
Yeah, it looks completely lost for
You
white.
need this rook. At least you need this rook here to play
Yeah.
g2.
And then black might still have enough activity to perhaps make a draw somewhere. But yeah, with a rook on b3, you just get queen
you're
g1
right.
is pretty good. Yeah.
Bit of trouble.
Okay, if you want to be contrary, you can play queen e3 check
No,
and
this
still
is a
win.
good move. Andrei Kin against Hari Krishna. Played e4, hoping to get his knight into the thick of things.
But yeah, at knight g5, I think black is still somewhat better.
I'm surprised by e4 because I didn't have the feeling black was better earlier. But maybe you had to.
I don't know, he's taken with the queen on e4. Yeah. Knight e4, knight g5 would have been surprising, but he's taken with the queen. That makes a lot more sense. Opening the position up a little bit, bringing the queen back towards the center, yeah. Should be reasonably equal, I guess.
What's going on here? c5 on the board and Adiban.
But that's a different
Ah, no, sorry, they have progressed further. b5 and then c5. Why to d7? He was anticipating queen d6, which no longer works after bishop d7. But it doesn't work after. Maybe it does work here. My mom always said, think first, talk then, but I never listened. She never said that. Alright, so this, I don't know, maybe helps to have b5 here. Adiban played bishop d7, and now c5, since probably d5 is less strong this time around. What's going on?
The one thing that's in black's favor compared to the line we were discussing, that if you take on c5 with whatever, frankly, after bishop c4 you will have rook a4, gaining potentially a very important tempo. Because you would like to play queen takes d6 here and not bishop takes e6, which is not that attractive. It's still playable, but it's not a move you absolutely want to make. Queen d6, rook d6. But yeah, this is very unclear. Bishop e5, for instance, gf3. Bishop f6 and b6, I guess.
I just want to
Oh yeah, you can take. You can simply take. Yeah, this is a mess now.
Did Adiban have to allow this? Let me check.
No, you can take with a d pawn. I mean, you can take with a d pawn and do the same after bishop d7. c5, gc. Queen c2 apparently is very, very strong in this position. I underestimated just how good it will be.
Compy boy says, I'm worried about nothing, just go here. c6, bishop e6, pas de problème. And of course the other tactical justification is the bishop c4. Now there's a fork. Not an easy decision to take though, at least in my book.
Yeah, not an easy decision, but for someone like Adiban, who I think belongs to sort of my school of dealing with sacrifice material, he is a lot happier doing the sacrificing and not accepting it. I think for him not taking on c5 and making some kind of an a-tempo move will be a very attractive idea, which he will spot.
Breaker90 points out that So might not win this tournament. He has a more difficult remaining schedule than Carlson. Yeah, I wouldn't write Magnus Carlsen off just yet when he's half a point behind and has more white games and an easier schedule upcoming. But so might still win the tournament. However, today it looked to us like he was in trouble against Pavel Elyanov.
Very, very possible, yeah. We haven't really done any kind of extensive analysis on this position, but it's obvious that at the very least he needs to be very, very precise because
This rook cannot get back.
yeah, the initiative Pavel currently has. Maybe you play c4 first and then you try to play e4, but I guess black just goes knight f3 check anyway because rook bf8, rook bf8 e4. I actually succeeded in involving the rook on b3 in the game,
Gotcha.
but not quite. Rook bf8. E4, rook f2. Actually, I managed to lose the game instead of whatever it was that I said.
Yeah, this is problematic. Very dangerous.
Yes. And just a brief update. Luki allowed he had to. And Nadiban did play 94, but in Luki's game, yeah, he felt he now absolutely had to offer this trade, but it's really not a very difficult technical task after you take on b4 twice, rook b4, king c3, and you play rook a5, and I think you can even take the rooks off if you want. Definitely with the pawn on b4 still alive, but even without the b pawn. Like king c3, rook, let's say, yeah, I think I can take. Because the h pawn is, because it's the correct
These
core.
two dudes get the job done normally.
King d2, king e3, g3, f4, and yeah. Because h8 is a dark square, I think this is a reasonably reasonably easily technically winning position. Yeah. So yeah, not a lot of hope for Luke here. And keeping the rooks on is not really an option for him either because white controls a lot more of the board, so that will probably cost him material if he tries keeping the rook on.
Well, he is getting some momentum in this tournament, right? Defeated Richard Rapport the other day. Today looks like he's going to score another win, which would land him on +2. Could even join the conversation for the top places.
Sure, and he will be tied for first in terms of games won in the tournament. Wesley won 3, and now Wei is on the verge of winning his third game in the tournament.
Yeah, Magnus might join that
Yeah,
club.
and Magnus is close to, well, we don't know for sure, but...
Magnus playing the perfect Russian chess school tournament, drawing all his black games so far, and apparently, well, very good chances to win all his white games.
I'm not
Because
quite
of his
sure.
Scary opening today. b3.
Yeah.
But of course there is method to the madness. He's not looking for an opening advantage. He's looking for a position unknown to mankind. You were not quite sure?
Not quite sure how he is making progress here, because I think e6 is a reasonably safe square for the king. You don't want to play king d6 until white plays bishop d5 check, because then you just run into rook d5. But this still will require some winning, so to speak. But it also is very difficult for black to play, because one of the biggest issues Anish has here is that even if he attacks the c6 pawn with 3 pieces, he almost never can take it, because it will result in an eternal p, and it probably will drop a piece simply. And that means that the c6 pawn is untouchable in most positions.
And also practically, white can make any move in any position. Well, for black, one misstep can be fatal in these situations often, because white can choose when he decides to calculate lines. Like, you don't have to do it here, but you can at any moment switch to concrete calculation. So it's very, very unpleasant to play.
In the Nepomniachtchi Rapport game, yeah, black is back to being clearly better, I guess. You can take on c3 even and go knight c5, and this is not going to be this is not going to be a fun endgame to defend, but probably holdable, I guess. King f3, because f5 king e3 is a bit tricky, and yeah, here king e3, king e5, yeah, still not that pleasant.
Nope.
Still not that pleasant. And maybe, hang on a second, no, I wanted to say in the current position king f5 was interesting, but
Sorry.
king f5, knight d6 check is pretty good.
Pretty pretty good.
Otherwise, it would make a lot of sense because king f3 g4 check is completely impossible, and if I force you to either allow me, this is fantastic because of how active the king is. In the same position with the white king on e3, I'm not so sure I would go for with black, but with the king on g2 and the king on e4, I think it's probably winning for black. Now, Richard is still seemingly in a driving seat here, but pieces are disappearing off the board, and I still remain very, very convinced that he had more than he has right now. Now Wesley played rook b4. Very obscure decision.
At least trying to find some work for this rook, because
but without the f file, I think he gets mated. How is he reacting to rook b8 here? Seriously though.
I seriously don't know. Looks pretty grim.
If you allow rook f2, I think you resign. Yeah, if you allow this, I don't know. It just looks like maybe you can play e4 here, but knight f3 check is always the move. Yeah,
Problem is that even once these knights disappear,
no queen e6.
whites
No, here queen
worries
e6.
don't disappear. But yeah, you have this. That's true.
Yeah. So rook bf8, queen g4 is the early favorite for.
Do we have tactics?
Not really. No, queen takes.
This is not a good transformation, because sometimes you win the queen and then you have a look around and your opponent has too many pieces for it.
So rook bf8, queen g4, queen f7, e4.
Right, e4,
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Rook f1 check is now a very, very large threat. And if you have to play something like h3, then you get the feeling that, apologies, now black has to be.
bad things should happen.
Queen f7 is now very strong because e3, e4 is no longer a move you can make.
That's true.
h4 maybe, but yeah, queen takes d5 even. Rook f2, but queen d5, rook d4, sorry. Queen d5, rook d4 would be a mistake. Rook d5 might be very strong though.
Yeah, why not pick up a pawn? Fair enough.
Even knight, no. We keep on, well, we is probably wrong. I keep on mixing things up here, but the impression I have is that you probably have a way.
You should win.
Yeah. Here, hg5, queen e6, once again, we somehow miraculously survived and are not getting mated.
Yeah. It's a miracle. Yeah.
Yeah, e4, h3 really, I mean, your starting assessment is that rook f1 wins?
That's not the starting assessment. Ah, but we finally found a tactic where white only gets a rook and piece. That's what I want.
Sort of wins, yeah. Rook f8, knight e4.
Game continues.
Game will continue, but this has to be like queen f5 probably just wins.
Yes. Too many weaknesses.
Yeah. And e4 has been played without even the inclusion of rook bf8 and queen g4.
Fair enough. Cutting off, shutting this.
And also rook takes d5 is a threat now. Like for instance, after g4, I was mildly curious why Pavel thought this was so good, but he just wins the pawn back, and yeah, maybe rook bf8 was more ambitious, but this is also, you know.
It's nice for black.
Yeah, it is very nice for black, but the other line seemed like it may have been winning. But here we take on d4, we play queen b5. We actually also have a large advantage.
We also have to calculate these things.
But here after rook takes e4, at least there's some hope. There's queen e7.
This is not good. I need another bladder and nose related break, but I'll give you a choice. You can keep doing this thing and I'll come back. Or
yeah,
we can both.
I'll soldier on.
Soldier! I disappear into the board. Ooh.
Spooky.
Never happens in real life.
Spooky. So, let me reposition myself. This is the Carlson-Giri game. Not much has happened since we discussed it last. Hanish did go for king e6, which looked like a pretty obvious choice, sidestepping the rook f2 ideas so that he doesn't have to calculate them anymore, and sort of hinting at king d6, although if white makes some kind of a waiting move, and I quite like king h3 in all these positions, not because it does a lot there, but because in general in maybe some future endgames, even the plans connected with king g4, king h5 might become useful. King d6 is not really such a great move because it will have to go back. On the other hand, if you include these two moves, now the pawn on c6 is possibly actually hanging, so might not be a stupid choice for black to even offer white this repetition. But white, of course, has a very safe and a very, very large advantage. In the VE Van Veli game, we are currently watching the exact endgame that we were discussing with Jan live on the show, and yeah, I was for a brief second there I was worried that Wei allowed this and that he shouldn't have, because it may trade more pawns that he wants. But here he has a 5 check. It's kind of lucky that he has a 5 check here, because otherwise I think maybe no, that's, even if it wasn't a check, it would have been a correct move here. 5 gh, and once again the king just comes to f4 and then you start pushing. I really don't see how black saves this position, because once again, just to remind you, if white had a light square bishop and black had a dark square bishop, black would be suddenly extremely interested in this game, because you could at least find scenarios where he doesn't have to resign. But with the h shade being the dark square, black can never give up his bishop for the two white pawns in the center, and that means that white should win reasonably easily. Moving on, in Karyakin-Aronian, the game entered this new maneuvering phase where Levon, frankly to my surprise, chose not to play bishop takes c4, which to my eyes led to pretty much immediate draw, somewhat mysteriously allowing this new type of structure in which he's not really struggling all that much. But if you imagine white, let's say, getting some plan like c4 followed by knight f2 and knight g4, if white gets all of these moves in place, protecting the pawn on e5 will become a difficult task. And if, just for demonstration's sake, if you include all these moves and black just passes forever, just to discuss a structure, and white gets this structure is very, very unpleasant for black. So I am very, very curious as to why Levon decided not to play bishop takes e4, which would lead to a very symmetrical position. You very, very rarely lose with black. Frankly, you don't. In Soilyanov, I just want to very briefly take a look at the clocks in that game, because I think it's very relevant. They both have 17 minutes left for the remaining 12 moves, which is not a sharp time trouble by any means, but there will be very difficult decisions starting from here. So they're not entirely worry-free on the time front. And one thing you can say with absolute certainty is that this position is a lot easier to play with black than it is to play with white. So Pavel is... come on in. Pavel is doing very well today. I think allowing the structure change by playing queen g4 here was a bit reckless. Just go knight e4 here. Although even here, of course, black is largely untroubled. But some position like this, you're also perfectly safe with white, I guess, because b7, like, I don't know, rook b4, rook f8, rook f1. White doesn't really have too many issues here, does he? Not to my eyes. Black is fine, but so is white. And the pun started becoming intended somewhere midway through that sentence. Wesley is white today, but he is no longer pressing for advantage. And in Adiban Andreikin, sorry, that's not the game that's going on. In Andreikin Hare Krishna, Pieces continue disappearing. You probably pick black, but it shouldn't be a lot, right?
Let me start by saying that. Nah, should be a draw.
And we have a very sharp position in Wojtaszek Adiban, although Radek did succeed in completely locking down the king side, which is obviously an achievement for him in the position that he had. I wonder if black actually needed to play bishop e6 here, and maybe he had some kind of a tactical shot that he could have tried.
But this is what the computer was endorsing earlier in that match. We remember the g5, maybe that's some madness.
Yeah, you're very tempted by moves like knight d5 or knight g4, but Adiban went for a very sane decision, just played knight e8. h4 is...
it's also nice to have this option.
Absolutely, h4 is forced, you don't want to give up the g5 pawn, knight c7, and white still needs to waste a tempo on king g2, otherwise he can't really make any moves. Because all of his pieces are hanging.
This looks bad.
But how do you make any progress with black?
I don't know. Take.
Because I think I wanted to say I'm ready to play knight rook a1, but I'm not, because knight b3 actually stops that. It's still very difficult to name a move white can make in this position, which is very interesting. Because if you play knight b5, I think I can take and go queen b4. Yeah, and you might not really enjoy this all that much, because once again you've traded off my worst piece. And also bishop takes e5 is now a threat after something like rook a5 or knight c7. I think this may be a misplay.
Can we do this?
Yes, but I'm wondering if you're threatening anything or not.
Something will happen eventually. That's your move. This looks dangerous.
It does look very dangerous. But let's say I play bishop f1. But g4, knight e4, knight g5, it lands on e3. Yeah, if it lands on e3, it's not going to be good news for me. Somehow.
Looks terrible.
What's the clock situation in that game?
This is the wrong game, but in the right one. It is 10 minutes for Wojtaszek and 22 left for Mr. Adiban. Adiban in the driver's seat just played bishop b3.
Do not understand that move at all. Why would you allow rook a1? That looks like
a point.
That
Maybe
looks like
just wants the pawn.
But he will not be. That's just. I guess he takes on a1, takes on a2, and goes bishop a4. I assume that's his. No, but that allows bishop queen c4 check, which is or queen a2 check. That's just such a strange decision.
Well, we can avoid the unpleasantness on this diagonal.
Maybe, yeah, maybe he just thinks he's.
Maybe he just wants all these pawns. I will never blame another man for trying to earn his pawns.
Yeah, queen e6 is very strong.
We are all entitled to eat our opponent's pawns whenever possible. And he's arguing that this bishop is probably not in time to take the pawns.
Just bishop c4, bishop b5, yeah. No, it's very strong, because also there will be queen c4, queen f1 ideas later. Yeah, I take back my...
So maybe rook a1 cannot be done.
Yeah.
That's all. It's all not fun. Rook c1.
But I can even have, I might even have a tempo to play bishop now. I'm going crazy in exactly the same fashion over and over again. You take on e2 and play queen a6, I guess, anyway. It's difficult to defend against bishop a4.
Yeah, the rook's on the board.
It's an interesting optic illusion that white has this protected pawn on c6 and must be doing quite well, and there's also a weakness on b6, but you cannot attack anything at all. All of your pieces are completely cut off. And your queenside structure is just going to fall one by one.
And then there were none.
And then there were none, exactly.
Yeah, Wojtaszek getting outplayed by Adiban so far. And this is not so much fireworks, it's good strategic play by Adiban.
Yeah, if he wins this, this will be 2 wins in a row with black for Adiban in what has to be the strongest tournament he has ever played in. Very, very impressive. I mean,
Yeah.
his fighting spirit getting rewarded.
And most people in the world are not favorites to beat Kayakin or Wojciech with black.
Let
And by
alone-
most people, I mean nobody is a favorite to beat those. And back to back, very impressive.
Yeah.
Drake style.
I continue being confused by Richard's decisions.
Ah, sorry. That's why
Why do you?
he's so popular with fans.
Yeah, but
He makes confusing moves.
no, I don't.
He
understand
didn't
this.
think bishop c3 was enough.
But also, you are now allowing. You are now allowing. I can maybe even start with b3, but 92 is. But start with b3 in particular is worrying me.
We've created a monster.
Knight c5, bishop d4. I don't threaten to take yet because I lose the pawn on a3. But even that probably is a draw. Like if you make a move like f5 here, I take on c5, I take on b3. You take on a3, I go c5. And
Yes,
I
a
claim
draw.
that this probably is a draw. Although the knight gets somewhat stranded. King f6,
Oh, that's true.
knight d4, bishop c5, knight c6, king e6. If you move it to f3, it's an immediate draw, but I don't know if it reaches there. Probably
It
does.
reaches
though.
something.
Yeah, knight
It's not
a5,
very
king
trapped.
d5, knight b3. Yeah, even check is somewhat playable. Yeah, it's a very, very mysterious decision to me.
Yeah, two guys who are not at their best in this tournament. So you expect him to go knight d2? Or?
Knight d2 allows bishop e3, and you have to consider your options again.
This
Well, you can go. No, you can actually go king f3 in this position and give up. No, not in this. In this one, clearly you can, but I'm not sure about bishop c1. Bishop c1 is a weird.
If not bishop c1, what have you gained is my question.
Also fair. Also fair. But even something like on the previous move after bishop e3, if I go king f3 here, you take, you go knight e5 check, I go king e4, knight c4, bishop c3, and I say I will now start chasing your knight around and collecting your queen side. Even that
That's
is
what you say.
even that is not entirely clear. Although f5 knight d6 is probably fast enough, I'm probably not that happy here.
Yeah. Still like knight f1.
Sure.
So this bishop might get stuck, right? I don't know, maybe not. f5?
f5.
Yeah, not clear. Magnus keeps making moves. They've made it past the time control here already, this move 41, h4. And Giri so far is saying, you shall not pass. I understand my position is ugly, but I brought my king here and I'm willing to defend this. I'm no longer so sure. It looked more promising somewhere around here.
Yeah, with the
somehow.
king on still on g8, it
Yeah.
looked better. But the thing is, Black will still find it very, very hard to actually improve. He is somewhat tied up, and h5 signifies that Magnus will now. Yeah, that's the
H4.
plan. Sorry, h4. Yeah,
That's it.
yeah, I keep on doing this. King h3, g4, g5 is a very, very dangerous idea. And if you force Black to play h5, it creates an additional weakness. White also might, in some positions, start entertaining the idea of going rook f8 and starting to check from the back rank once he's secured his king position on the king side. Well, still hugely unpleasant for Black in practical terms.
Giri will need all his tenacity to stick around. Not the man you want to defend this position against normally, Mr. Carlson. Who would you choose out of the field if you had to defend this position with Black? Who do you think is least likely to convert this?
In this field,
Yeah, I'm not eligible.
I'm not eligible is the problem. I wanted to pick myself, but I'm not playing. Yeah, not that easy to pick a name, frankly.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Yeah, I don't want to. It feels like a loaded question, and I.
All right, I take it back. It was just I meant no offense. And where Yi will convert his thingy, because f4 and f5 will come, and then these pawns will advance in unison. They will cost this bishop's life.
Yeah, look, he's been thinking
There
for a
will
while
still be an
here,
H4.
trying to find some kind of a miraculous setup which allows him something, but I don't really think it exists in this position.
It's just game over. Whatever. We don't even need to hurry at all. We just regroup and then slowly but
No,
surely.
the only way to even create problems is to try and get your king to the side of the pawns.
Yeah, you can't do it. Yeah. It's too easy.
Yeah. No, this is dead, and Luki is I think involved in some introspection, and there are events in Soilyanov.
Let's go to the events. Too often we decide to stay at home instead of living life and attending the events.
True that. This is the issue with playing e4 so early. I thought this is why we were, I think, trying to play rook bf8 instead first. Because now after king g2, the pawn on e4 is gone, and you're kind of obliged to give mate. But also the rook from b4 will reach f4 very, very soon. Like if you continue doing, like if you try doing what we were doing earlier, like knight e4, rook f2, rook bf8, rook f4 will be a very sufficient reply. Also queen e4, e6 is a plan. But here, yeah, like rook bf8, rook f4 is just
turning the tables. So we should probably do something else, like take here maybe.
rook d4, queen c6, I guess. Yeah, that looks a bit more critical. Rook c4 maybe is what he missed.
Ooh, cute.
Black has a repetition, but probably doesn't have anything better.
Don't. I'd like to play knight f3, but you can ignore me. I don't go here. That's a nice little move.
Rook c5. No, but you're not better, I guess. Yeah, rook c5, dc, queen g5.
This, but why are we winning?
No, we're not better. Might be slightly worse even. We are the pawn up, a pawn down here, and yeah. So yeah, you get the impression that maybe Pavel thought that he is just completely winning here, because after queen c6, if you don't have rook c4, rook e8 will just win a piece.
Is this a move?
Oh, it is, but knight takes g5. Knight takes g5.
Ah, this is sort of a nuisance.
King h3, and you have to take on g5, but you're still getting mated.
I don't like getting mated.
Queen g5 played by Pavel, and our current thinking is this is now a forced draw. Perhaps with only moves by
Wesley dodges another bullet.
Yeah, but Wesley's not going to miss this.
This, what happens?
But I always just take on g5, and but I'm better. Queen f4.
Yeah.
Suddenly, like my rook returned, and
Rook d4 blitzed out. Queen c6, rook c4 will also get blitzed out. And possibly black is nothing better than this.
yeah. No, it's interesting. We probably will have to switch it to other games, and it will not get resolved. But it's interesting to see if rook bf8 instead of e4 was as strong as we suspected it was.
We can check that out. e4 is the computer's first choice. Rook bf8, queen g4. The computer says don't care.
e4 here? That's what we're doing, no?
He says don't care.
This we didn't spot.
Because here there is a counter.
This we did not spot. Okay, so after e4 king g2, what did Pavel miss.
Queen f7, also best. Knight e4, knight f3 here apparently is strongest.
Yeah, that is
That's
not
weird,
that is not obvious at all, but it does appear to be very, very strong.
This and Black's initiative is still cooking.
Yeah. No, this is not easy to spot at all, and
This line, even here, the computer says this move I did consider, but Queen g4 just to go back, and it's still nah, it doesn't like it anymore. So,
I think it was Queen b5 in this position, but
mixing all the ideas.
But yeah, it doesn't feel like you've done the right things somehow. Although the only move that doesn't lose apparently is knight f2, but it's not impossible to spot. It stops queen b2 being a check. It creates the idea of rook f4. It does. It checks all the right boxes here, basically.
Yep. We'll see if Pavel decides to repeat here, which he can, because after queen c6, Wesley will not miss rook c4.
No.
And then Black can go here, or he can try to play for more with this. He can also try to play for more. Hang on, what is this? Why didn't we mention this?
Because we are.
I missed it here. Yeah.
We missed it here, but apparently knight f6 check still saves the material. And once again, you make this move. You make this move because you don't have any other choice. All the other moves are resigns. Yeah, and here rook bf8. Yeah, maybe this is what Pavel was actually intending, not queen c6. So
it feels like you shouldn't lose this with white.
yeah, it does feel like that.
What's going on? Poor Aronian. Has something happened to Levon again?
Not really, but he is
Getting sort of outplayed. Yeah.
I know this is kind of horrible.
C6.
Yeah.
Why didn't he take on e4 earlier?
Oh,
that's so weird.
that's the yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
who
it's
doesn't
not the craziest decision of the game, but it's definitely number two by a large margin. Why would you not do this? Yeah, if
Levon is good enough a player to understand all this in his sleep. It's just odd because now white just improves.
Yeah, and also after knight c3, he suddenly realized that bishop c6 before b5 and knight d5 just wins material. Yeah. No, we've seen these games by Karakino. This just wins like a ton of material. So he was forced to play c6, and after knight d4,
horrible.
yeah, knight d4, he played rook 7 e6.
Square.
Yeah, and it feels like white is close to winning now.
Yeah, for sure.
Rook d1, your position just collapses. No, if Sergei ends up winning despite not accepting the offering on move 11, yeah,
Levon's really misplaced all his pieces. Just a complete off day for him.
Yeah, it just
Worse.
I know these days. Yeah, the days where you feel like you're walking through treacle and none of your ideas work and you can't calculate. Yeah, it's just horrible.
Every day of my life feels like that. You get used to it.
Oh, I have gotten used to it. I just don't like it. Knight f3 played in Soelyanov, and yeah, you don't miss knight f6 check here, simply because you have
you
don't
have a lot of alternatives.
Yeah, you either resign or you play knight f6 check here.
So we'll probably choose the latter.
Yes.
Chaos is a ladder.
And people are saying Magnus is winning. So since this will be now a rook ending, which is not very exciting, let's have a look at.
See winninger than a move ago.
I think maybe rook f8, rook h8 might be
target.
An issue here.
Yeah, but this is. I'm not sure. I keep changing my mind about how winning it is, but it feels like long term Magnus is not gonna forgive with 3.
He blitzed out king h2, which I
love these guys.
And
long term.
Yeah, it really did not spoil his position at all, which I think shows just how good it is. If you can just play king h2 here, and black still really has no source of any kind of counterplay against this very simple plan.
Many a time it's more unpleasant to defend against a move like king h2 than against rook f8, because you don't know what's coming next. Even though rook f8 is probably coming.
And apparently, there are people in chat who are always monitoring Cisse, and Cisse is saying this is completely over. Not surprising. In this position already not surprising, because it does feel like all of the weaknesses that black has here will What is Wei Yi doing? Okay. I was worried
No,
there
no,
for a
so-
second. But why wouldn't you take on h4 instead?
I
of
would
this?
I would keep this pawn. But
Ah
this
no, I
pawn
think
is
yeah, I
h8.
know why he didn't. Gh4 he was worried Luki will play bishop d1.
Ah, that's Loki's point. Ah,
It's not a draw
Still
either.
winning,
Yeah, it's not a draw either after king d3, but
3 pawns are enough.
3 pawns generally should be enough, yeah.
Okay, it's a matter of
Here,
whatever.
yeah,
taste.
here after h takes g3 you have to play f5 check, but you're not
You
unhappy
will.
about it.
Give that check in a heartbeat.
Yeah. No, this is really not that difficult anymore, I feel.
Let me just explain this for a second. If you don't give that check, if these 2 pawns disappear, even here there are winning positions sometimes, but you've made your task a ton harder. I think it's called a ton harder because you can no longer fork the bishop.
Yeah.
I believe this might still be winning. I studied this at some point and I forgot what I concluded, but
No, I think this one is a draw.
yeah,
I think there are enough squares here.
could be.
I think
Anyway.
this one is a draw.
You don't have to allow this end here.
No, of course
because
not,
You keep
yeah.
one more pair of pawns, and all of this conversation disappears because you can just pick up the bishop and then win. So yeah, Luke can resign with a clear conscience whenever he feels.
Yeah, and frankly
Already.
so can Lev, which is really, really surprising. Like White can play knight d6, follow it up by b4, and win the e5 pawn for nothing. It's just, yeah,
Levon's had a complete off day, starting with blundering a piece on move 11, and then with mishandling the position he got.
yeah, I mean, he was autopiloting fine for a while once he was pardoned on move 11, but then, yeah, there's this decision to continue playing.
But even here, like queen d3 is more precise and queen f6 and so on. Like he's missed lots of details, and I know these things because I can read from the computer screen. But you would expect him to normally just calculate his way home in such a position, and he didn't.
Yeah. No,
But yeah, this is what we keep coming back to. It was possible for a couple moves, but
oh, in
for
particular
the last
here,
time.
just trade everything on e4 and go king g6, and yeah, there's nothing there to even discuss.
then let's not do it. Harry is making progress? Question mark. You have to be careful here with white.
Yeah, it definitely is a lot more pleasant to play with black. You play in some order. You put the rook on this f7. I think is the ideal square. You play h5, and you start pushing them towards the white position. And the king on e1 is weaker than the king on either g7 or h7.
Where can we take the pawn?
Yeah, I thought that there were some issues with it connected with rook takes h7, but maybe the machine said no, not here. Come on, stop teasing me.
I don't think. I just
Queen
put on
b3,
board
queen
what you
b3
say.
followed by rook h7, and he did take on g2. So Harry is a very concrete chess player. He just thinks he will pick up the g4 pawn here, which he will, and that this will be a very uphill task for white.
Or maybe he doesn't think anything and just thinks it's his best winning chance.
Sure. Queen b3 check played. He will, I guess, play. I mean, I'm not sure if there's a difference, but yeah, king g7 looks a lot more natural than king h8, and yeah, you can make quiet moves here, but
But
once
no one
again-
does this.
Yeah, I don't think anyone does. And there were some developments in Wojtek Adiban, so
Let's check. Huh?
after all the speeches we gave about Adiban outplaying Radek,
He blundered.
it seems like he missed this idea of knight f2, knight d1, knight c3, and now has to be very, very careful.
All of a sudden, all white's pieces are fully functioning. Bishop a4.
Bishop c4,
I
queen
think we
f7.
had queen e6 first, but it doesn't matter. Maybe it does matter because now the queen reaches this square. Queen e6.
It kind of transposes. It transposes, but then in that position after queen b4, you can play queen b3. Apparently, the only really good move in the position. To which white will have to reply with bishop c3, which I think is not impossible to find.
No.
And once again, queen e6 is apparently the only move you can make, but that also is not impossible to find at all.
Where did it all go wrong? Bishop b3, rook c1.
I think maybe we just overestimated how good this is.
How could it be all so simple, man? This is just a very unpleasant maneuver to deal with.
Yeah.
Apologies to Radek, you were not as outplayed as we thought you were. Slightly outplayed though. But now the tables have turned, apparently. Knight c3, queen d6. And the pieces are coming out. This horsey was so dumb, but once it gets here,
Yeah,
it will change.
and we are not doing a particularly good job of predicting things because you just said that no one does this, and Andreikin did not take on h7 and played rook d1.
He did this.
He did do this, and with the king on
probably
h8,
The bestest move.
yeah, with the king on h8 it makes a bit more sense because it's
He didn't go here.
he didn't go king. Yeah, the surprising thing for me is that he chose king h8 over king g7.
He probably thought rook h7 is coming, no matter where you go.
Yeah, it turned out not to be the case. They've got 3 moves to reach to reach the first time control, and judging by the clock, not the chess clock, the general clock, they have plenty of time to get there.
It's 10 past 5. Not 5 past 10. Central European time? No, we don't have Central European time, do we?
Why?
I always get confused. GMT plus 1, GMT plus 2. What time zone are we in?
Central European Standard.
CEST? Time zone. UTC plus 1.
That's your time something plus 1. As far as I know, UTC stands for your time control, pretty much.
Your time control?
Yeah, I think this is what this stands for. No. Yeah.
CET is UTC plus 1, CEST is UTC plus 2. But how can different things be my time plus 1 or my time plus 2? Central European time. Central European summertime. It's probably not summer.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I guess I was wrong about the CEST.
I don't know. Unfortunately, we have these smartphones that tell us the time. And they change it automatically, I checked, because I'm always very afraid. Because we do this daylight saving time business in Germany, where we randomly change the clock and then no one knows what time it is anymore.
Yeah.
Luke does not know what time it is either, because it's time to say goodbye instead of playing h3. What are you hoping for, Luke? Seriously. The king will come here, and we give this check. The king will go here, and we give this check.
No, but you, as I said, the only kind of a drawing construction, if I can get it. Let's say you get the king to e3. Let me show what I want to. King d6. No, I want to keep it there. f5, bishop. Yeah, bishop c2 here. f5, bishop b1. This is the construction I was talking about. Bishop c2. e5, king d5. Yeah, bishop b1. e6, bishop c2. But it's not really a draw. That's the issue. Yeah, because we will eventually have to give up space. The trick.
Here,
yeah,
bad timing.
Bishop b1 is a bit of a mistake. But let's say after bishop d3, what's the winning plan?
We need to time our e7, king f7 thing, right? Like this. Well, this is a blunder. No, it's just wins.
Yeah. And look,
I might put my bishop here first, but yeah, it's
no,
not
but
complicated,
it still is the only way they sometimes achieve something.
Yeah.
But once again, I think the difference simply is that here the h pawns are still on the board, and white just collects this bishop in a slightly different fashion to what normally happens.
Normally here, why you still lost here?
Here, we would still be lost. Yeah, I'm wondering how this holds, because it does occasionally hold. But there's really not a lot to discuss, and let's go to Karyakin Aronian, and because it does look like white now should be winning by force, so to speak.
Poor Levin, really.
Yeah, no,
what have you done to your proud pieces? If we even look at this position, queen here, bishop here. Now, they're there.
Yeah, and Queen f2 was maybe not the computer's best choice, but it really doesn't matter anymore. It's just a horrible position for black.
Queen f2 is very natural, just target practice.
And Soilyanov was agreed drawn already.
Pavel doesn't feel like trying.
Well, because Wesley once again reminded him that there's a pawn on b7 you can play against, and offered a draw here, and draw was agreed.
Yeah, bit of an escape for Wesley, but you also don't escape without defending very well and posing problems and asking questions.
He did find
good.
all the necessary decisions that were required to even prolong the game, and then Pavel missed some not at all obvious tactics, and the game is already drawn.
That means Wesley stays on +3. Magnus Carlsen is trying to join him in that club.
Yeah, I think bishop d5 check after king e7 probably goes back.
He's just playing around.
Yeah, I think he just before committing to anything, he just wants to win a bit of time, and then you can go rook f8 or rook a6. Rook a6 is also fine, but allow rook g4. This is probably unnecessary.
This is what Anish is hoping for, to at least get a hint of counterplay with the pawn.
Yeah, but this is completely unnecessary. You just go rook f8, rook g4, rook e8 will be completely winning, and if you don't have rook g4, you really don't have any counterplay.
Yep, looks pretty grim. And the Pomnashi report, no one knows what is going on and why, but now b4 has appeared. It's all too complicated. If a, b...
No, this is just fine for white.
This pawn is free.
You do something else instead of this. You don't do this. I guess you can double take on g4, and white still will struggle because his pieces are still somewhat stuck.
Yeah, black's pieces are kind of good.
Yeah, could still be a difficult position for white to hold. Although I feel that this is a bit of an improvement.
Levon is desperate.
Well, fe rook e4 and just get out of the pin, and here apparently queen f2 wins some kind of material, but
go away.
Yeah. Just rook e6, c5, or a4, a5, or pretty much anything.
Can't put up a fight. First of all, he's pawn down. Second, he has these pieces against the octopus on d6.
Yeah. No, this is
What?
People in this tournament occasionally have really, really poor days. It does seem like, I wouldn't say the overall standard is poor, but every now and again a very strong player will just have a horrendous day. Like the game, for instance, Karekin played with white against Tadiban, which was a couple of grades below his usual standard. And today I think it was Levon's turn to have, I've not seen him play so poorly in positions he really understands very, very well for a while.
Yeah, this was complete off day. There is a question by Zeylandson. Would you rather play in a tournament or be a live commentator, Mr. Svidler?
Depends on the tournament. Depends on who I'm commentating with. I would ideally like to be able to do both. Sort of.
You want to play and commentate?
Well, not at the same time, but both are very dear to my heart.
I see. Yeah, I never play anymore, so it's hard for me to say. There's no feeling that beats winning a chess game. You just feel very competent, and you don't really get that from getting in a good Sherlock reference in commentating or even spotting a line. So the highs are higher when you're playing, and the lows are lower. And then, it's the usual. It depends on circumstances. The thing is, I'm no longer a playing chess professional, so I probably would not like my chances of producing many highs, because your level does not really increase if you never play. Therefore, it's less tempting for me to play a tournament and play at whatever my current dropping level is, if you know you used to play better. Peter doesn't have that problem because he's still active and maintaining your level. But it's hard for me to go and play a tournament as an amateur and enjoy myself, even if I play badly. I'm not sure if that made sense.
It did make sense.
It's part of the equation if you move on to doing different things like commentary and so on.
Yeah, and in the Karekin Levon game, I think there's no real need to discuss it very in too great a detail. But just for a second, I think in the current position, Queen f2 might be winning by force. followed by queen g3 against any move or something. Yeah. No, but yeah, with those pieces on the king side, I just think the
We
queen
have an
of
extra pawn, and with this,
yeah.
there will be blood.
Okay, so let's we'll return to this game when it concludes. I think there's really no need to talk about it anymore.
I also have a morbid fascination with this game not being concluded. Luki went for the setup you mentioned, but I really don't know what he could possibly hope for. We will go here and here and here and win.
Yeah. No, that's a very concise analysis of the situation, but he doesn't like resigning. He never liked resigning. What's happening in... Okay, what's happening in the Magnus game? Anish played king e7 and Magnus decided not to repeat but took on a6 instead.
King d6.
Hmm.
With the bishop on d5.
Yeah,
so
the bishop on d5
with tempo.
And now bishop b4, rook g4 creates issues, but you can make almost any other move and you will be close to completely winning. Yeah, this with the idea of rook f6 check is very strong. Also just bishop g2 or...
Oh, yeah, so
Yeah,
it's not
maybe,
tempo.
yeah. Just step away from the e4 square so that after rook g4 you can make some kind of a useful move like rook f6. Yeah, has to be winning for white, or at least close to winning.
I'm being asked who will do the commentary for Gibraltar, Jan. I'm not 100% sure. I believe
It might be available on the website. Neither of us knows.
I actually do know.
You don't know?
I believe, well, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe we will embed the official commentary on Chess24. It's going to be done by Simon Williams and Jowenka Hauska from Onsite. I am not 100% sure if we will embed it here on Chess24 or not, if there will be a Spanish show, but I believe that is the status quo.
And if you could organize your own Vike, who would be on your inviting list? Asks.
I would first invite the good people of Tata Steel to approve my budget, and then very much depending on what the budget is.
Yeah,
I would have my
I was also
inviting
going.
list.
I was also going to go with that incredibly boring answer. It very much depends on who you can afford. You know, with unlimited budget, you probably go as close to the top
Normally
10 as
people
possible.
grab the rating list and then they grab the maybe junior rating list and say, okay, maybe we can get the rating guys, and then the junior rating guy, and then Luke van Veli, and then we're done.
Yeah, that's a fair description, I think. And this game was agreed drawn because they repeated queen, rook e4, rook e3.
Harry was shell-shocked after
Rook
Rook
takes
d1.
h7. Yeah, after rook takes h7 did not materialize. I think Harry was.
You
But
start
objectively,
worrying about this
you do get the feeling that white has plenty of counterplay suddenly. The question for me, frankly, is why wasn't this equally strong with the king on g7, and I wasn't able
guy.
to.
It was.
I wasn't able to work that out because the machine does give a definite. I mean, it has a definite preference for this. D5,
Yes.
D5, Queen F3. Yeah, okay, the machine is once again very welcome to it.
He's very good, this computer.
Yeah. Now this is hopeless. Why is Rook D3 not any good? Queen H1, Rook F1 or something? No, just Queen.
Oh, just goes back.
Okay. But yeah, this is the type of line which the machine spots in a second and says, yeah, this is very, very important to have this option. And
Even here, it's not
no, you don't win.
Completely
You don't
honest,
win
but-
every single game from this position, but at least you understand that you are still playing for a win. And then the game, the d pawn is very strong. The queen is constantly threatening important checks, so they agreed. Well, they didn't agree at all. They repeated moves there. And Radek is probably just completely winning now.
If this bishop gets unleashed, it will be trouble for this king.
Yeah, we were
even though I messed
discussing.
up the arrow.
We were very excited about Adivan's position, but he had the pawns on d6 and d5 when we were excited about his position. Now both are gone. This is not a very
We were
promising.
expecting a different, and then there were non-situation where these guys would fall,
Yeah.
not these guys.
Yeah, c6 is still alive, and d6 and d5 are off the board. This is not what you would want with black. Yeah, this is just dead. Queen d6, queen d4, any move.
Yeah, that's an unexpected turn of events. Radek will win this game.
Radek will win, and he will go back to 50%, or is he nothing on a second?
Is he
match?
already on 50%?
I think he maybe is already on 50%.
Everyone's on 50% normally.
No,
Yeah, Radek's on 50.
Yeah, so he will go to +1 if he beats Ajiban, and Ajiban will be on -2. But still, I think he can hold his head very, very high because he is playing one of the more interesting brands of chess in this tournament, I feel.
Sure. Levon, normally always one of the more interesting brands of chess, but not his day today.
No, just not today. Yeah. King G1 or C5 or frankly any move. Just log the knight in and then start giving mate by doubling along the F file and storming the barricades there.
Henry Hein is asking, Jan, why are you not playing anymore in the German competition? What's the German competition? Bundesliga? I sometimes play there.
No, he probably means the German championship.
Ah, yeah. Frankly, the main reason I never play that is because they never ask me. And if I had to qualify by playing, I don't even know, I play for Baden-Baden, but I guess the Baden-Württemberg local championship to qualify for the German championship, that's not really something that my time and my priorities would endorse. Yeah, that's the main reason. Like, there's other issues, like you could criticize the system, the German championship is being held, and so on and so forth. But mainly, I just never receive a call, and so sometimes I only realize the tournament is going on while it's going on. Last year, I believe there was no prize fund at all, which is why nobody played, or nobody is not true, but none of the top 10 German players. But yeah, I'm far away from these things, sitting here in my little studio in Hamburg. But it's not like a political stance or anything.
No, this one, we kind of promised we will only return to it when it finishes, so let's keep our word. It's not a very interesting position. Magnus does play bishop g2 there, not unexpectedly. And yeah, that was the one tempo black really, really wanted to play rook g4 and d4. And if it's not given to them, you get the feeling there will not be another chance. Like if you play rook g4 here, rook f6 check is just crushing.
And Norwegians are very happy with their Sessa supercomputer confirming how good a player Magnus is many a time. We kind of knew.
Yeah.
She played counter saying, Jan just happy to be GM. He is GM till this grave. Why would he play? Yeah, that's not exactly how I see the world. The GM title does not mean that much to many players at some point, especially because, frankly, nowadays, there's many GMs.
Yeah, Anish played rook g7, and now you can play bishop b4 back, because rook g4 is no longer an issue you need to consider. And yeah, you will eventually make progress. White is now pawn up, the a pawn is gone, which means that the other rook can also attack from the back rank via a8 and then d8 or h8, whichever square you like. Yeah, this is just a very, very cheerless position for black.
Yeah, one of the weaknesses has fallen. The other two remain. Normally, if you lose a pawn, at least you want to exchange a pair of pawns on the other side and return something here. No progress has been made. No, Anish is going to lose this slowly but surely.
Luki is still pretending there's something in there, but there really isn't.
We get our daily question about what languages we speak. I speak Spanish and a bit of Dutch, very little French, learning Norwegian currently, and I'm German, so I speak German. Peter speaks Russian and English, but he speaks English well.
I speak most Central European languages well enough to understand the menu, and specifically the menu. Because the way, I mean, my level of understanding of menus of Central European countries is very, very high. And it would imply that maybe I speak those languages. But apart from the menus, nothing.
That's actually impressive, because I always feel like my food English is lousy. I don't know, like, what fish is what fish. But, yeah, I can read the menu. Sometimes I struggle in English, but in most other places. Not in Poland. Or Russia, because I can't.
No, I would actually.
Any
I probably would
those
understand. I probably would understand most of the Polish menu.
I was mainly saying that I can't decipher Slavic languages at all. Is that what it's called? Are all those Slavic languages? I'm very ignorant. Yeah. No, there I don't know, understand anything.
brief roundup of the challenges, maybe, because really not a lot is happening in the Masters, and we can maybe go on a bit of a break since time control.
Hang on, I gotta find some work here. Lion Ping is asking, Mr. Gustafsson, will you play maybe again in Austrian Staatsliga A? Isn't it called Bundesliga since like 15 years? But yeah, I would love to play in Staatsliga A. Send me offers. I'm very chicken, very solid, bit overrated, old, but I do want a lot of money. That's my pitch. And yeah, thanks for the pep talk, guys. I actually work here at Chess24. Like, people always think I just hang out and I'm too lazy to play tournaments. It's a bit of a job. But yeah, thanks for cheering me up.
Yeah. People are asking if I talk to my children in English, and that's an emphatic yes.
Wow. Full time? Do your kids speak Russian?
A large proportion of them. They do speak Russian. They have no issues with Russian either. But
What were you saying? Break?
two options are kind of challengers or break.
Challengers or break? Let's break down the action in the challenges now.
There's a ton of games that are already over in the challengers. So we can,
This one's still going.
yeah, this one is actually slightly more alive than we
Some drawing
suspected.
chances, decent drawing chances.
It's very unpleasant, but compared to what it was, like at some point it looked to me like it should be completely lost by force, and the game is still going on. Although you kind of expect, somewhat similarly to the game Magnus is currently playing, you are somewhat expected to lose this slowly with white.
Yeah. CP countered. Offers. Why do GM want to get paid? Isn't it all about the game anymore? No, I lost my love for the game a long time ago. CP countered. I want lots of money for going anywhere.
I don't endorse that particular message
I might
completely.
be facetious.
Yeah, I understand that, but I don't disagree with the please give me money, but I still feel like I like the game quite a bit. So draws in L'Ami de Changley, not unexpectedly a draw in Eric Hans's game, which we somehow missed during our first roundup. It's at the very top. Li Tingzhi drew with white against Eric Hansen in some kind of a sharp G3 Grunfeld, and that is not always an oxymoron.
Sharp G3 Grunfeld?
Yeah, it looked.
If you go D5, CD 95, it can get sharp.
Yeah, and then this is not supposed to be very good, but I think just a brief theory lesson. You are supposed to play Queen E1 and move 10. That's the extent of my knowledge, but I think it's kind of important here to play Queen E1, force the knight to go to C4 and then go knight C3. And this, since time immemorial, was supposed to give white at least a slight edge.
All right.
And she did not do that, and then there was an endgame in which Eric, I think, was pressing a little bit, but could not break through. Ilyas Mirin bounced back from losing yesterday to Ariantari and beat Benjamin Bock with black.
Horrible tournament for
Benji
Bock.
is really having an absolute horrible tournament. -3 maybe now, maybe even
Possibly.
-4. I think 3. And Luke finally resigned, we've been told by Chab, but we'll not click on that game just yet. Marcus Rager beat Sopiko Goramishvili, who is also not really having the most stellar tournament of her life. But it is a very tough field. We keep on returning to it, but it's a fair point. It is a very tough field. Jeffrey Shong beat Vladimir Dobrov. Jeffrey also, after I think losing to Marcus Rager in the first round, he's picking up steam, and I think it will be a very interesting conclusion to this. I mean, Rager is still leading, but yeah, E6 mate and 10 apparently. The machine says.
No surprise.
Not surprising at all. And he did play H6 in the position where we were expecting him to play H6.
Nicely done.
Yeah, it did look very logical here, just to make sure that the king side is not sealed off. And there are some games still going on. Ariantari is, as we showed, I think that was the first game you clicked on, grimly trying to defend a pawn down endgame against Niels Grandelius. And Gawain Jones, who we thought was much better. I think the last time we looked is no longer really better against. Who is he playing against? Jordan one for raised, yeah. Yeah, that's the position in that game, and yeah, that should be close to equality, or maybe just completely equal.
White is an exchange up, like as 2 pawns.
2 pawns, and yeah. But white is active enough, I think, here with rook c7 ideas and all kinds of other ideas to not have to worry very much. How did it get here? Like, we looked at this somewhere around move 25. Yeah, 26.
Long time ago.
26 was when we looked at this, yeah.
We put the rook. Ah, yeah. Okay.
And he played queen b8, queen f4, making sure that the knight doesn't reach d5 without losing the f7 pawn.
Makes sense.
So they repeated this a couple of times, and then Gawain played rook g5 and c4, bc4, knight takes c4. I still feel like black should be better, but the machine completely disagrees with me.
Horse is active now.
Yeah, and the rook on g5, I guess, is seriously misplaced, and it did eventually get traded for the knight on e5. Yeah, still 2 games going on in the tournament. Marcus Rugger is back on +4. Ilya Smirin is back on +3. Gawain probably will also be on +3, and I suspect that with that victory, Jeffrey Shong might be joining them on +3. So well, will be a very tightly packed bunch at the top there with 6 rounds to go. Promises a very exciting finish to the tournament. Yeah, that one was drawn.
Alright, let's have a super quick look at the still going games in the Masters before we go on our undeserved break. Rook e7 played by Giri. His position is horrible and will crumble sooner or later. Pawn down, weaknesses,
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah.
I like bishop b4. And Richard played knight b6 in a position where we were looking at a double take on g4. Also looks sensible, doesn't really want to commit to any structure changes on the king side, but material will start coming off, and he also allowed b5 apparently. Maybe starting by gh5. gh5 always looks logical because it drives the king away from the center and from the king's queen side where you want to create counterplay. So gh, king h5, b5. I think draw becomes, you know, with every pawn trade here, draw becomes heavier and heavier favorite. And
Levon is still hanging around, but what is this? Oh, yeah. Okay.
well, about 3 pawns down, there will be that endgame will be not very exciting somehow. A3. Oh no, there's b5 here, so you only 2 pawns now. So I guess you play a4.
Yeah, okay. He's going to lose. Not a good day for the Armenian wizard. And Wojtaszek versus Adiban is still ongoing.
We were being informed that 41 queen d7 was winning on the spot, and queen b4 is perhaps somewhat less precise, but I think the evaluation shouldn't change. This still looks like white is in control, because the knight on c7 is just too passive. It feels like white has some issues with the second rank, but there's no way to exploit them. And especially if once the knight gets back to f2, for instance, the white's remaining pieces will be more than enough, I think, to break through. And the knight on f2 will defend the king on its own. So, yeah. Looks like Radek is still going to be very much in control here.
We'll go on break, get some food, and then be back with you to enjoy the rest of the evening by watching some chess. See you guys then. Thank you for watching the show.
When we were talking about chess a lot with Grishuk, and he was telling me that like whenever somebody played a6 against him, just played the knight against him, he felt okay, this game I won, let's start preparing for the next one. And we've progressed from that point to a 6-8-3 as a reply in the first 2 rounds of the first strong tournament of the year. We have 6-8-3 played by the 2 perhaps biggest figures of 2016. Yeah, very curious.
All he has to do is to play the move rook to d2, continue with the same plan of going knight d3 and rook f2 check. So natural. And even after rook g1, which is Wesley's idea, you can just take that off and play knight d3 again. And all you need to do is land a queen over to the g file and it's mate.
But we felt that the most interesting game and the most action-packed game was actually a game that ended in a draw. And I'll be taking a look at the game Wei Yi played with white pieces against Carlson-Giri. So let's go there.
Welcome back, everybody, to the post-time trouble shift of the Tata Steel Masters round number 7 here at Chess24. I'm Jan Gustafsson, this is Peter Svidler, and we're watching Magnus Carlsen play Carlson-Giri, trying to find a win for white. A bunch of moves have been made reasonably quickly here, but how does white actually win this?
He played rook f5 here. He'll pick up the h5 pawn, I assume. Why is rook h6 losing? It's just an ugly move to make, but how does it...
b5.
You can even maybe threaten bishop takes e6 and then collect everything along the fifth edge.
Take both these guys.
Yeah, that makes sense. So he will pick up on h5 next, and the one big question is whether black can start the e-pawn running or not, and it feels that with the rooks as active as they are, it probably is unlikely. And then this is very, very unpleasant for black. And once again, we are, as usual, during the graveyard shift, we do stare at the machine slightly more, and it does suggest that the only way not to lose immediately is to play rook h6, rook b5, king d6, allow bishop takes c6.
Why don't you lose immediately?
You take on c6 with the king, and you go rook ch7.
Oh, okay.
And you suffer greatly.
Yeah, with one pair of rooks, sometimes you can draw these things if you have time to get back. Two rooks looks hard to believe that white won't generate other options to cash in here.
In the meantime, by the way, Jan Nepomniachtchi hung on for a draw here. Arguably, he is now the side playing for a win, but this is the wrong a pawn. So after bishop takes d2, black just plays g4.
I didn't like this game.
Yeah, that game was not really particularly well played somehow. I think Richard will consider this a very large missed opportunity. That if you look at his position, round move 25, the game should either have finished in his victory or should have still been going on. Those two results are acceptable. Draw somewhere around the first time control from this position, you feel extremely disappointed, I think.
Luke, in the meantime, has lost to Wei Yi. And the chat during the break has at length discussed if Luke belongs in this tournament or not. A lot of strong opinions there.
So this is still an ongoing conversation somehow, despite everything we said.
Yeah.
They just don't respect our opinion, don't they?
No, which is fair enough, but they also don't respect Luke, which I struggle more with. Anyway, Luke has scored 1 out of 7 so far, which is not very good. He probably knows that. A short personal story. In 2008, when I was playing the Dortmund Super Tournament, because I'm German, I was blocking a spot for someone much worthier. Luke was also playing in that tournament, and he scored 1 out of 7. 10 years ago, he was already on 1 out of 7 streaks.
Was that the one you...
That's the one I did okay in, yeah.
You mean almost won?
Yeah, I scored 4 out of 7.
Yeah, Jan is being very, very modest here. He was crushing the field until a disaster struck in round 7.
No, round 6 I lost to Leko. And
that was
drew Nepomniachtchi last round. He's been around forever too. Like, this is 9 years ago. But yeah, I was doing well. Anyway, this wasn't meant as a brag. I was saying that Luke has always been a swingy player, and if things go wrong for him, they can go horribly wrong. We all know he's outmatched in this field, and he's supposed to have the
I'm doing
score.
your bragging for you, I think.
Thanks.
And Karjakin is now just queening the a-pawn against Levon Aronian. Lev will play rook b2, Karjakin will play king g1, and the game will... or h4, frankly, both are perfectly serviceable. And then the a-pawn will just cost black a rook. So I think we're close to our promised... we still keep on looking at that game before it finished, which is...
Don't want to do this, for example.
Yeah, that would be a mistake, but... And also king g3, g5 gets a bit tricky. That would also... I mean, the most natural thing here is to go with the king forward, but then after g5, it doesn't get tricky, it's just a draw, apparently. So you still have, apart from rook blunders, you can actually make a natural-looking move which doesn't win, but he will not. Yeah, both h4 and king g1 are... And he played h4.
Another thing, I don't know why I keep ranting on about this. I read the argument in the chat again that Luke is blocking a spot for someone much worthier. People would rather see Ding Liren or Mamedyarov. Once again, I mentioned this earlier. To play in this tournament, you need to get invited and you need to accept the invitation. Like you could also argue you would rather see, I don't know, Karana, Anand, Kramnik, Mamedyarov. Do we know they weren't invited and maybe they said no? Apart from the, I don't know, I'll stop. Apart from the fact that normally they do want to have 2 Dutch players, and they have the 2 highest rated Dutch players in the tournament. I don't know why this upsets me. Normally I don't care about anything. I don't know. Adiban, whose terrible rating should disqualify him from participating, but he qualified, so I guess it's gonna be hard to argue with that. And we would probably argue more if he had a worse score. Is probably gonna lose to Roddick.
He's still in a lot of trouble here. This probably is a slightly more alive position than the one that he could have had somewhere around move 41. Machines suggest cleaner solutions, but cleaner solutions by machines are never really very surprising, and it's also not very useful to know of their existence. What Roddick is doing is very logical. He secured his king side, and he will now proceed with the improvements. I mean, he will probably drive away the rook from a2, and with the e5 pawn gone, arguably it's black's king which is in more trouble. So it should be reasonably straightforward from here. Famous last words.
Indeed.
No, I think the big question is whether Magnus will win or not. I think
he's gonna win.
And once again, I also am keeping half an eye on chat. And chat, those in chat who pay attention to the CISA evaluations are saying that CISA also is now suggesting black goes for this position with the pawn on h5. And the evaluation is, it has stayed the same for a while, which generally suggests it's a fortress. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. This is one thing to know about supercomputers. That if their evaluation stays the same, even if it's plus 280 or whatever, then often it means it's a draw because they can't calculate their way out of that status quo. So that would be interesting news. It looks so horrible.
Yeah, it does look unbelievably horrible. But if there's nothing better for white to choose from than this, I don't know why I keep on taking with the rook, with the f rook. Yeah. And the thing is, you probably, despite it looking possible, I guess you cannot really drive the king to the side of the board and then start threatening mate. And once you get your king out of the safety of the h file, black will have checks. And black will also, if you get the king further away from the g pawn, black will start attacking the g3 pawn. And yeah, this looks horrendous, and black will probably have to play rook h8, rook 8, h7 for a while. But
you can't. And this rook on h6 is very useful, stopping checks along the 6th ranks. Not so easy to make progress.
Yeah, it's not a decision you take lightly. But on the other hand, if you give up the h5 pawn, you kind of feel that most endgames will be completely lost for you. So there is an option of playing e4, rook h5, king f8.
I'm sure that's what he's.
Yeah, which I think is a more human option. Frankly, you start pushing your passed pawn, you create some squares for your pieces, you block in the bishop on g2. But this, you suspect, loses by force somehow, and the other one doesn't. And this is where perhaps even temperament comes into it, because just making those rook h8, rook h8, rook h7 moves for the next hour and a half, 2 hours.
Well, you do if you have to. But
yes, you have to brace yourself for it. It's not a pleasant prospect. But yeah, if you are convinced that all the other moves lose, you do it and you grit your teeth and you do that for a couple of hours and then you hope it holds.
Easy Rider 27 says, if Magnus does not win this, he will be very angry. Probably true. And again, I believe it's also a skill Magnus has, that he can be very angry about not winning or even losing a game for an hour or two. But then normally he's still pretty strong the next day.
Yeah, this will not derail his tournament, but e4 has been played, and as mentioned, this is just a lot more understandable from a human perspective. You want to create counterplay. You don't want to passively wait until something horrible happens to you. I think most people would. And e3, I think, yeah, this loses somehow by force.
The point is here e2. This pawn is
Yeah,
hard to stop.
white is still not risking anything, but yeah, this doesn't win. But rook h7, rook h6, followed by rook takes e6, and rook d3 just picks the e.
Oh, this just ends it. Or, well, you still have to convert, but you normally should.
Yeah, somewhat surprisingly, even the position, like if you give up a knight for one of those pawns, even with the rooks
G4 is
on,
not so easy.
even with the rooks on, this position is, I mean, it's winning, but it requires some work.
Yeah, so you don't resign here, because even g4, knight g4, you don't resign. Because white has the wrong bishop, and it's not so easy to queen these pawns without giving up the g-pawn for the
Yeah,
knight.
so I don't think this is a blunder by Anish. Maybe he just honestly feels that this weird position with 2 against 0 is his best practical chance.
Still not a favorite to hold this, of course.
No.
And this, especially with the pawn still on h4, this is winning, right?
He played king e8 though, and king e8 I have a feeling, no, hang on, this should lose to something immediately. e2, yeah, and yeah, the machine says bishop f3, which
Hang on. What is this?
bishop h5, rook f5, rook bishop f7, yeah. Or actually rook c8 there. And Magnus, yeah, bishop f3, you probably.
This is checkmate?
Yeah, this is just checkmate.
Okay.
This is very similar to.
This
This is very similar to the final game of the Karakin match. Actually, the construction on the king side. Yeah, you start by calculating rook takes e7. So yeah, Anish, this is the sort of the honorable Sudoku he is committing here, but
Sudoku?
your knowledge of Twitch memes is sorely lacking.
Indeed.
So bishop f3 is winning, this is established, but is there any other move that wins on the spot after rook c7, e2? You also have the option of playing rook g5, I believe. But then after knight e7 you will once again get this endgame. So the only way to finish the game there and then is to play bishop f3. But I think
this is a much better version of the endgame.
That's much improved version of the same. But yeah, the only way to finish the game on the spot is bishop f3.
Well, probably take here first.
No, yeah,
Yeah,
of course, yeah. And
what was this? This feels winning, but it's. Is this winning actually? This is probably a draw, right?
no, this I think is closer to a draw.
Yeah, I think I once had with the f pawn, then it's winning, but without. With
You mean
two pawns.
G and F or 3?
No, I had 3.
Oh no, three
winning.
should be winning, yeah, but two probably are a draw.
Draw. Here he apparently white is still winning if he keeps rooks on the board, but this is already a mess. Like, you don't do this.
No, but also he has a ton of time, so he can sit back and try and calculate.
No, this series of checks is not
yeah,
so
and
hard.
this is very logical. You include your last piece in the game. The rook f7 is no longer winning, but rook f5. And here also it's useful to understand that you have a choice. Bishop f7 is also completely winning.
Yeah, but this is just game.
Yeah, this is game, but yeah.
No, I have a feeling you can probably spot this bishop f3 thing.
Yeah.
'Cause, yeah.
No, you'd be upset if you didn't.
But this is also if 97 is only moved, then it's also clean enough actually. Yeah, looks like Magnus will take the lead, not only in the tournament, the joint lead, but also in his head-to-head score against Carlson-Giri, which I'm sure he'll be quite happy about, because it must have annoyed him over the years that Giri had bragging rights, and their score was brought up quite a bit, and so on and so forth. And yeah, typical Magnus game in a way, like offbeat opening, got nothing, but managed to keep enough play in the position to then chip away and use his prowess.
Rook takes e7 already played. Yeah, I think he actually spotted bishop f3, and he is very fast with these things. Yeah, I mean,
he's considered more of an intuitive, strategic player, but most of these intuitive, strategic 2-8, 50 players are quite good at calculating lines too when they have to.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if this is just not played straight away here.
This.
I mean, it had taken him about 10 seconds in a much more tense situation to go for the Queen H6 line in the final game. And
It's just checks.
yeah, this is a series of checks where Black has only moves at every stage. It's not really very difficult to calculate. Yeah.
We'll find out soon. In the meantime, Levan Aronian has lost his game against Sergei Karyakin. He resigned after h4. No surprises there. And Adiban is still hanging in there against Wojtaszek. Game will continue for a while, but of course
Sure.
White has the trumps now. Ambitious Pawn asks, does Magnus ever lose these things? What do you mean by these things? He never loses this position. And normally he doesn't lose games where he gets ground down in some endgame either, but he does lose games once in a while.
Yeah, and actually, when he does lose games, it is, I would say, those types of games are featured quite prominently, like, because I think we were discussing this during the match that he is not anywhere near as good a defender of slightly worse positions as he is a pressure in slightly better positions.
In fairness, no one is. Maybe with the exception of Karyakin, who is a special type of player there. But most of the great endgame virtuosos are much better attackers than defenders. Right?
It's just a lot more pleasant, frankly. I think it plays a huge part in it.
Also, if you're a super strong player, you normally have more experience putting pressure than suffering.
Yeah.
Anyway, Magnus calculating here, taking his time. Why wouldn't you? Bishop f3 or rook g5 do seem to be the most clear cut. Does this make a difference? Here there's king d8 and...
Somehow after rook b7 you're no longer, because in the other position
Why
it is
rook
rook b7.
checkmate?
Very confusing, because it is winning with the rook on g5 somehow, but not here.
Je ne comprends pas.
Yeah, what is the difference? It might actually be that after rook g5, king g8, rook b7, e1, you play bishop takes c6, but that would be...
Oh, but that would be a higher degree of difficulty.
Yeah.
And with the rook here we can't because of queen e2, queen h5. Fair enough, and you do go rook g5 on general grounds, it's defended and all that, but still. Things are never so easy when you switch off good old machine. But bishop f3 I find reasonably straightforward.
Yeah, but the thing about that move is that A, it's logical, and B, the line you need to calculate is straight as an arrow. There are really no branches anywhere. Check, check. Also, I keep on mentioning that it's important that bishop f7 wins as well, because it allows you a measure of comfort. Rook h5 check. You just collect everything with checks here.
Yeah, this is also not a bad line.
Yeah.
Here you can even stop calculating because
Bishop h3. Oh no, hang on. Bishop h3 is a problem because you need to check once again.
Actually, you have to see this move. Huh?
Yeah, you still have to play bishop c4. That's a bit annoying. That is a bit annoying. Magnus is not good in tactics. Yeah, that's just not true.
No, I disagree with that statement.
That's just not true. It's like the same myth that people, I think, generally, if you ask people who haven't really studied his games or spoken to people who played him a ton.
Karpov or Petrosian?
Petrosian, yeah. Like people think that, yeah, this is the guy. And bishop f3 played on the board already. Yeah. People think that Petrosian was just defending and, exchange sacrifice to make a draw somewhere.
Fortress.
Blah, blah. And then you look at his games and he was just, taking names with all kinds of sacrifices and attacking games and what have you. And at some point, I think also what happens is that against players like that, people stop allowing them to do it.
Sure.
And then they get to show off all their other skills. But yeah.
No, same with Karpov. People always said Kasparov is a tactical guy, and Karpov he just makes moves based on understanding of pawn structures. Like you don't play all these matches in sharp Spanish games against Kasparov without calculating a line or two.
And yeah, I mean, compared to Kasparov, Karpov was a weaker tactician, but we are comparing him to one of the arguably the best, dynamic players of all times.
And he didn't lose all these games either.
And people are trying to trigger us by saying, but Petrosian was just defending. Yeah.
Alistair Conley says every day, he says like 8 times, sarcasm, lowest form of wit, which I find very sad because it's the only form of wit I possess. I don't disagree necessarily.
Yeah, but where does this leave us?
It's on the lowest spectrum of the witometer.
I'm not friends with Karpov or Kasparov because, frankly, I don't really. We don't interact very much. I was sat at the same table as Kasparov during the closing ceremony of the Singfield Cup this year, and we had a very long and interesting conversation because the amount of knowledge he has is tremendous, and he can speak at length very, very well on a number of subjects, and very interesting subjects to me personally. For instance, we were discussing at some point, there was a very wide variety of things we were talking about, starting from old Soviet politics and moving on to other things. But friends, no, I see him once a year generally, maybe twice.
Chess Espresso asks,
And
what about Peter Leko?
What
You
about
will
him?
have to be more specific.
Yeah. And Karpov I think even rarer. So,
Magnus blitzes out, rook f5.
yeah, now the question is, but he will see rook
No,
c8
you play
check.
king g8 and then you wait if bishop f7 or rook c8 happens. But he's shown he's familiar with this mating construction by playing queen h6 against Kayakis.
Bishop f7.
Oh,
Missing
missed it.
missing-
Missed mate in 3. We said he was good at tactics. What a patzer. Late start, bishop f7.
Mate
Wow.
in 3 missed.
Not technically true, I know,
Yeah.
98, rook e8, but borderline. Wow.
Okay.
Still winning, but now he has one more hurdle to climb. Is that the word? Probably not.
No, clear, I think. You clear hurdles.
Yeah, why would he climb? He has to find bishop c4. Maybe
He
he's
will.
seen this and therefore...
He will. I mean, it's not a difficult move. You need to stop checks, and that's the only move that stops checks. But yeah, it's a bit strange that having gotten all that way, but
It's also the thing, if you've seen a forced win, you don't look for other forced wins. So probably he's calculated this from 100 moves away. And decided, okay, why bother? Still, mate in 3 does kind of end the game. And then you can go to... Where do people go? Klein, Switzerland? The Italian place?
what? Where? What? How?
To eat in Vike. I always like the Switzerland place.
Yeah, or the horse club.
The Horse Club is excellent. I heard one of those closed. Maybe it was the Horse Club.
I think the horse club may not be an option anymore, which would be very,
think
very
so,
sad
yeah.
because
That's so great.
they did excellent horse. They also did ribs. I remember, and I probably told this story on air even at some point, but like the size of the portion of ribs you could get at the horse club, comparing the first time I played in Vike, which I think was 99, to the last time I played in Vike,
They got smaller.
maybe, yeah, they were like 50% of what they used to be in 99, and you still couldn't finish it. Like in 99, it was positively impossible to finish that portion.
I always had satay there. They have good satay. I enjoy Dutch satay, which basically means stuff with... Is it peanut sauce?
Yeah,
very good at
I think it is peanut sauce. Yeah.
I like it a lot.
So what's happening in the Ajiban game?
I don't know. Let's wait for this fourth sequence to end. Oh, okay, we can have a little peek. Nothing.
Yeah,
Same position.
Radek is still thinking. Yeah, so
Radek is taking his time after the control has been passed. What we talking about? Pramod has a lot of questions about Chip, but being nice to Pramod Day is over, so no clue. Go look it up. Schachpirat CH says, why as John and Gorgons? If you see a win, just go for it. Yeah, that's the thing. Then again, mate ends the game, as I once said. And here, at least there, it's possible that things go wrong.
Yeah,
Even though it's
somewhat
unlikely,
surprisingly,
but you
even
still
after
have to
bishop,
calculate it.
even after bishop c4, black plays either immediately 95 or maybe queen d2 and 95, and you still need to calculate a little bit. Game sort of continues. No, it's a weird thing to miss in particular because it is so similar in terms of geometrical constructions to the game he won against Karekin in the World Championship. He should have recognized the construction. He should have smiled to himself and said, yeah, I keep on getting these opportunities for this very beautiful mating construction.
Pramod says it's not being mean to me either, right? I'm not sure if he means I wasn't mean to him or it's not being mean to Pramod today, which I think is both true. So
look, in this, for instance, in this position, you have to play rook h6.
Yeah, it's tricky.
King f5, bishop d3, check.
Whoa, only move?
Yeah. And here, for some reason, king g4 is made, and I still are not. Yeah, rook g7.
This is
and
like 1,000 times more complicated than the mate in 3.
Yeah.
Okay, it's all. No, it's not easy actually.
Rook takes e5, and finally the line ends. Yeah, no, this
Finally.
this really is very, very confusing why he went for this. Yeah.
F-Point asks, how can someone compensate for a lack of tactical skill? I would say not lacking other skills. Endgame knowledge, positional.
Also, no, but also maybe you can build your
Grit.
you can build your repertoire so that you don't have to play sharp positions every day.
Yeah, if you, it's not easy, but you don't have to play the knight off. You can play the brilliant.
Yeah,
Look,
you can, yeah, you can make practical decisions which will improve your quality of life if you feel that you're getting outcalculated consistently by your opponents. But yeah, it's difficult because chess is these days in particular, but I think it always has been true. Chess is largely tactics.
I always say chess is 95% skill.
Yeah.
Why didn't you give this check?
You can probably ask him.
Not sure. This would have ended the game.
Also, why is bishop takes e6 not on the board yet?
He's thinking if he should give this check first and then give this check, then take.
Okay.
But if you contemplate this decision for 2 minutes, it doesn't make sense if you win a minute on the clock by doing.
Yeah. No.
And it looks, maybe he realized that he missed something.
Yeah.
Things aren't so easy. What could you have thought from afar? Maybe he thought this was good and then he spotted queen f1 instead of queen h5, which is bad after bishop g4. This makes some sense, right?
Yeah, that does make some sense.
This is a perpetual is not exactly obvious. Normally you think here I'm winning.
But you're not.
No, because this rook is also hanging. And okay, here queen f2. But no. There is still intrigue here. This is not gonna be a Magnus Carlsen win 100% of the time, assuming they played this position 100 times. Because today it's probably gonna be a win for him 100% of the time.
No, that actually is not true, I guess, because if you think about it, if they play this precise position 100 times,
if he wins the first, he's gonna stick to the
plan. The only one he may not win is the first one where he misses something.
I'm not sure they could both miss something and he could still win.
No, I think that is less.
Also, we're assuming they're like Westworld hosts. Their memory gets erased after every time they play.
Okay. Yeah, if that is true, then yes.
They can't like pick up their knowledge.
And bishop
next
e6,
game.
bishop e6 finally played.
King f6 will be blitzed out.
Already has been blitzed out, and yeah, you need to make a move which it is possible to miss here.
This is not an obvious move at all. It's fairly obvious if you have the engine running. Then it's even obvious that it's the only good move. But else, rook c6 looks much more natural to me.
No, if there is an actual twist in the tail here, this will. Yeah, so many tail puns there. This will sting. I wanted to continue with this will sting. And it's only funny to me, obviously. So
No, I liked it. I'm waiting for more now, anxiously.
yeah, I said so many, right? And there was only one. Yeah, that's,
Exactly.
But that's already like infinitely more than the zero I normally produce.
Pramod has another great question. Would you have resigned after rook f5 check? No one in the world would resign after rook f5 check. Everyone will play king to g8. After rook c8 check, some people might resign, because that clearly indicates that next move is rook f7
Yeah,
check.
I think here most people do resign. Yeah.
Or you play this and resign.
Yeah, there are some people who actually allow rook h8 to be played on the board.
Yeah, that's a rare breed.
Yeah, those are not.
Most chess players dislike getting mated. Some consider it fair to allow their opponent to put a beautiful mate on the board. Or not even fair, but yeah, like a nice gesture. But most people hate being mated enough to not do it. King f6 on the board, Magnus taking his time here. This is not obvious.
No. No, he still has plenty of time though.
F Jizzer does disagree. So some people would probably resign after rook f5. Funny.
I think some people maybe would have resigned after bishop f3. But if you play e1, you play it out.
That's also a good point.
Like,
I also don't.
Like if you absolutely believe that someone who spotted bishop f3 means precisely to make all the right moves, then you could resign here, but not after rook f5 check, because bishop f5 and rook f5 are not choices.
Yeah, but you also don't resign because there is this alternative.
Yeah,
if it wasn't
exactly.
there, then you maybe resign.
Exactly. You continue until the last fork. Once it's absolutely obvious where the game is headed, by all means, if you're tired, or actually not even if you're tired, in this position you are entitled to resign after rook c8.
Absolument. How many decisive games do we have today? Luke van Wely lost to Wei Yi. Another bishop g5 victory for Wei Yi. He already had one against Nepomniachtchi. He's doing consistent work there.
Karakin beat Taronian in that really weird game.
Aronian did have a bit of a day off, started by blundering a piece on move 11, was politely declined, but in the resulting teeny tiny bit better position for white. Aronian just didn't play well today.
And we still think it's likely that Magnus will join the... And Radek has done something weird. Eh?
Some action here. Queen a7, other tricks.
Yeah, Radek has done something unnecessary, I feel.
Why is this so bad if I go somewhere? You're active. Queen e3 is the point.
Queen e3,
Gotcha.
you might once again start experiencing discomfort.
That happens to me on a constant basis. Oh, Radek kind of outsmarted himself.
Yeah, Rook A1 was just on move 43. Rook A1 was played a bit too hastily. He could have started. In particular, I think Queen C3 was a strong move.
It's nice to stabilize this.
Nice to stabilize. Also, perhaps in some positions, C7 could become a threat once again, and just giving the move to black and saying, yeah, I will play Rook A1 when it suits me, but not right now.
Wild Stallion 712 is asking Peter and Jan, how does a player develop the skill to create chances in seemingly level positions? Surely it's not all about tactics. I wouldn't say I possess that skill, at least not against equally strong opponents, so I'm not good at answering, but I also think it's probably the wrong way to think about stuff. You want to train yourself to make good moves consistently, and that will lead to creating problems.
Yeah, I think the best exponent of that skill playing the game today is Magnus. And if you asked him to highlight specifically what he does so that it happens time and time again, I think the biggest part of it is just consistently making strong moves. It's really as simple as that. You make more good moves in a game than your opponent, and at some point it might start telling.
Because by definition, you can't force an equal position to no longer be equal,
yeah.
but better for you. But you can make better moves than your opponent consistently.
Yeah, you just stay. Your stable, consistent level has to be higher than that of your opponents, and then this will be a fixture in your games.
It's like good old Smyslov said. Was it Smyslov? Somebody said it. I'll make 40 good moves if you make 40 good moves too. We'll make a draw, something along those lines. Magnus is probably willing to make 80 good moves. That sets him apart from other guys.
Yeah, that is an important distinction, because there really doesn't seem to be any barrier to him continuing. Rook h6. Okay, this will be a draw now.
Whoa, yeah, I felt like bishop c4 was a very hard move to make. And missing mate in 3 will sting a bit.
This is a weird day. Like,
It's a very strange move to make, because you already have your rook on the 7th, so you don't think so much about moving it. But still, it's mate in 3 moves, and he's played a tactic against Karyakin that led to more or less the same mate, where he had to give up his queen. Here he has to give 3 checks, not giving up anything.
yeah,
Are you flabbergasted? Bamboozled?
all these things. Yeah. You can't really no, queen d2 check is happening now. You just lose this rook on h6.
Oh, so he wants to continue playing something like this? Probably, yeah.
Well, he can, but we've established that this is
But we've said
objectively.
it's probably a draw.
Yeah, objectively, this is not winning anymore.
No, especially because you have the wrong h pawn, so whenever. Whatever, let's say there's a rook on f4 here. We can take it.
Yeah. No, this is.
At least Anish swings the pendulum both ways, right? He doesn't only mess up winning positions, he also messes up losing positions for his opponent. He also saves losing positions, might be a better way to phrase it. That is an odd day.
And it's a very Russian thing to say, and I don't think it really applies to anyone else but Russians. But it does feel like people have had very, very heavy holidays and are still somehow recovering from them.
Huh? Who had very heavy holidays?
This is the first tournament after the Christmas/New Year celebrations, and no, I think for the field of this strength, I think that a number of really inexplicable mistakes and really, really bad days has been higher than usual.
I don't know. I felt especially Magnus was in shape. I mean, he's had a bit of a break after the match and the World Rapid. And his level of play was high so far.
Yeah,
Anish, he's missed some winning chances, but he's doing that.
Up to move 55 today. Yeah, you could really.
No, I'm not just saying today. I'm saying in the tournament.
No, but even today. Today is really the first serious misstep that Magnus has committed, I feel. Yeah, and just to illustrate, you cannot really get back here by playing rook h5 check, because the king will go to d6. And
Back to where you once belonged.
You will not be given an opportunity to play bishop c4 anymore.
No, we'll come down to something like this, but I think winning chances are fairly minimal because of the wrong h pawn. Mysterious.
Very mystifying, yeah.
Svidler on increments is showing some understanding by asking Peter, do you think Magnus will lose this one?
No. The thing is, you can remove the bishop from the board as well. Like if you play rook c6, queen g2, king h3, queen takes h6, I think white can play, well, not in that position, but actually, yeah, if we can demonstrate, in this king h3, queen h6, I want to go rook c5 check, king g6 and rook g5, I think maybe is even enough, or here rook d4, rook f4. I think even that is a draw. And certainly the one with the rook on f4 and like queen somewhere, rook g4 and yeah, that's
also a draw, right?
No, white does not lose these positions, because for that he needs to just fall very, very ill at the board and fail to press the clock, I think, at some point.
Leonard is asking, when's the last time Carlson blundered away a clear win like this? Mate in 3, I can't recall, but he's missed many a win.
No, a clear cut like like the win that was easily calculable from the position that is already on the board. No, I'm sure he has, but when was the last one? It's hard to say. I mean, if we take the winning positions he had in the match, for instance. Yeah, okay, second rapid game.
He had a winning position against Korobov in the World Rapid, which he lost.
No,
The second rapid game was
second
made
rapid
a couple
game in
moves
New
to
York
it.
where he could have established this bishop e8, bishop f8 stranglehold.
Chess Espresso is saying, Svidar, before you play your first game in Gibraltar, will you make tactical exercises?
Not addressed to me.
Fair enough. I think he meant you.
Yeah, I know, and no, I won't. I'm hoping to get some reading and sleeping in.
We have
for
some
the first
puzzles
time.
here. Let's give you a puzzle. We even have puzzles from these players playing each other. I might have spoiled the answer here. You're not allowed to look. It's too late, yeah?
Okay, I haven't looked.
You haven't looked?
Honestly, haven't looked.
Okay,
Yeah.
black to move.
Really? In this position, black is to move?
Black is to move in this position. Black to move and win.
Well, I assume it's knight a4 because it creates threats, but is it really completely winning immediately, or?
I don't know. Not really, actually, no. Horrible exercise. Who's doing those? Shout out to our boy Jonas, who is doing those. We do appreciate it. Let's try another one once again. You can't look.
Should just.
What are these things? Anyway, black to move.
But I did see. But I think I would spot that nice two mover in this position. Yeah, that's not all that difficult.
Now that you've seen it, that's easy to say.
Fair enough. Okay, briefly maybe have a look at I'll have a look at what's happening in. No, there's not much happening here. Let's have a look.
You want to lift
this.
the Adiben? Whoa! Who's better and why?
I assume it's some kind of a draw now.
Nobody?
Yeah, I think nobody's better here.
All right. CS Sheppe is saying, don't want to ask that typical ELO question. What are you thinking? Which ELO mark everybody could reach? Thanks for not wanting to ask that.
But seriously though, what would be your benchmark? I think like 2200 should be achievable.
I don't understand the question. Which rating everybody in the world could reach?
I think
We're assuming no mental issues.
yeah, assuming desire and time available.
Time available.
Yeah.
And age, or is this can this be age 70 plus?
No, some kind of reasonably young age I think should also be stipulated.
I don't know.
Fair enough. Let's discuss the all-important. No, we have a fairly easy game of the day, I guess.
Chess Espresso says, Svidler, now you did an exercise.
Yeah, I did an exercise in looking away, not sufficiently fast enough, and then repeating what I saw. But I think those two I would have been able to crack.
Zugzwang is saying, I have a feeling so would have found the mate in 3.
No, but that's the thing.
Most people probably would have if given that position freshly, but so also missed some things today. They are all humans. Even Anish is human, which is why it's a miracle he's still out there performing all the abuse he's had to live with, just for being a world-class 22-year-old chess player that draws slightly more games than he's supposed to, or than he's expected. Anyway, not going there. We'll wait to see Magnus crying horse at the end of the game as it ends in a draw. Dreadsam says, I can't figure out what he saw in bishop f7. It's not so much what he saw, it's what he didn't see. What he didn't see was rook c8. What he saw in bishop f7 is he wins a whole rook with a sequence of checks, which normally is not a horrible thing.
Yeah. And it was actually still objectively winning. I'm really surprised at the speed with which he played rook h6 check. Once again, this is move 58, right? He has... Can we just briefly have a look?
We can have a brief look. Brief look.
He still has half an hour
6
left.
minutes on rook
Yeah,
h6.
no, and that meant that he had 40 minutes at this point. There are really more than 2 moves available to you in this position, and you probably should consider all of them, because you might
Yeah,
not.
this is extremely tough. This bishop c4 business, like allowing 95. I understand it's winning, but you don't really calculate such a line as a human.
No, I understand. And this is why I was pointing it out when I saw that bishop d3 is actually what you're
This
supposed
is
to
the
do
only
here.
move. This is not possible. So rook h6 is in a way is understandable because he keeps the option of getting these rook takes c6 positions. Well, now he can look for something else, but it looks like there is nothing else. Probably Magnus shaking his head, at least mentally now.
Yeah, mentally for sure, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he was.
People are saying not everybody's human. Ivanchuk is alien. I believe Ivanchuk is very human too.
Guys, any signed mugs still available? I signed, I think, 3 or 4 new batches, and I guess Jan is also constantly chained to a wall somewhere where I don't see signing mugs non-stop.
I'm not sure they're available, though. I don't know how the promotion business is currently going. We do need a merchandise shop. If anybody from Chess24 merchandise department is watching, there's a lot of demand for those mugs, because who doesn't want a mug?
I have a
Good. It's clean. Yes, it's not that clean.
I have a proper mug here, signed,
It's
signed by Jan.
Boom. That's nice. What can we tell you? I had the plan if it was some boring long game today to just call it a day. This is kind of the day of the round as well, and the result is still pretty much in the air, so we can't leave. And we shall not leave. Thou shall not leave.
No.
Once more unto the breach, dear friends. Once more.
Whoa. Quite in British poetry.
I'm highly educated.
What happened?
I have all the best words. Very highly educated.
No doubt.
Wild Stallion 712. Peter and yeah, do you have any new videos coming out on Chess24? We currently have 6 hours of live video material coming out, plus half an hour of recap material, so you can check that out. Apart from that, if time allows, and it probably will allow after this tournament, I'll start working, but normally I say that for around 3 years, start working on part 4 of my Black 1d4 repertoire series. Hopefully we'll finish it soon. With Peter, I'm sure he's gonna be back in Hamburg doing stuff eventually, but first we have to let him go to Gibraltar and win that tournament. Won't be easy, because there's like Caruana, Nakamura, MVL, Anand, Gelfand. There's some decent players.
No, I don't think Vish is playing this year.
Vish is not there?
Mickey is playing, and
Adams, yeah, he's good.
yeah, Mickey is playing, and somebody else is above me on the starting list, and I am these days ahead of Veselin, but that's just some kind of freak of nature.
Breaker90 says, please do a video on the Spanish. You might want to check out the 2 video series Peter did on the Spanish, or the 1 video series I did on the Spanish.
Yeah, and also people asking for a blunder tonight. That is not happening.
They don't have a lot of love for our well-being.
None whatsoever, seemingly.
Why not so many endgame videos on Chess24? I don't have a clue about the endgame, but I did a series which at least I found very useful with the great late Mark Dvoretsky about endgame strategy. So you might want to check that out. I found it tremendously useful and I learned many a thing.
Yeah, for me it's very... I wouldn't feel comfortable speaking on the subject, frankly. And,
I'm not an authority on it.
Yeah.
Zero Limat says, let's do another Banter Blitz with Radio Jan. Yeah, I'm not sure if that dude will motivate to do Banter Blitz. But we'll find out.
Bishop h3 played by Magnus, but all of these moves lead to exactly the same position. Black will now play queen d2, queen takes h6. White will pick up the knight on c6, and white will pretend for a while.
Probably in vain.
But yeah, it is now Anish's turn to do something very, very stupid here in order to lose.
Yeah.
And people are saying black is already a little better in the Adiban game, but I think the margins now are very, very small in that one, and yeah.
It's Nietzscheana.
This is very surprising.
Hang on, we have bishop a6. I thought
Yeah, what
we
rather
had to take.
No, that's not a little better. That actually is.
What piece up? Huh?
No, one more of those where you don't really understand many of the decisions taken by the sides here.
There has been a lot of turnarounds in this game. At some point, it looked like Adiban was crushing Radek. Somewhere even around here we were. Very impressed with his
And apparently knight h7 would just pick up the g5 pawn, because h4, knight g5 I assume is...
this looks
or knight f8, knight g6 is also very strong. Yeah, I thought knight g5 might be made, but apparently not. But knight f8 is just very, very good.
Anyway, then later on Radek had a very nice position again after something like this. We thought it was game over, frankly.
Yeah, in this position after rook a2, the machine just suggests playing queen d7 and then rook c2.
Yeah.
And once you play rook c2, I think maybe you can even start with rook c2, but in particular if you start with queen d7 and then rook c2, well, white is just completely in control.
Even here white was still in control, but rook a1 was a pretty serious blunder.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he missed queen a7, queen e3, yeah. And that, I think...
that general shell shockness
frazzled him somewhat. White should not be worse here. White...
why didn't you keep this horse?
Yeah, that's difficult to understand. Also... yeah, here before, and once again you can keep the horse.
I have a feeling he missed bishop a6.
Seriously? How do you miss bishop a6?
Else, why don't you keep the horse?
No, but now there are two of them running.
Okay, that makes sense actually.
Not a
so
lot of
trivial.
sense though. I mean, like c7 and king g3, and continue passing.
Yeah, I don't get it. Radek must be quite tired.
Yeah, one more fairly weird game. I mean, at least the events of the second time control are quite hard to explain rationally.
Let's take a question.
And Dolly says everyone who signed up for a year or more during Tata Steel will get a mug. So that's a clarification on the current promotion policy.
Tata Steel 2017, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Gentlemen, if a GM like you both lose a game, such a rare occurrence, yeah. What's the question? Compared to an average player, is such a rare occurrence actually more or important or less? Not sure I get the question. Do GMs lose less games?
No. I think the question is whether losing a game hurts a GM more than an average player.
In my experience, it hurts more or less equally. Like, it drives GMs crazy, which is arguably why they became GMs in the first place. Because at least for me, the pain of losing has been a major motivating force in my chess career. But I have many friends who are even more amateurs than me, like 2000 players, and they absolutely hate losing as well. So
I don't think anyone likes losing, but
it's hard to say.
I would say that, I don't know, my default answer, like what I think without like delving too deeply into the subject, is that when your sense of self, when you define yourself as a professional chess player, perhaps then losses hurt a bit more, because it kind of puts into question your entire sense of self-worth. Yeah. And this is suddenly
For me, it never goes away, though. Like I've talked earlier about that. I'm no longer at least a playing professional, but a loss still hurts greatly.
No, of course it does, but yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm hoping to get to that happy place where I can just play lovely vacation tournaments and not care about the results, enjoy myself. But I'm not quite there yet. I mean, all I play is vacation tournaments, but I still dislike losing a lot. Then again, normally the fear of losing is worse than actually losing. After you lost the game, okay, you're annoyed, but life kind of goes on. But
Sure.
the fear of losing is very strong.
Yeah,
motivator.
that I think is absolutely correct.
Queen h7 played by Anish. Yeah, Magnus, well, it's really a problem that you have the wrong h-pawn or the wrong bishop for the h-pawn, which I
Toughen up cupcake, says Chess Priome.
He has a point.
Also, we don't like that.
Nope. Peter, please play well in Gibraltar so that you can join whoever is commentating there, and we will get to see at least a little bit of more analysis and commentary from you.
Yeah, more people wishing I do more work.
Yep.
What can I say?
I don't know. Sometimes there is nothing to be said. Is Gibraltar an open tourney or it goes by categories? Both. It's an open tournament, but in the A group, I believe it's 2200 or 2000 plus or something. And I think they have different events or groups, or at least they had in the past.
And I think they're possibly. Oh, hang on a second. Maybe not. I was going to say that in the Masters there's a rating cutoff and they don't accept players below a certain level, but I think that's actually not true for.
That's what I said. Isn't it true? Don't they have like A and B group too?
No, they definitely have the morning challenger tournaments, but I feel I've seen players in the Masters who are. I mean, at the very least, the cutoff is very low. It's not like 2300 or 2400. It's. I think it goes maybe to all the way down to 2000.
Possibly. All the way down to 2000. Look at these entitled grandmasters.
Also, all of this
All the
is
way down.
all of this is on the website. So, my father, I remember that there was one of the earlier life lessons my father tried instilling in me, is that you should never ask a question if by a reasonably simple process you can figure out the answer yourself.
LMGTFY.com.
Yeah, pretty much. No, but obviously that life lessons.
My father always told me, if you don't ask questions, you'll stay stupid forever. He never said that.
Those two things are not actually mutually exclusive. You should ask questions, but only those you can't figure out on your own. And you know, in the days of Google, those are fewer and far between.
So what you're saying is we're done with human interaction because we can Google stuff.
Not exactly. Not everything is Googleable.
What is it?
No, I mean everything is Googleable, but you can only trust the answers you get on certain categories of subjects. Like if you ask Google who is more in pain after losing a chess game, a grandmaster or an amateur, I think Google might have very, very little idea on the subject.
I don't know. Quora, they have some pretty smart answers over there.
Yeah, and people are.
I called him all out already for his entitledness.
Flaming me
to
for the 2000 remark, but in general, if there is a cutoff in extremely strong open tournaments, I think Aeroflot in its heyday would.
Don't they have 2550?
Yeah, I think the A tournament had a 2550 or maybe 2500 cutoff, and it's not unheard of. So I wasn't condescending on purpose. I was sort of comparing the JIP policy with other policies in strong opens.
Kapamaru says feelings aren't Googleable. I could not disagree more. Dr. LA asks, do you guys watch Ben Feingold's videos on YouTube? No, but I heard they're hilarious. Man of Light, the same with me, is what Easy Rider 27 says. CP Carted says, who? Zero Limit says, good escorts usually aren't Googleable. That I do not know.
And
if you know what to Google, they aren't.
And also that probably falls under the category of too much information.
Okay. But I think what he's saying is there's not enough information.
That is also possible.
Man of Light says, Easy Writer 27. It was that I forgot, but yet, if I can, now I would.
There's a lot of that in chat. Lamosov database, also Lamosov datebase.
What's the Lomosov database?
It's also something to do with escorts, I suppose. I think that the whole chat is now discussing all kinds of dating. And why not, frankly?
I'm blaming them.
I think Pramod actually introduced the subject yesterday by asking if dating was compulsory, and now dating is compulsory in chat, or it is the discussion of dating.
Gotta be very careful with Pramod. He will lead the chat down dangerous rabbit holes. Speaking of dangerous rabbit holes, is the king gonna go to this dangerous corner?
No, probably not in this edition anyway. Yeah.
So the only good move here is... Nah, it's two good moves actually. Can go here, even though it looks clumsy.
Yeah, King f5 is not a move you ever make.
Dekia99 just googled, is Jan Gustafsson happy? What does it say?
Yeah, we need verifiable information on that subject that is not coming from Jan.
Chess Priome says Jan needs some lovin', just trying to help. I strongly doubt your lovin' is gonna help me that much, but I appreciate the gesture. Duncan Barbridge 7 is wondering, does Russia have the best ladies of reduced social responsibilities? That's an interesting wording. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, that is not the euphemism of choice, and I wouldn't know, but I believe even my president weighed in on the subject recently, which was somewhat surprising. I don't know why he bothered, but I think
he did say they are the best, right?
Yeah, I think he went to bat for them very, very confidently. Yeah, somewhat confuses me as to why he felt the urge, but
I'm still confused why Radek felt the urge to give up his knight. Might be some chances here actually the f-pawn is running and you have this dude under control and all that, but it's still all very confusing. Maybe you're okay. Pramod NVS is learning some good expressions like, do you people know? That's how I start every sentence. Do you people even know? That when you Google the name Peter Svidler, cricket is the first visible search after his name. I'm not surprised, but I people did not know.
I think maybe that's you're probably using the Google India, and it may be the first search result there. I'm pretty sure it's not the first search result if you do it from other places.
I have German Google, so if you Google it is wrong. Oh no, they changed it.
Yeah, it's what is this, by the way?
I don't know. Okay,
still
wrong to be is still correct.
Still there, but yeah, you need to do some more typing.
Yeah, that's very disturbing.
Let's try. I don't generally do the vanity searches, but I think this claim should be verifiable or non-verifiable, as the case may be.
What do you want?
Yeah, Peter Svidler cricket. I want to see if that actually happens.
You mentioned cricket and the dude just loses his mind. Peter Svidler, Twitter. Wow.
Hearthstone is actually in the top 4.
Congratulations. All right. Are we done Googling?
Yeah, I think we're done Googling for the time being.
I don't know. I have so many more questions. We'll get back to it. What else is happening? Piotr Veniaminovich Svidler. Are you Piotr or you Petr, right? Or is Piotr just a different version of your Russian spelling thingy?
Well, it is pronounced Piotr. So, yeah, the 7th.
But your name in our Western Hemisphere is never spelled Piotr, right?
No, it's... so
you're Peter once you leave Russian speaking.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
Jay the Brink says, it seems like Giri is one of the most disliked chess players ever. I don't know. I quite like the guy.
In Chess 24 chat maybe, but not objectively.
Wesley will luckily retain the solo lead. Luckily? Yeah, it looked like Magnus would catch him or overtake him at some point. So. John Meister is shell-shocked that Magnus missed rook c8 check. Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise. Who are we censoring? We need more censoring.
I'm not sure. Let's have a look at this endgame for a second.
After
g6, Radek went king d2, king g8, king c2, and I'm struggling to keep the b pawn alive for black there, which could be. Maybe you can play knight c5 though. Bishop d6, b3 was no, that doesn't work.
Sorry.
No, that doesn't work. Yeah. So how do you even show that you're better? I guess the thing is, if you play king f7, I can play king b3, knight c5, king b4, knight d3, king a5, and that should be fine for white. That probably is even maybe slightly better for white, but yeah, that is more than slightly better for white. So I guess in order to have knight c5 check there, you need to step away from a6 with the bishop. So something like bishop c8 might be a move. King c2 in the current position. Just double click, bishop c8.
Bishop back.
Yeah, in order to have king b3, knight c5.
Gotcha.
But what about king c4?
Don't understand. But you can go here and you defend the pawn, and if it gets taken, at least we take this.
Yeah, and also we perhaps
looking dumb. Well, we also fight against f5. Makes some sense.
Yeah, and I think the assumption must be that if black gets to trade b4 for c7 and keep both of his light pieces, he is probably winning, right? Because he will eventually surround and collect something on the king side.
Command and conquer.
Yes.
Capture the flag.
That completely disappeared somehow. CNC.
Command and Conquer?
Yeah.
Oh, I never played that. I'm not a big computer game guy. You still play some computer games, right?
I do still play some computer games.
I finished my iPhone game I was playing.
You've actually finished it?
Yes.
What are you going to do with your time now?
I don't know. I deleted Plants vs. Zombies a while ago because I felt like maybe it's not worth 6 hours of my time daily. I'm exaggerating. But yeah, now I'm out of games. I finished this, what's called Love You to Bits I was playing. Might have to find a new game.
I was going to suggest you...
Or talk to you when we're in the subway or something, but nah. New game.
Yeah. I was going to suggest you should join our guild, but you're not high ranked enough to join our guild.
I take that as a compliment.
It probably is, yeah.
Angry Magnus makes the best. Is it GIFs or GIFs? I've heard mixed
opinions
GIFs. On the
it
topic.
Is GIF. Basically, the only
I say GIFs, but then there's always some...
No, the point is that the guy who made the format insists that it's GIFs, but nobody really says that, and I think it's...
Whenever I say GIFs, there's always somebody, some neckbeard, correcting me, saying, no, it's actually GIFs. Which feels wrong. It should be GIFs. Anyway, back to the point. Svidler is married, and Angry Magnus makes the best GIFs. Magnus, however, tweeted that his New Year's resolution is to become a better loser, and he would be very upset if he did not manage.
Yeah, that was smart on its own, but also I think he is planning to try and achieve that resolution by not losing.
he's not gonna lose today, but it will feel like a loss if he does not win.
Yeah. Now this, if he hasn't realized what happened yet, people will tell him straight away after the game is finished, and that will not be a happy moment.
It's very hard to hide from all information out there. Even if you don't, if you avoid social media and don't read any chess websites during a tournament, which I know many players do, because, yeah, nowadays with the brutal social media out there, people often don't want that in your head, but you will be told at breakfast or dinner or walking out of the hall that you missed the mate in 3.
He's also probably not alone there, I assume, and
PH is there.
yeah, so PH will tell him, because PH, I think, will feel that it's better if it comes from him than from an engine in the room.
PH is amazingly good at when to bring up chess stuff and when not to bring it up. Maybe I should get PH as my shrink. PH, if you're watching, which I know you're not, will you be my shrink? I actually know a shrink, but he's a good guy to talk to. Yeah. Dr. Lay.
We kind of covered that.
We've had that topic. Fondator, is that a word of Jif? That is pronounced Jif, because his company is affiliated with the peanut butter brand Jif. I see.
No, the reasoning there is different. Obviously, there's nothing. It's nothing to do with the peanut butter, and I've seen the reasoning, and I can't remember it. Yeah.
Ambitious Pawn is wondering, if Giri draws, will you people be angry? I enjoy the you people stuff.
Yeah, we people will be somewhat amazed, but not angry now. And not amazed at Giri. He's done, well, you can't say he's done everything right, because actually in the position where he went for the e4, e3, e2, e1, he had a choice which may have been an objective draw. But in general, he defended an incredibly unpleasant position patiently until he went for this line, which maybe he thought it was a draw.
Let's rehash the critical moments of the second part of the game. Rook h6 here apparently survives, even though it's horribly ugly.
Not the rook.
King takes. Something along those lines. And it feels like you might be lost, but supercomputer Sissy has confirmed that this is apparently a draw, or his evaluation doesn't change.
At least this is what we think. I mean, we didn't look it up, but chat was telling us that the evaluation stays at 1.85 or whatever it is here.
Yeah, this is possibly a draw, but horribly unpleasant choice. Giri instead went for counterplay. Here, objectively, his move King E8 is a blunder, as was yelled out in the chat, because the computer changes his assessment. However, this was arguably an easier win, because White picks up the pawn. Still some work to be done here, but White should eventually win.
You should be winning this with any kind of reasonable technique.
And after King E8, Rook C7, E2, there Magnus went for this, but in this position, to everybody's surprise, he did not find what comes down to pretty much a checkmate in 3 moves. Instead, played the move Bishop F7 check, which is still winning, but by much more complicated measures only. And it's very possible that somewhere around here, Magnus thought he had an easy win, maybe Rook C6, for example, and he missed that this is a perpetual. The only mathematically available win is Bishop C4,
which you might see, but the issue with this move is that after 95 you need to see that you win with Rook H6 and Bishop D3. Those two are also only moves that win in the position. So yeah, Magnus did find sort of corner himself in a situation where a lot of very precise calculation was required, and somewhere I guess the chain of reasoning broke down for him, and he went for a position he is currently playing, which I'm sure he understands is not objectively winning at all.
Yeah. Well, now Magnus tries to chip away here, but this, is a draw. Both players know that, but of course, you do try a little with White. You can never, ever be worse. And you have some ideas. Put your pawn on H6, try to get some checkmates in. I don't know, you continue a bit. One big problem is that if you give Rook and G-pawn for the Queen, it's a draft.
Yep.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to figure out what people are so unhappy about in chat. I was curious. Since there's not much going on in this position, I thought I'd...
You do some reading?
Yeah.
You enjoy your reading. What books are you currently reading?
I'm finishing the first of the two trilogies. Yeah, I'm sorry, the Mistborn trilogy currently, and then there's another one, but the third book of that one is not written yet. So I will probably take a bit of a pause after I'm finished with the first three.
I read this book, which I accidentally ordered twice for you, or not read. I started reading it. What's it called? Guns, Germs, and Steel.
Yeah, I brought
It's kind of interesting.
I brought it here, and
It refuted one of my core theories that people work more in the north because it's colder and it's less fun to hang out outside. But he's arguing that historically that's not true at all, and like civilization was built by Mayans, Incans, Greek dudes, Italian dudes who have had good climate. So yeah, he doesn't believe in that theory, and he's probably right because he's probably smarter than me and has thought about it more than the 4 minutes I spent formulating that theory. Anyway, it's an interesting read. He's also arguing that we're dumber than, on average, than people on, where was it? I forgot. Than less technicized societies, which could be true, because we spend more time passively consuming whatever it is, entertainment, watching TV. Well, if you have less technology available, almost all your time is spent actively interacting with others or trying to figure out stuff or entertaining yourself. So, yeah, I've long thought we might be getting dumber by the minute.
Yeah, there's plenty of evidence for that in the events of 2016, I feel.
Also true, yeah, I didn't even mean it in that context. But yeah, that's an excellent point, actually. And it's also very hard to focus, for me at least. Like, we can see I can't focus on these games, but to focus on anything for more than like... All these videos are optimized to grab our attention for 45 seconds. Where the whole internet says, click me, click me, click me. Look at me for 45 seconds. It's very hard to read
There's
a book.
apparently still some stuff happening in the challenges.
That's what I mean, we can't focus. Check.
Yeah.
People always think I'm on drugs. I'm not. I'm just a product of our times. What do you want to see in the challenges?
I was told there are still some games going on, so like...
Oh, my boy Niels is still playing. He's
Because-
one smart guy for these times where everybody's dumb. Niels is still intelligent. He reads books and like has opinions on stuff and so on.
That should not be allowed.
No, I think it should be allowed. It's just rare.
It's yeah, rook f8 check is an obvious place to start, but it's somewhat curious to me that after king g6 you can't just take on e4 here.
Oh, but okay, this looks like an effective plan.
And Gawain won that position. We thought he was not really better anymore, and then he just somehow white king. It's a bit further down below. How did the white king get to h4? That is very, very confusing. Okay, here I can understand, but why is it all these sounds that I want to...
Why? How? When?
Exactly, yeah, all of these words I would like to use my... Yeah, why just not take stakes and queen f4 or something? Yeah, and here already you are apparently completely lost.
Yep. And we thought Gawain's winning attempts would be in vain, but no, he came through. And Jordan Van Foreest is also not having a great tournament. Bunch of Dutch talents are not doing well in this one. Benjamin Bock and Jordan Van Foreest struggling
and
with it.
Arjan Tari played the correct line, which was suggested by the machine in that position, including h5 check first. King will not take on h5, and we take on e4 either immediately or giving on the check on h8 first. I'm not sure if there's a large difference or not.
Arjan Tari, of course, one of the great talents of Norway.
Yeah, I think
Excellently phrased, but he's like 16, or how old is he? He's young still.
Somewhere around 16, yeah. King e4, I guess the difference now is that bishop h4, rook h8 check actually wins that bishop. Followed by bishop c1 check. It's still a draw because black gets to play b2 in the end. Oh, there's rook b4 check here.
That would be
So
unfortunate.
after king g5, we should be doing something else. Rook h7. Yeah, rook h7 is a sensible move here.
Pieces are a little stuck in this
Yeah.
draws.
Therefore, bishop h4 is not a very wise choice here. Black probably goes king g6 back.
Chess Espresso says, Jan, you're on coffee drugs. Yeah, I might be drinking a bit too much coffee during and before these broadcasts. Not that much today. I think I've only had 1 cup. But yeah, it is true. I should probably go a little easier on the coffee.
So h5, king h5,
You're still on the
king
chessy.
takes e4, king g6, and bishop h4, f6 remains a very, very strong threat. And somewhat surprisingly, the machine actually suggests going rook h8 in this position and says white is not doing as badly as he maybe once was. That's curious.
Still, tough fight for a draw here for Aryan Tari against Niels Grandelius. Is that the only game that was still going?
Yeah, there were 2, but then Gawain gave mate, so there's only 1.
I don't think they say mate in Britain. They say like buddy. No, they don't say buddy either. Do they actually say mate?
They do say mate, yeah. They are one of the people who
Yeah.
are on
The Brits and the Australians.
pretty much, yeah.
What else can you say? Chap,
Yeah, chap,
good boy,
lad.
dear boy, lad. Yeah.
Yeah. Lawrence yesterday greeted me with, how are you, son?
Yeah, but he does have this seniority to greet people like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Magnus is not doing anything in particular. He's going to move around a bit, and then when he really has to, he's going to try to advance one of these pawns. But it's a big part of the equation, winning such positions, to tire your opponent out by having like a bunch of fake news plans in there and hope that your opponent does not see through that and spends a lot of time. But Giri, it's not his first rodeo. I don't think he's going to spend a lot of time as long as Magnus
No,
keeps
you just make
moving
normal
around.
moves with black. It's the way that the things are shaped currently. It's very, very difficult to make a wrong move here with black. There aren't really any plans you should be working against. You just continue hustling the white pieces and wait for something to happen.
MFM22MC says, Dear Mr. Svidler, if it's not obtrusive, which painting in the Eremitage comes in your mind when you think about the exhibition?
I'm not really visual arts. Don't really. It's not my thing.
I did not understand. I understand it's English, but like the words, the way they were arranged, none of it made any sense to me. Evgizor says, Adiban game is more interesting. Black is probably winning as h1 is white. Let's see if we can confirm that claim. King is coming, h1 is white indeed, it's confirmed. But I'm not so sure about the black winning part. If this, we only have this pawn left. Do you really win this? King d7.
I think here the point is that the knight on a6 is so cut off that
This picture keeps disappearing. Very odd.
yeah, this has been known to happen. It's very, very curious that the machine seems to think this is completely drawn.
Why does it think that?
I'm not. I think maybe you're just not in
Just
time.
controlling the horsey?
Yeah, because I think in this position we can actually take on c7 and
Now we can take and run.
Yeah, exactly. And even on the previous move, when it would have been a tempo, an additional tempo for white, even there we can take on c7 if we are given a choice. So I think this is why the machine thinks it's a draw.
When someone greets me with, how are you, son? I usually say, fine, thanks, granddad. And then mutter, you old goat, under my breath. Is what BT45JA recommends. I don't know this, how are you, son? I don't like, but I do enjoy addressing everybody as dear boy.
Yeah.
Or you people. Well, that's more of a Larry David thing.
Old China is a good way to address people.
What? Old China?
Yeah.
What does that even mean? Like the female wrestler China?
No, just same as Dear Boy. Only old China.
Okay, never heard that. May Harambe be with you. Who's Harambe?
Seriously?
Sure.
You don't know who Harambe is?
No.
That will be difficult to explain.
Oh, I can
Harambe was the name of the gorilla that got shot in the zoo.
Ah, it's another nerd thing. Killing of Harambe. Okay, the Cincinnati Zoo. I've heard of that actually. Poor gorilla.
Yeah.
Fisher Fan 26 says, I think Corona can beat Magnus in a match right now. Not so sure, but we probably won't find out because I don't think they will play a match right now. They might at some point in the future though, Corona. Certainly one of the premier names when it comes to finding Magnus's next challenger. And I also have a feeling that had Magnus played Rook C8 check, he wouldn't have said that. Like, there's always very harsh judgment depending on your what have you moved for me lately behavior in chess.
People are explaining Cockney rhyming slang to actually both of us in chat.
Me old China, me old mate. China played mate. Not following.
Yeah.
You people and your crazy expressions. Your fun for forest. The Dutch champion as well.
What about him?
He's having a bad tournament. I don't know if that's what is being implied, but could be. And Bram van Einaten is leaving by Bram, and yeah, don't.
People are becoming somewhat disillusioned, I think, with the direction this show is taking. When we are, on the other hand, getting re-energized by.
Speak for yourself. I'm sick and tired of you people.
Okay. Fair enough.
Do we have any TV to discuss? We've watched Rogue One. I did not like it at all. I stopped paying attention completely after like an hour. But yeah, it seemed very empty, boring, pointless.
Radek, I think, is in a lot of trouble now because Black can play. I guess Bishop B7 is one thing. King B7 followed by King D7 followed by Bishop B7 is another.
You don't want your pawns on dark squares.
Yeah. You kind of wonder if once again here it will be difficult for Black to get the knight out, but you probably start with Bishop E. No, this is a bit tricky because King D7 I might be like if I go King C4, you go King E6. And I go King B5. Does the knight ever get out?
I have a feeling that you're asking more rhetorically, because I'm not willing to give this topic any thought. So I'll say no.
And also Radek played, after King D7, Radek played Bishop A3, which I thought... no, now Black has to be winning. Now I'm very confident sticking my neck out and saying this has to be winning.
F5?
Yeah, F5, but you take on E4, and the thing is the knight will come out. And once the knight comes out, you generally just get pushed. You get pushed away. And not like this. And not like this is another thing I.
Well, actually, like this was quite good.
Oh yeah, it's you can pretend it's a blunder, and then maybe White plays F7 and resigns.
It's terrible. Crescendium asks, when will the next Game of Thrones season start? Yeah, why not ask Jan instead of Googling this? In April? Normally they start in April, right?
Yeah, generally they do start in April.
Game of Thrones Season 7? Start. Oh, I misspelled season, but Google understands I can't spell. Stupid German Google. Oh no, we'll premiere later than usual in mid-2017. I'm glad you asked, because else we would
this. We consulted this really obscure site you probably have never heard of. It's called Wikipedia.
It's Vikingpedia.
Yeah.
All right, so that's cleared up. Have you watched Stranger Things series? Yes, I have watched. It's great but scary. I did not get that scared, I'll be honest with you.
No,
I've
it's not-
seen many
it's not-
bad things out there.
It's not really all that scary. It is.
For me, it was more a trip down, not really memory lane, because I'm not that old that I have strong associations with all these 80s things like what do people compare it to? All of Stephen King's stuff, Goonies. Those aren't fresh in my mind, but I enjoyed the general vibe of
Yeah.
it and the positivity. I enjoyed the kid actors. And it felt like an easier time. Kids riding around on their bikes, figuring stuff out, having a supernatural friend to help them deal with bullies. So I quite enjoyed it. But yeah, I didn't think it was scary. And the fantasy part with the upside down and stuff. Am I spoiling? No, not really. Yeah, it didn't interest me that much. But it's an enjoyable, whatever, 8 episodes,
Yes.
I thought.
Agree with most of it, if not all of it.
How did you feel about Winona Ryder's performance?
I like Winona Ryder. I liked her in that as well.
Right. Lena is saying, Jan's seen it all. No, I'm actually quite selective with my TV intake these days. I haven't seen it all. We're working on this finishing Westworld project, and then I'm going to have to be very careful. what to
Magnus
watch next.
is really against us finishing Westworld, seemingly.
That's a fair point. Yeah, we would have to finish it tonight. We've seen, what, like 7 episodes?
No, we are
6.5? 7
6, frankly, because we started the 7th, and then both of us kind of collapsed, and
It's a very romantic atmosphere at the Gustafsson household these days. Chrysanium is asking, Jan, do you watch Game of Thrones in English or German? I try to watch everything in English with English subtitles. That's my ideal setting. Sometimes in Germany, if you go to the movies, it's hard to find a movie in English, so I watch quite some movies in German. But if I watch stuff on Netflix or HBO Nordic or wherever, I try to watch them in the original talk.
apparently Norm was on Seinfeld's web show recently. People are telling us, and I assume that's comedians getting cars and.
Norm was on Comedians and Cars Getting Coffee? I haven't seen that. I will watch it first thing tonight.
Yeah,
Love Norm
that
Macdonald.
is now our first order of the evening. Once we maybe even before we get food. I like comedians and cars getting coffee.
Yeah, I don't care about the coffee or the cars part, but I enjoy Seinfeld talking to comedians.
Yep.
Tony Rowe got to around episode 6 of Westworld. Yeah, that's where I'm at. But now I have some theories who Arnold is, so I'll stick around. Ambitious porn is saying the 80s Cold War, nuclear holocaust and crack. Good times, you people. I don't remember that much about the 80s. Like, I consider myself more of a kid of the 90s, even though was born in 79. 80s. During Chernobyl, I was in Italy. That I remember, because it was sort of a big thing.
Dr. Lay is asking, when will Radio Jan make Banter Blitz great again?
Yeah, I believe Radio Jan has used that slogan in the past. I feel like he's better as a critic of other people's performances than as a performer. But there are like things in the work. CP Coucher, who's normally very worried about a polite tone, seems to endorse the idea of a Radio Jan banter, which is surprising to me. And more boxing to upload later. I'm not following. Netflix just picked up Comedians and Cars Getting Coffee. It's no longer comediansandcarsgettingcoffee.com. I hope it's on the German Netflix. They don't give me a lot of the good stuff. And they recently refused to get tricked with proxies and like trickery anymore. So all I have left is the German Netflix. Magnus, yeah, he has not made a ton of progress over the last 50 moves. Not 50, but at some point you gotta start checking. 62.
Yeah.
This is 86, so he still has plenty of time before he.
Yeah,
has to move
he
it
plays
forward.
he plays h5 on a move 110, and then we start throwing things.
Zeelandsen, who's probably a very old man, says Yul Brynner springs to mind. Hashtag Westworld. That's the original movie from the 70s. I have not seen that. Have you seen that?
70s?
80s, 50s, 60s. What do I know?
No, I think he means Magnificent Seven, frankly.
No, I think he means Westworld.
Really?
73. I was right. You made me feel so inadequate. Yeah, 73. Yul Brynner is the lead. James Brolin also in there.
Whoa. Was not aware of that.
I haven't seen it. Yeah, Magnus' position is still a draw. There's limited winning chances too, right? It's not clear to me how to proceed. Whenever you go h5, there will be a bit of a blockade on the dark squares because you can never even
I
catch
honestly
h5.
think we will get more mileage out of looking at the Adiban game.
But people are more interested in arguably the biggest grudge match out there than in the Wojtaszek-Adiban grudge match because there's no grudges here.
Yeah, I understand, but still. Is this winning? My initial feeling was that it is, but maybe it's not that easy.
Lordy24 says, and also Svidler silent. Svidler not silent.
Svidler more silent than usual.
Why Svidler silent?
Svidler very tired.
Svidler tired. Svidler coffee?
It's not a bad idea, but
Svidler aspirin complex?
What? Oh no, aspirin complex is not required. No, thank you.
Jan, what Jan? Jan food.
Yeah.
70s Westworld was great according to Lord Schleife, not seen in years, so may not stand up now. I mean, hold up to scrutiny. Yeah, that happens sometimes. You see, like, movies you used to like, they're no longer good. Even though most of my old favorites still hold up.
And Andrei Yushkov is asking, how did you find Trump inauguration? The girls seem to sing the anthem very badly, deliberately. And this is...
Is that true? I haven't seen it.
No, what I find, and I shouldn't be laughing, I guess, but this is the user with a very Russian-sounding nickname proffering a conspiracy theory I haven't heard yet. Like this is like the stereotyping gone mad there. We don't know. We haven't seen the inauguration because we were doing our job here, and frankly, I'm not sure I would have watched even if I wasn't doing my job in the studio. I'm not a fan of the orange one. But yeah, the idea that she deliberately botched the Star Spangled Banner is curious. Would be fun if it was true. I did see a clip of him apparently quoting Bane in
You told me this. I didn't quite get it. Was Bane from The Dark Knight Rises? That
yeah,
Bane,
yeah, that Bane. Yeah, apparently he used
Tom Hardy.
Yeah, apparently he used the phrase Bane used in his one of his important speeches. He used the phrase Bane used verbatim.
Did it include you people?
It did include you people.
That is impressive.
And you do get the feeling these things are done on purpose because, like, I remember, and somehow this wasn't returned to later. Like, there was this, when he announced his candidacy, there was this really, really weird moment where he was, there was a crowd waiting for him to announce his candidacy, and he appeared before them by coming down the elevator with his wife and waving at them and all that. And later, it was shown that the entire scene, including somebody dropping a piece of paper, was lifted directly from Simpsons. And I don't think you can do it by accident. This honestly is, it's a lot easier to achieve by stage managing it than by accident. So if he quotes Bane during the, Radek resigned. Okay, so that covers that subject.
This is a nice little wall. And the winning plan is pick up stuff.
Yeah. So when these things happen, it does appear as if it's stage managed.
Radek must be really mad at himself because, well, it was a back and forth game, but to lose the position he had after the time control, where is the high point? Somewhere here. This is just winning for it. Oh.
Yeah.
To lose this is shocking. And here you have options like queen d4.
Yeah.
So, and Adiban, kudos to Adiban. He defeats Karyakin and Wojtaszek back to back with the black pieces. Draw against Wesley, so thrown in there. He's proving himself to be a very worthy adversary for these big guns. Because running with white is not.
And also, if you somehow manage to watch this show somewhere around move 30, and then only the last a minute and a half, it will be a very smooth progression. Because somewhere around move 30, we were talking about how Adiban will convincingly beat two very strong players in a row with black, and then there was this intermission where Radek was completely winning. But it's possible to somehow maybe edit the show so that we appear to know what we're talking about throughout.
No, people have tried, but it's like you need too many editors to make me look halfway competent. We gave up. Someone's saying that your Trump Simpson story is a hoax, and the Simpsons episode was done after that scene.
Ah, okay, that is possible. I mean, I've seen the timing. I may have wrong. It's very possible. I didn't check, but I did see the absolute same visual image in The Simpsons and during that announcement, and I assumed it was in the other order. I stand corrected.
You forgiven shall be. What else do we have? Shelbyville. Queen d8. What is there to say? You have all the best words. You say something.
Yeah, I think Anish might try to visit every single dark square with his queen. He has to amuse himself somehow. So I think this will continue for a while, and he might want to start writing down all the squares he's already visited and just try and get all of them down.
We also have to amuse ourselves somehow, which might be tough. I'm sorry for all this itching and scratching. I think I might have lice.
Itchy and scratchy, yeah. Where is itchy and scratchy from?
Is that a serious question?
Uh,
I don't know if we can be friends anymore.
It's late in the day.
It's from Simpsons.
Yeah, I figured that out. But I do feel constantly during the show that I'm talking to myself, so I was sort of like talking to myself there. It wasn't...
Did you say something?
No.
Magnus Carlsen, the world champion of chess, has chosen the collet today because he thought the Zuckertor is not offbeat enough. Anish must have seen his world championship match and prepared for this. So he played the collet. I have no inside information on this. I'm just making stuff up. And after bishop e7 to d6, he sort of got away with his slightly goofy opening and got a position here. Bishop a3, then some nice calculation, or so we thought, by Anish, queen b2, when queen e3 apparently can be met with some sharp stuff involving knight takes e5, knight g4, dc4 in one order or another, probably in that order. Forced Magnus to retreat and allow an exchange of queens. And this endgame seems like it should not be problematic for black.
I think maybe... no, but that doesn't work. I was about to suggest... But you're not in time. You would very much like to be able to play knight b8, knight c6 next move. If only black could stop a4, a5, black would be absolutely fine, maybe even ever so slightly better. But it doesn't seem possible because knight b8, knight e5 is just very, very annoying.
You can do this if you want to be all clever.
Yeah.
It feels a bit artificial because normally you want these moves on autopilot and then shuffle your knights around. But this a4, a5, I was surprised. With rook c7 you could also argue about maybe still this. Anyway, I was surprised by AB, knight b6, because even though the computer thought white is better even here, felt like, should be a draw. Anyway, knight b6 maybe should still be a draw, but at least white has something to work with. Weakness, pass pawn. Magnus, as he does, kept chipping away. Then after somewhat drastic decision to take here and play f6, his position becomes really unpleasant.
Yeah, and in particular the decision to play e6, e5. Although I was actually the first one to suggest it on stream, but this is not my position. I can suggest whatever I like, and I didn't really like. I just mentioned that it takes more pawns off the board, but you are left with a tremendously weak structure and a very poor king. And yeah, I think maybe waiting and not playing e5 was a better practical option.
Yeah, then Magnus increased his, well, arguably increased his advantage, or at least put a lot of pressure. Maybe missed some. We haven't really covered this phase in great detail. Maybe missed some easier spots here, but built up a winning position, leading up to what everybody's shell-shocked by, especially in chat. Someone just says Sultan of Swing. You get the feeling that no other player in the top 20 would blunder mate like this. Scandalous, really. And Bishop f7 check, there was this option. Which, yeah, I'm surprised he missed it too. But you can, well, you can sort of understand why. He's seen Bishop f7 winning a rook with checks. It's not natural to remove this rook from the second rank. Blah, blah, blah. Still, yeah, he could have finished the game right here, right there. He probably missed somewhere around, realized somewhere around here that things aren't so easy. For example, rook c6, queen e2, king h3, queen f1, king g4, queen e2, king f4, queen f2 is a draw. And therefore, the only winning continuation left was this, which is kind of very far from
this. You
office.
can see, but you absolutely need to see this as well. And the
so
fact that in this
easy.
position you have to play rook g7 check, which is also not that easy to spot. And here rook g5, rook e6 wins.
Not that easy. And ever since, the position was not winning for Magnus, but he is well within his rights to keep trying here pretty much forever, and I believe he will. At some point in the next 20 moves, he will play g4, then try to find a setup where he can get in g5. And keep shuffling, but the queen is normally too strong in such positions to keep white from coordinating.
Yeah, and so far, really, he hasn't even attempted really to make any progress. He is just making moves.
He's trying to run Giri's time down a bit. So far, yeah, both sides have been reasonably quickly. They both have half an hour on move 94.
Yeah, and if you consider that they only get 15 minutes, I believe, for the final time control, it means that, you know, the attempts to make Giri think about moves here to at least create an opportunity for, you know, the future time trouble. So far, they have been unsuccessful.
Giri has decided he wants his king on h8, and he wants to move his queen around to squares where it's not hanging, ideally dark squares. He's going to stick to that until Magnus makes some gesture to play g4 or h5, but probably g4. That leaves us with our dear friends following us in the chat, where we've had a lot of controversy, a lot of hurt feelings, a lot of strong words today. Is that true? I don't know.
No.
I don't think that's true at all. We do appreciate the company. This is, the typical time of the day where either the show gets really good or really bad. I'm not sure which way we're leaning today, because I'm very sick.
And I'm very tired.
Sick and tired. As, who was it? Anastasia used to say, I'm sick and tired of always being sick and tired. And I can relate, even though she had a serious illness, so I probably shouldn't. And Gobedy says, unless pawn is moved or pawn is taken, I think you can either take something or move something, and it breaks the 50 move rule. Chrysanium asks, can you speak like Yoda? At least you should have phrased it like Yoda, can you speak or something? Nah, I can't speak like Yoda. Not a fan of the franchise. Have you guys seen Split yet? What is Split?
I've no idea. That, I think, answers that question very, very convincingly.
As the best cricket commentator of all times once said, you should only speak if you can add something to the picture.
So that's what you went with. I thought we were doing a tribute to the awkward silence, but...
Oh no, I just crossed my mind. Jan, you know the band Sick of It All? Give it a try. I do know Sick of It All. That's sort of what I grew up with, all these weird 80s. Do you call this metal? I guess you call it metal. This kind of stuff. But it was never really my scene, because I don't look good with long hair.
Is that an absolute prerequisite?
I don't know.
We are apparently missing a movie of the year, and Split is apparently a movie.
Split? That's the movie of the year. Thought it was La La Land or Manchester by the Sea or Sing Street or Moonfall Midnight. What's it called?
Not sure. And
Ambitious Porn is saying Jan arm is freakish long.
Jan is freakish long.
I'm not that tall. I'm like 6'4" or 193 centimeters, as we say, which in Holland is like average height. Also, I disagree. My hands just look very big next to Donald Trump, which is nowadays the standard norm for hand size, but I don't think it's that freakish.
Yeah, and people are asking if I'm planning to regularly stream Hearthstone, and I do have a very, very promising. The plan was to maybe do one stream from Hamburg tonight, but this game is really standing in the way of all that is sacred, including Hearthstone streaming.
That's a pity.
I feel your pain.
Tick tack tock tack tack says MC not gonna play that long. BC no rest day tomorrow. I don't think Magnus feels that way. He feels as long as there is the slightest winning chance, he's gonna keep this game going. The BC, in case you wonder, stands for because.
In this case, yeah.
What else could BC stand for? Before Christ?
Yeah, that's. But that generally.
We had this trouble the other day with the BCE, right? Before Christ.
Common era.
Common era, right?
Yeah.
Because there the C does not stand for Christ. It's very confusing.
It is very, very confusing. Magnus will play this game for 400 moves. Always.
He can probably do that.
Yeah, and people are saying that the longest game in Vike so far has been played by Carlson-Giri himself, and that was 99 moves. I think that is unlikely to only be. I mean, that really does sound very strange to me, because only 99 moves in 75 years of Vike. That doesn't really. I mean, people in chat never say anything that is not 100% correct.
Well, that's probably true.
But. Yeah. I've seen that question before Auctioneer, and yeah, I'll probably have to pick Shaman.
I'm still trying to think of a 99 problems, 99 moves joke. I made one earlier, but it.
No, check doesn't break the sequence easy, right? You need to move a pawn or capture something. If checks broke the sequence, no game would ever end, pretty much.
Oh, it's true. It's also 99 Luftballons. I don't have that reference at all. It's because I'm street. So when I hear 99, all I hear is 99 problems from Jay-Z, not Nena. Even though, and this is a true story, Nena does live in the street where I live.
Who's Nena?
Nena is a German singer.
Okay.
She did a song called 99 Luftballons. 99 Luftballons.
Call it HT Day, Jan and Peter. This has been a proper HT Day. I will...
HT, High Tech Day? Call it the day. The day Jan and Peter. It's the Jan and Peter Day. Maybe close to 50 moves without a capture. Let's do the math.
Not yet.
62 was the last capture. Now they're at 95. So if we subtract 95 minus 62, we're at around 33.
Yes.
Which would mean there's still around 17 moves until move 50. And yes, I did all of that in my head. So if your mind is blown, I do understand. I'm a bit of a whiz kid. In all modesty.
Yeah. And... yeah, people are now doing bad German jokes, and I'm surprised that the first one.
My English on my street. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm surprised the first one they went with is not the assaulted joke, which I think is the golden standard of horrible German jokes.
What?
There were two peanuts walking down the street.
All right.
And one of them was assaulted.
All right.
Peanut.
Yeah, I got. But why is it a German joke?
I think it's supposed to be. I have do some research. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be a. It's. I think it's could be once again some kind of a Monty Python reference, but it definitely has something to do with Germany. I need to do all these things on the phone, which is very awkward. But you're
You
refusing
want
to
a
do
laptop?
it. You're refusing to do it on a normal screen, so I will.
That's true. But I did enjoy the joke posted here. And where is it? It disappeared. Bad jokes about German sausages are the worst. One story I can share from inside the Carlson camp is Laurent Fressinet. He brought his saucisson, and the saucisson is very dear to him, while me and some other more ignorant people made fun of his delicious saucisson. And at some point I googled what saucisson is in German, and it gives as translation Wurst, which Laurent found incredibly offensive. That saucisson, this delicious specialty of the French cuisine, is just translated as Wurst. So there you go. That's my Wurst. Pandyman, how many Germans does it take to change a light bulb? One, they're highly efficient people and they don't have any sense of humor. Hilarious, never heard that one before.
Yeah, it is. It is a Monty Python reference.
Okay. Thanks for sharing. Donor. I never thought I would see the day that Peter has nothing to say. Struggling.
I'm not exactly struggling. I just I needed to do this research, and now I'm back, and I will participate fully in the discussion of whatever it is that we're discussing.
What are we discussing?
I'm not exactly sure. We were discussing the funniest German jokes, and you doubted the my assertion that the two peanuts joke has anything to do with Germany, and I was correct because it's part of a Monty Python sketch about joke warfare. And this is the joke Germans choose to use as the killer joke that will destroy their opponents.
Because Germans specialize in English wordplay, like that assaulted sounds like assaulted. That's the joke Germans choose.
They're fighting with English, and the joke is supposed to make the enemy laugh so hard that they die.
I understand, but why would the Germans choose a joke that is based on their understanding of English intonation? Honest question. I have a controversial take for you. I understand many people hold old Monty Python material very dearly. But if you have to sit through like a DVD of all the Monty Python stuff, it's torture.
No, I don't agree with that, but compilations are probably better than watching through a full season, but it's not torture.
After Hood is asking, do you actually live together in Hamburg? Right now we are. I live in Hamburg. Peter is staying with us during his visit here, but he's not living in Hamburg full time. Is that a fair thing to say? Jan and Peter, do you struggle to sleep during a tournament? I don't.
I sometimes do, not at all times.
Hans Gerhard says, actually the German counter joke was, my dog has no nose. How does it smell? Badly. Okay. Ambitious Pawn does agree that it's torture. Do you choose your jackets to combine? Seems so. Not to combine, we've made a bit of an effort not to wear the identical or same pattern color jackets. But nah, not really. Faulty towers is another topic. Peter will get extremely upset about if I say that I
What do you think? Yeah, please don't
say what I think.
Please don't.
What, the Kip Cap 64 joke cracked you up? Why do they bury Germans 20 meters underground? Because deep down they're really nice. Yeah, I've heard that joke with different variations. When is the joke about the 3 shortest books ever written coming?
Yeah, I was also expecting that.
Waiting for that. Tick tack tock tack 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 says Neil's game is almost coming to an end. Is he winning?
No, I don't.
Go Grandy.
I don't think he is anymore.
Nah, he won't win this.
That's not the current position. It's actually progressed a lot further.
Doesn't matter. He won't win if this was ever the position.
Well, the G-pawn is a lot further down the board, but I think white is controlling it now. Do you regret every blunder you make, even if your opponent misses it and you win?
No, if I win, I do not regret rien. Dear commentators, can you explain why such brilliant player like Magnus can miss such obvious sequence like rook c8 check? First of all, we might have lost the ability to judge what's obvious and what's not a bit because we do have these mighty computers. But I do agree with you, since the mighty computer showed me this idea as well. I thought that Magnus would spot it. And I can explain it.
Yeah, go ahead.
With we are all humans and make mistakes, and he probably had calculated from far ahead that bishop f7 was winning and did not look for alternatives.
I think it's twofold. A is, and I will actually rehash what you said. I think A, even Magnus gets tired occasionally, and B, yeah, he felt what he was doing was winning and wasn't looking for anything else. But still, yeah, a strange miss by him because. He didn't need to blitz out the entire sequence. He could stop at whatever point and just consider.
Chess Tom 1938 says, wish we could see Anna Rudolph playing chess. I'm sure if you Google, you will find some Anna Rudolph playing chess videos. So I encourage you to go on that mission. Carlos MF Santos says, Magnus should learn when to go for a draw. Yeah, but are you implying that he should offer a draw now, or that he should not take all these crazy risks and instead play more cautiously so he does not end in situations like this one? Which I don't think that would make sense, because he's never going to lose this.
Yeah.
And if you feel like this is a dead draw and a waste of everybody's time, which is a fair assumption, then now you still can't stop watching, because we might say something funny. But with all the German jokes and me being German and Peter being tired, we've heard earlier, I think the general implication is that Germans aren't that funny. So you should not get your hopes up.
That applies to everything in life, I think.
Don't get your hopes up? It's a very sad way to go through life. I'm more of an optimist. I like to expect
I'm sorry, this is the funniest thing Jan said in hours and hours.
For people that know me.
Of which...
Capamaro said, I got tired watching this. Imagine playing it.
No, it does feel like what Magnus is doing is sort of aimed directly against us. Like it's a personal attack on us too, and not really an attack on Anish, who I don't think minds anymore, because he found this MO that he's sticking with, and none of his moves are taking more than 3 seconds. But it does feel like this is a personal attack on all the people commentating, on us too, on Yasser, on. The people forced to explain how this is not an immediate draw.
Donor is saying, did you hear about the winner of the German beauty contest? Me either. You're the native speaker. I'm no expert on this, but I believe I would use me neither to complete that joke. Not me either, but I could be very wrong on that front. And it's true, we don't have a Donald Trump to bring publicity to our beauty pageants, so I also could not name any.
I don't know how your lens survives.
But yeah, there was Zing. Chess Tom 1938. Is that actually your date of birth? Then respect. We all want to see you playing in chess tournaments. You can see Peter playing in a chess tournament starting the day after tomorrow in Gibraltar. You can see me playing in a chess tournament in April in the Thailand Open.
Yeah, all true. Nothing to add.
That's
Also,
all there is.
yeah, the one thing I will say is that it's a not the most obvious desire in the world to see us play chess, but we will oblige.
People have weird fetishes out there.
Yeah, people keep on. Yeah, and I made
You people,
you
sickos.
Yeah, I made that joke before, but I never tire of it. There's always people asking me to play the French with black when I do buntings. That really proves that there is no depravity that is that cannot be found on the internet.
Well, you're the 4chan
Oh yeah,
regular.
yeah.
What is more torturous, this game or watching Monty Python? I'm enjoying this game. Well, yeah. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy some Monty Python stuff, like Life of Brian is hilarious, but
Yeah, Life of Brian.
to watch a whole season of unfiltered stuff, you gotta have some misses to have some hits.
Sure. No, both Life of Brian and
No one can bat 1,000.
and Holy Grail are absolutely fantastic.
Chess Tom 1938 says, Jan, what is your favorite basketball team? Whatever team can beat the team that LeBron James is currently on. I'm an optimist, so I choose like a team to root against, not a team to actually support. So at the moment, in the playoffs, I'll be rooting for every Eastern Conference team that plays Cleveland, but I know they're all gonna lose, let's face it. And then in the finals, I'll be the biggest Golden State, San Antonio, Houston, whatever supporter. As long as they're playing against Cleveland. Once Cleveland is out, I stop caring about basketball. And I don't know why. I respect everything LeBron James stands for. And of course, he's a fantastic competitor. So, yeah, there is no particular rationale to it. It's like disliking Giri. Varvitsky says, Gentlemen, your prowess, I learned how to pronounce that word recently from Peter, in speaking English is admirable. How good are you at tongue twisters in the language? Try saying the following 3 times in succession. Succession. Yeah, see, succession already did it for me.
Where were you 6 hours ago?
The 6 sheep is sick.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Not gonna be able to do it. The 6 sheep. I can't do it.
No,
I can't even do these things in German.
Not at 8 p.m. when we started at 1:30. No, seriously.
Der Whisky Mixer mixed Whisky im Whisky Mixer. Der Whisky Mixer mixed Whisky im Whisky Mixer. Der Whisky Mixer mixed Whisky im Whisky Mixer. Actually, I can't do things in German. And yeah, I just explained there is no rational reason for my dislike of LeBron James. Freddy the Pawn, this is a good question. Jan, what is the biggest insect you have eaten by accident? I don't know, but as far as I know, we all eat an average of 3 spiders per year in our sleep. So I'm assuming I ate one. Yeah, that's a true story. I'm assuming I ate one really big spider when I was asleep once. One morning I woke up and I felt like, ooh, might have overdone the spider eating last night. So that's my guess. Else, on purpose, I've had scorpions in Thailand, I think.
But that's not by accident.
Not really by accident.
Yeah.
What else is there?
Bulls with Jordan, actually, that was when I was still watching basketball. I was about 12 at the time.
Yeah, I choose not to live in the past. I'm an optimist, so I follow current teams. Like, I don't enjoy these discussions, these cross-era comparisons. Were the 95-96 Bulls better than the 2015-16 Golden State Warriors? Who am I to judge? Everybody's great in their time. It's like, I feel about the same way about chess.
Very eloquently put.
Thank you, sir. What is your biggest fear? I don't know. Loneliness at old age? Or... I have all these existential fears. I'm very afraid of ending up broke on the streets. What else? I believe objectively my biggest fear should be about my mental health, but that really doesn't trouble me all that much, which is probably another fear to be had. And I am afraid of wolves. Always have been. Don't enjoy wolves one bit.
That's a somewhat strange phobia.
That extends to basketball and the Minnesota Timberwolves too. But yeah, wolves, scary things. Yeah, even when I was watching the Jungle Book, like this Akira, is that his name? No, that's the Akiba, leader of the wolves. He was portrayed to be like a wise leader. Did not trust him one bit.
Yeah, when I was a relatively small boy, I really wanted a large cat. And we had the full edition of the big Soviet encyclopedia. It's called the I don't know, I guess the large Soviet encyclopedia if you translate it properly. And it's like 50 volumes of very, very thick books. And I had all the large cats bookmarked, and that was the dream I had. But at some point I realized it's not going to happen. And I was never even given a dog.
Sorry, man.
Yeah.
Isn't that... I thought you had reasons for not having pets.
No, I do now, but it wasn't really known then.
I see. I have to briefly interject with a... Interfere? Whatever.
Svidler has the same hairstyle as Donald Trump, says somebody
Wow.
in chat. Can we please ban that person?
Yeah, let's do it. And we also have to insist. Someone is asking who's the next Nowitzki. People say Schröder. I strongly disagree, because Nowitzki is a hero. Like, his general decency, not only what he achieved in the sport, but also his qualities as a human, and being the great ambassador for Germany and sports that he is. I don't think Schröder will ever reach these heights. So I strongly doubt that.
Yeah, I have read the Magister Ludi, it's called? Magister Ludi, I guess, yeah?
What, Hesse?
Yeah, I have read
Das
that.
Glasperlenspiel? I enjoy Hesse. I don't think I've read that one. I've read most of his stuff.
Steppenwolf?
Steppenwolf, Siddhartha, Unterm Rad. Read some of those.
Yeah, in Soviet Russia, pets have you, correct.
Huh?
In Soviet Russia, pets have you.
Ah, I see. Michael Ovsepjans says, I thought Jan's biggest fear is Magnus. No, not
No,
really.
I think
Quite
that's
like
that's,
Magnus,
that's
actually.
an incomplete sentence. I think it was also repeated somewhere either below or above that statement that our biggest fear is that Magnus will never actually finish playing this game.
Oh, no, I wouldn't mind that either.
Yeah, people.
It's warm here, there's coffee outside, limited amounts of food. I'm good to go.
Yeah, I'm out of red beet salad.
Galactic Red Damian. Skills. Several more moves played. Okay, but nothing at all has
And I
happened.
will-
as long as the pawns don't leave their location.
I will take Judd Trump over Donald Trump every time.
Bad player saying Schröder's young, give him some time. No, I don't necessarily mean as a basketball player, but as an ambassador. I've seen some things from Schröder I didn't really like. This recent Schröder Isaiah Thomas controversy, and there were incidents before. Not a big Schröder fan.
Why doesn't Magnus advance his pawns? I can tell you why Magnus doesn't advance his pawns, because he waits until the move 111, basically. He is now currently, I think, very carefully trying to prepare a position in which
he can do it, yeah.
in which he can do it without losing any of them, so that he can play for another 50
Now he
moves.
can go g4, and after queen takes h4, he has rook h1. So no, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. E-Troll says, practice self-care, end the broadcast now and go be happy.
Never.
No, the problem with that suggestion is that the first part is quite easily achieved. The second part might be somewhat more difficult, and we prefer just not to even like if we end the broadcast now, we might be tempted to try and go be happy, and that is very difficult. So by not ending the broadcast, we are postponing the other existential part of the suggestion.
I did read this Quora post on happiness. Well, like 10 points, but I always forget them. I should look it up again. Psycho Bielski says the Germans had the best philosopher of all time, Schopenhauer and Nietzsche. I don't know, I've never studied either much.
I read some Nietzsche when I was a teenager. That was probably not the correct time
That
to read
probably
Nietzsche.
was
Or maybe
left some scars.
or maybe exactly the correct time to read Nietzsche, because if you read it as well, fiction, there are some zingers in there. But yeah, I don't know.
Peter, any pigeons spotted today?
I spotted a squirrel, but that was, I think, yesterday, not today.
I'm team your wife on your animal fandom.
Yeah, nothing can be done, and nothing ever will be done. I think with my fatal attraction to animals. I get very excited when I spy with my little eye anything that is alive and moving and not human.
AIS thesis says Peter would make a great philosopher. I don't disagree.
Is that an anagram of atheists? Can we try and work it out?
What about Thomas Mann? I can't read that stuff. I tried reading that Sauberberg, didn't make it through. Where was the anagram of atheist?
AIS thesis is possibly. Well, it's too late in the day to try and figure that out.
Does Radio Jan take pupils?
I have read Max Frisch, and I probably shouldn't say that, but I guess that doesn't give away too many clues. My screen name on Stars is from a Jan Frisch book. And in all the years I played there, I've had exactly one person who recognized the reference.
Is Max Frisch the Schachnovelle guy?
No. That's no.
Stefan Zweig.
Yeah, that's Stefan Zweig.
Why do I think of him?
No idea.
Jan, have you read Knausgaard? No, I have not. How about Albert Camus? Are people just randomly naming philosophers they can think of?
No, I like Camus as a drink, but not.
I heard Camus was not a nice guy. Very charming, but not a nice guy. That's what I've been told.
If this gets to be the game of the day, please analyze every move up to move 70. Well played, Evigzor. F. Gizor, I think is the.
I'm not sure there will be a game of the day, because there might not be any live human beings once this game is over in the studio.
Yeah.
Andorra, for instance.
For instance of what?
For instance of what? I've been to Andorra. Frisch in Swiss, no. I'm not following. Nothing complicated. Like keep it simple, fellas.
Yeah.
Like Magnus, keep all your pieces connected.
Book recommendations, please, says Cesar, I guess. Chahar? I'm confused. Well, the books I have with me are the third one in this Mistborn trilogy, which is very nice, but I don't think it's required reading. Guns, Germs and Steel, and also House of God, which comes very highly recommended, and I trust people who recommended it, so I think it's an excellent book you all should read.
Is it?
You people should read House of God.
Is it the follow-up of House of Cards? After he becomes president, he becomes God?
No, it's a book by Samuel Shem on...
Oh, it's a psychiatrist. I'm interested.
It's about medical internship and
I'm very interested.
Things of that nature. I have it here, but I'm probably taking it to Jib because I have a feeling
not that interesting.
Yeah, one book will not be enough for Jib. I have a feeling.
Written in 1978, though. Do you feel like books written before the internet make any sense? Like they couldn't Google stuff. How can we believe anything they say?
They were basing it on their life experiences, I think. And
really?
Yeah, I know it's an old-fashioned concept, and you may not have heard of it before, but
I talked about it earlier. We no longer.
I used to have an ebook reader, but I broke about 2 or 3 of them, and my wife now resolutely refuses to. What?
I'm sorry. This is. Good.
I think I know what you're referencing, but why would you spring that on me? Yeah, basically, I'm not allowed any more ebook readers because I break them.
I have 2 Kindles. I thought I'd lost the first one, so I bought another one. Now I have 2.
No, it's not a sequel to House of Leaves, and I've actually read The House of Leaves.
Is it a sequel to House of Lies?
No.
Okay. Chess book recommendations for 1800 players. Nah, don't read chess books. Don't waste your time. El Grande 42 sums it up. Magnus will play g4, then Giri will force a draw. I'm not sure if he will force a draw, but he will make a draw. Eventually. HW0777 says, chessbook recommendations for 1800 players. Nah, don't read chessbooks, don't waste your time. Fravatel is saying, have been away for a long time. Oh, you've come back at the right moment, sir.
Yes.
What are White's winning chances in practical terms? Like, very slim.
What Eelroll said.
Slim shady.
Theoretically, this game can last for 13 multiplied by 53 time moves. Yeah.
This B is asking, Jan, how about you give your extra Kindle to Peter? I might have offered that. Not sure I did.
No, what you see.
If I have, the offer no longer stands.
No, the thing is,
You didn't want it, if I recall.
Yeah, I don't really quite understand how Kindle works, and it's a lot easier to have a standalone reader which is not connected to, I find, to anything, and yeah.
Jabber 10 says chessbook recommendations for 800 players, and I respect that. That's artful trolling. So let me think. You might enjoy, if you haven't read it already, The Life and Games of Michael Tal. It's one of my favorite chess books. There's very interesting prose in there and very enjoyable games full of tactics and magic. You might also enjoy the Kasparov series or his great predecessors. You can read that regardless of level. You can also read Jan Hein Donner's The King, which is a great book, not so much to learn chess, but he has a very positive worldview, so I enjoyed that.
I believe that's the only book ever, and likely probably will stay that way, the only book ever which has a quote by yours truly as a blurb somewhere on the inside jacket, I believe.
Okay,
Didn't know that.
People, still good.
Very well played. And people are now asking us about the horse-sized ducks. You are about 2 years late with that. So we've done that during one of the very first Q&As we've done for this company.
Clearly, you fight the horses.
Yeah, of course you fight the horses. Come on. And Fravatel is also saying The King by Donner. I assume the stream is lagging for him, so we have a supporter.
No, I think he's saying it's a lot of fun too. It's not only highly educational. Alexandre Portier just got through Carlson game. How the H did he miss Rook C8 check? We don't know. I'm assuming you clicked through the game without a computer running and you instantly spotted Rook C8 check. And you thought, okay, this is gonna be what's happening. No, but I don't want to be condescending. It is a bit strange because it is made in a couple of moves. And you don't expect Magnus to miss such things. But you've mentioned it, tiredness. Secondly, he believed that Bishop f7 was winning.
Judging by the speed with which he played Bishop f7, he just thought it forces a resignation. And only after Bishop b6, King f6 did he realize that...
He also thought it was the only move.
Yeah, that maybe as well, yeah. And only there did he realize that what we expect he thought was immediately winning wasn't. Did you ever notice that when you blow in a dog's face, he gets mad, but if you take him on a car ride, he sticks his head out of the window? I only had a dog for about 3 months before my allergies got so bad that we had to return him to the previous owners. But yeah, that does sound like a proper observation, and I don't have any explanation for that.
Mind blown. Pawn pusher. Is this a good show, by the way? We just read whatever people say in the chat.
I think it's excellent.
I agree. Is it always fantastic to play one good game in a row? Does one game qualify as in a row? Anyway, but sometimes it is more effective to play one good move in a row.
And he, as an example, he uses c3, c4 in the current game we're observing, which I think is a very good and very pertinent example. Yeah.
Queen d7 check. We're getting to territory where Magnus will have to push one of his pawnies.
And
that's a Kayakin tweet apparently.
Okay.
11 c4. Now it all makes sense. Apologies, pawn pusher.
So that was in reference to the move which would have shortened his game by about 40 moves there. He could have just won on move 11.
Yeah, that was a bit odd. To me, that was much stranger than Rook c8 check, frankly, because they're picking up this piece in 2 moves.
Yeah. And someone in chat said Peter used to wear ties. I actually brought about 5 here, but
Let's
Jan,
put on a tie.
But Jan declared a no tie policy, and we haven't been doing ties so far. But yeah, there's no reason not to suddenly start at the end of my final day at the office. Give me a tie. Nah, come on.
You don't like it?
That's a tie for your jacket, not for mine. Come on.
What are you talking about?
No. Seriously, how is this a fitting tie for this jacket?
Very fitting tie.
Okay.
Maroon and dark blue go together very well, and it has a completely different texture than your jacket. So it's
I don't think it mean that word means what you think it means. But okay.
What?
Maroon. Where do you find maroon?
Dark brown.
Maroon is, I'm fairly certain, not dark brown. But
all right, dark brown.
yeah, okay. High class show. Chess players in studios tying ties.
You can use this as a guide to how to tie a tie as well.
Yes. Yeah, not central enough. Can't really see what I'm doing.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, I need a... Centralizing the already made knot seems to be the biggest challenge I'm facing.
Take
here.
your time. We got all the time in the world.
Indeed we do.
So if Magnus wins this game, he's going to be tied for first. But it does look like he will not be able to draw from past experiences.
What are you doing there?
I'm just talking.
And that really is horrible. I'm extremely annoyed with the... I mean, the picture actually confuses me a lot more than if I didn't have a picture to go by.
It's a live show. These things sometimes happen.
Yeah.
We're very brave in a post-Janet Jackson, Justin Timberlake accident world to still do live shows. What were we talking about? Magnus went g4. Now he does have a fresh 50 moves to move around, even though it's going to be a bit harder because he has to protect his pawns now. And yeah, for Giri, there's still nothing much to be worried about except for
Svidler is a 1600 with ties. How is this not a good? This
This
knot?
is excellent.
I mean, it's sort of all the way to the side because I'm now very spatially confused and I can't really tell whether to shift it to the left or to the right. But I mean, it's a perfectly serviceable knot, no? Seriously, I'm very...
I'm not going to give my honest opinion.
mean.
Buckcat has not done a tie for years. Do illiterate people get the full effect of alphabet soup? Well, these are the levels we've come to.
Seriously, this is now...
Peter is now going to be very obsessed with the tie knot for the rest of the show.
Yeah, okay. This is a bit better now. Not by a lot, though. How annoying is this?
We can take them off if it
No,
annoys you.
No, it's... I'm going to stop obsessing about it for a minute.
No, you should. Ben2600 says, I prefer tie. Yeah, these jokes work better in writing than in spoken word. Also all the tie break stuff, like normally when people share first place in the Thailand Open. Very hard to pull these jokes off. Foulin. Still better than the France president. Hollande is unable to wear a tie properly. I'm good at ties. I struggle with pocket squares because I somehow always fold them wrong and then they slowly disappear into the pocket while the show goes on. So I'm looking forward to having Lawrence Trent around tomorrow because he's the biggest authority I know on pocket squares and on pocket squares only. So I'm going to ask him for some advice, even though he normally goes for some more puffy pocket squares.
People sledging my tie skills are really driving me mad. Hang on a sec.
Do your thing.
Oh, I see the mirror.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the tying, on the Titanic here. Ben's humor is out of this planet. David Cortese saying, yeah, now you're ready to play in Thailand. Yeah, I bought a bunch of ties last time I was in Thailand. And I do mean these things, not locals. But I'm not wearing them much. Actually, I think I stopped wearing ties after I came back from the Thailand Open 2016. So it hasn't really all worked out. Smash Jack says you should wear the puffy shirt.
What's a puffy shirt?
I don't know, probably a shirt Puff Daddy used to wear. There you go.
Break it up and go home. We've heard this suggestion. We're not.
Never ever. Magnus went h5. This is as close to let's go home material as there is, right?
Yeah.
Don't his pawns get fixed on dark squares now? On light squares now?
Yeah. And Black can even perhaps bring the king up and.
What he wants is put his rook on c6, go h6, and hope that some trick turns up. But that won't be.
Yeah, and also Black immediately starts giving checks and or challenging the bishop on f3. So.
Puffy shirt is a Seinfeld reference. I'm not a Seinfeld specialist. I am a Curb Your Enthusiasm specialist, student, but I've never been that much into Seinfeld. Puffy shirt from Seinfeld. Obviously, people caught the reference. And Moran Baloney says, much better. You did it.
Ah, you people.
Indeed. Is Niels still playing?
No, that ended in a draw. The transmission broke down, but the
Rightly so.
G pawn got all the way to g2, but by that point the rooks came
Michael of Sepian is wondering, I think I have enough time to go for grocery shopping and be back before they finish. We need more information. Like, do you live next to the grocery store or do you have to drive there? Like, what's your grocery proximity situation? But I would guess this game will be over quite soon. So I'm not sure you want to take that risk because
And yeah,
what would happen if you missed the end of the game live and then you would find out when you're back from grocery shopping?
and Ben absolutely correctly points out that h5 saving us 50 moves. But actually, in the position he found himself in, maybe he didn't have any choice. After queen e1, it's very, very difficult not to play h5 because you're kind of queen g3, queen a5 check, or and then go back. Here queen e3. I think
Pretty tied up.
Yeah, exactly.
Feingold also points out that Van Vele made it way past the 27 move mark, which he predicted. Luke made it all the way to move 53.
Let's have a look at the position
Still
of move
lost.
27. On move 27, there was no need to resign. He could have resigned somewhere on move 33, I think, with a fairly clear conscience.
Yeah, here you continue. Smash Jack says, my grocery store is 100 meters away. Will I make it back in time? I have a feeling, Smash Jack, that your grocery store is already closed, so you're just asking the question for the purpose of asking. It's Saturday. They close at 8 p.m. And you're in the same time zone like us. Let's be honest here.
Do you know?
No, of course not.
Okay, so
Queen a5.
would you, if given the opportunity, get the king all the way to h4 here with black?
Sure, play
I
for
think-
win.
yeah,
Can
I
check
think-
here.
I think I actually would.
For shizzle. And we start playing for more than a draw. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Google for help. What is the longest game of chess ever played? The tournament, in terms of moves.
240, I believe. I think
It
it
was
was.
Nikolaj Ashevich. 269. I've heard that, yeah.
Magnus is playing checkers now, says Ben. Yeah, that's one of the.
Oh, he's got checkers position.
That's one of the biggest regrets of my chess career. I had a game once in the French league where I could have gotten, I believe, 12 pieces all on the dark squares, and instead of that I made a different move, and my opponent resigned, robbing me of that opportunity forever. Maybe 11, but definitely no fewer than 11.
No, sorry, I'm just doing some graphics editing here. Yeah, that looks better. Carlson-Giri will earn his 6th draw of the tournament against Magnus Carlsen. This is the first game where he was in trouble. He's been pushing in some of these earlier draws. But this one, he will be very happy with himself. That not only will he draw this game, but he will also keep his 50% score against Magnus intact. He won't recapture the lead, but it's important not to fall behind too. Because between the two of those, you people, this is a bit of a storyline.
Between them people.
Them people. Yep. All right. Enough of this silliness. What else can you tell us, Peter? Do you have a direct flight tomorrow? No, wasn't
No,
weird,
I'm
right?
flying by Amsterdam.
Amsterdam. So you could almost visit the tournament.
Yeah, no. After rook e4, are you at all tempted with black to play queen c5 and give white the opportunity to play g5 so that you could triumphantly take on g5 and on g4?
I don't think Magnus would do that. I think they're both very well aware of that possibility, having spent hundreds of moves in this structure.
Sure, but rook e4 does feel like maybe he is trying to find a way to wrap this up without offering a draw. Because I'm pretty sure he's not offering a draw, but he maybe wants to play. And Anish supports our theory of king push forward good. Ah, okay. So now after rook g5, king g5, rook f5, this is what's happening now.
You think?
Yeah.
Probably is, yeah, because else he wouldn't invite this king here. And Magnus understands that he's not really playing for a win here anymore.
Yeah, and after rook f5 takes h6, king g6 is an important detail, because king f6, bishop h5 would have been a bit of a problem.
Well, I think he's not going to allow that.
Yeah.
Still an important motive to keep in mind.
Okay, so the game is actually going to end somewhat. King h4 now. Go! No!
That would have been much nicer.
No!
That would have been very cute.
That would have been so much cooler.
Anish. Still. Is Magnus going to play h6? I think he's going to play h6. Why wouldn't he?
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Or bishop e4 check.
Yeah, but that actually, there's a number of moves there that make a draw.
Yep.
Even king f6 still doesn't lose. No, king g3.
G3 is gonna go for it.
Persistent until the bitter end. That is very comical, actually. King g3.
That's the funniest thing he's done all the game.
I think, no, but king h4.
Is he gonna ask the question where the king is gonna go here? What was he hoping for? Wow, king g3 is really pushing it.
Oh, but king h4 would have been such a glorious way to finish the game.
Yeah, you should have done that.
Yeah.
Also, creating serious threats.
Yeah, you don't want to actually. Yeah, king f2 bishop e2 is really still.
Anish saw this and was afraid of h6 rook h5 ideas, but you're going for it here.
No, but you're probably winning now.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is the famous how you win 2 bets in one position, but yeah.
After king h8, is he going to play king g6?
Yeah,
I think he is, because some people believe in the future rules will change and you get rewarded extra pawns for stalemating your opponent. So maybe they will go through the list of games which you drew by stalemate in the past and you win more writing. So you never know. King g6 and the game is over, ladies and gentlemen. Let's lose these ties after a 7-hour show of just being all tied up.
With nowhere to go.
That means the round ends with a hard-fought draw between Magnus Carlsen and Carlson-Giri. Their personal rivalry continues, their 50% score. Magnus might regret not having given the mate in 3 earlier. I don't know, I can't speak for him, but I wouldn't be surprised if that upset him a little bit. This was a bit of a missed opportunity. In other news, Nepomniachtchi Rapport was a draw, not a very well played game. Van Vele got crushed in the Najdorf. To frankly, nobody's surprised because he was out of book here and started thinking, took a lot of time. And then instead of king f7, when the theory debate starts, he went knight c5, which probably ends it because here b4 or knight takes g7 are both powerful. What do you have to say about Kayakin Aaron Jan.
Follow Karakin's Twitter. You will have all the information you will ever need on all life subjects there.
Alright. So instead of commenting the game, you're plugging Karakin's Twitter?
That is something I haven't done during these commentary sessions before, and you should try new things.
Fair enough. Wesley Pavel Ilyanov missed some chances, but nothing easy or obvious. Good defensive job by Wesley, who stays in the lead on +3. And in the game, Andrei Kin, Hare Krishna.
I think they never really left the equilibrium. The computer points out that black was somewhat better at one point, but it's difficult to make all these moves in a practical game when you're not plugged in. And that game saw a lot of swings.
This was very roller coaster ride of emotions. At some point, Adiban was better, then he was worse, then he won in the end. Wojtaszek won't be very happy. Adiban having a great tournament, picked up 15 rating points, I read earlier in the chat. So kudos to him, doing very well. And Peter, this is a very sad moment. These might be your last minutes with us during the Wijk aan Zee.
It is a real tearjerker.
Peter Svidler is leaving tomorrow to play the Tata Steel tournament.
What?
To play the Gibraltar Chess Congress, I think that's what it's called.
Yeah.
See, it's been a long day. But this show will not completely end. Only the quality chess content will come to an end. But I will be joined by the former new voice of chess, nowadays the former voice of chess, Lawrence Trent, international master, in the booth. Lawrence used to be my partner in crime in the old days. We normally have a lot to talk about, most of these things not chess related. So warning, things will get very different. But I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Peter, for doing this, bearing with us.
It's been fun, and we must, I think, thank Magnus for providing us with an opportunity to discuss a wide range of topics which would be unavailable had he actually accepted the inevitable somewhere around move 70. Thanks a lot, guys, for keeping us company in chat, because without you we really would have been struggling to find topics. I handed over to the very capable hands of Jan and Trent, and hey Lawrence, I was given a challenge today of using a specific word which would get me a drink once once Lawrence gets to Gibraltar, and I thought about it and I felt that this is going to be a long joke. I shouldn't probably be doing long jokes, right?
I don't know. I never realized.
But I will go, and people will. Some 2.5 people as usual in
chat.
Does
it have a useful purpose?
No, it does not have a useful purpose. Like the very first televised maximum break was made by Steve Davis in a tournament which was sponsored by Lada. And the joke used to go that first prize in that tournament was 1 Lada car, second prize was 2 Lada cars, and third prize was 3 Lada cars.
I've heard that joke.
Yeah, and I thought there is this challenge which will net me a drink with Lawrence and Jib, and then I thought I must memorize the word I'm supposed to use to never use it during the show, and I did that.
What word were you never supposed to use?
A certain word.
A certain?
Nope.
Okay.
Anyway, we haven't had Lawrence in chat, so there's really no reason to suspect he's hearing that. But it will be fun for you with Lawrence here. Lawrence is a constant source of merriment and sweetness and light of all kinds.
Nothing could be further from the truth. On that note, we shall wrap it up for today. Thanks for watching. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Hang on, I'll play the highlight thingy. So if you want a recap of the first 5 rounds, you can watch it now. Why not?
early odds when we were talking about chess a lot with Grishuk, and he was telling me that like whenever somebody played a6 against him, just played the knight off against him, he felt okay, this game I won, let's start preparing for the next one. And we've progressed from that point to a 6a3 as a reply. In the first 2 rounds of the first strong tournament of the year, we have 6a3 played by the 2 perhaps biggest figures of 2016. Yeah, very curious.
All he has to do is to play the move rook to d2, continue with the same plan of going knight d3 and rook f2 check, so natural. And even after rook g1, which is Wesley's idea, you can just take that off and play knight d3 again, and all you need to do is land a queen over to the g file and it's mate.
We felt that the most interesting game and the most action-packed game was actually a game that ended in a draw. And I'll be taking a look at the game Wei played with white pieces against Carlson-Giri. So let's go there.